Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the RLCS Regional. It is day number 3. It is Championship Sunday. And guys, it is our final Regional Championship Sunday that we've had. I'm Shogun, joined as always by Johnny, Cole, and Stumpy. And we're going to get right on into this because if you missed yesterday, my goodness, it was pure chaos, wasn't it, Stumpy? As we get a chance to look at how the upper knockout gauntlet, what it's played out is that one of the teams coming out of the groups had themselves 2 chances. If you were over here, then you had a good chance of getting through. Some teams, though, Stumpy, didn't do quite so well with it.
Yeah, a couple of teams did get knocked down into lowers, which I didn't quite anticipate, mainly Solary. They managed to get knocked down by BS Plus competition. They ended up here, down in our lowers, where they didn't have another good run. It was yet again a 3-1 versus Atlantide Wave. That sent them out. But look at those other teams that made it through, Show. It was Wolves, it was Atlantide Wave, Queso, and Galaxy Racer.
Johnny, what was it again? I got all of my predictions right. I said Solar were going to get through. I mean, I didn't say Solar were going to get through. I said Atlantide were going to get through. And I definitely wouldn't have said Liquid would have got through. That would have been ridiculous.
No way. That wouldn't be a Shogun thing to do. But man, Atlantide Wave, how about that? That's a bracket run for them. Really impressive stuff. And Wolves bouncing back after being sent to this lower half of the knockout gauntlet. They made it through. Crazy stuff. Galaxy Racer ending Dignitas season. Queso really just proving that they are consistent, or at least, you know, they're more consistent. Maybe not yet consistent, but yeah, great results, great games in the lower half of the knockout gauntlet.
Yeah, so I think we should quickly highlight some of our favorite ones from that one. Stumpy, let's hear yours.
Mine was BS Plus competition. They looked phenomenal yesterday because I said that they would beat Solary, and yet you guys didn't trust me. And Jorby was alongside you guys. He was so confident that after game 1, Solary had that series on lock. And somehow he was even more confident after they got 6-0'd in the second game. But we decided that game 3 is where the winner really wins that series because Solary have got this horrible habit of, how do I put this? Like, tilting off the face of the earth when they're faced with the slightest adversity. Despite going 3 goals up though, BS Plus competition fought to bring it back before all overtime and they won it, rendering that game 4 near pointless. Oh, also, Aquarius scored the best RLCS X goal yet, and it's number 1 in the next section.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad at all. Yeah, well, maybe. You weren't wrong, by the way, about Solary tilting out. They went out after that to Atlantide Wave. The series that I really liked the look of was Vitality versus Team Queso. And I think it was one that, in the end, nobody was surprised by because the reigning champions, the reigning regional champions, Team Queso, they won out. They eased past the old guard. At one point in Game 2, they'd scored 7 goals uninterrupted. If anybody noticed their player cams, they were literally laughing. They were scoring goals. They couldn't believe what was happening. And then suddenly Team Vitality started playing, right? And it got a little bit scary. And it all came down to the final goal of Game 5, the final overtime. of Game 5. And very rarely at this level do teams dare do something called the Spanish kickoff. We'll get to what that is later, but it was a stunning end for Queso.
Yeah. Man, I mean, it's a beautiful. I mean, you guys know, Shogun knows how much I love to see teams thinking about what they're going to do in kickoff and actually coming up with a plan. So I can't, give Queso enough credit there. Everybody thinks that they're mechanics and, they're not really thinking about what they're doing, but they've really shown there. They've outsmarted one of the teams with the highest Rocket League IQ.
Well, we've heard about what the best games were, but what about the best plays, Johnny? Top 3, let's hear what they are.
Well, we'll get to a little bit of the ones that we just spoiled in a bit, but first we're going to start off with number 3, and it's Nolly. What a day he had for Gil, just scoring goal after goal, but none of them were better than this one. First of all, faking, a high flick. There you see, fades away from that one, lets the ball pop underneath the first defender, and then it bounces over the top of the second defender, and then he goes back underneath Matane, who's diving in on the goal line. So brilliant stuff there, just really changing levels multiple times in one play and pulling out a wicked mind game. But it's not as good as number 2, and we did already have a quick talk about this one. It's the fake kickoff, but the timing for this as well. Vitality have just equalized in 0 seconds right before this, and Queso, don't take a moment to commiserate and to be sad for their situation. No, they come up with a plan. They demo the cheating player in Vitality by going around the kickoff with a fake, and then the passing play in the open space that they've just created for themselves finishes off what was a beautiful team play. Brilliant execution. But number 1 has to be a Chronix dunk of this season. Most players would have rotated out. They didn't have a lot of boost here, as you'll see on the other angle. By the time he's taken the challenge, he only has about 30-40 boost left, and he used all of that to get back into the play, to get back towards the ball. And yeah, to come up with this kind of thing in these positions, only a Chronic can do that. I don't think many players would have gone back in for this one. So brilliant idea, and again, the execution had to be perfect. He nailed it. Play of the day.
I mean, ridiculous goals all around, and I think that's led to what is a ridiculous final bracket for us. Top 8 going into this. It's best of 7s all day, and we are going to get a chance to really break down later on who we think is going to get through. But lads, Leaf's got to be loving life right now. Wolves are in. Cook series back to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, he deserves it as well. I saw the Wolves versus Top Blokes game down in the lower knockout gauntlet on Dazarin. The B stream wasn't working yesterday, and they managed to rally behind and get something working. So shout out to those guys. It was incredible. They were 1 second away, or 0 seconds away. It was after 0 seconds from being perfect swept by Top Blokes. They score the equalizer, win a 5.5 minute overtime, and then get a reverse sweep against Top Blokes. It was absolutely insane the way they've made their way here. Probably the biggest surprise out of all of them, but they have absolutely earned their spot in this playoff bracket. Aside from that, it's all the usual faces. Really? No, it's not the usual face at all. There's no Vitality. There's no Dignitas. Off the top of my head, I'm trying to say the teams that we'd expect to be here that haven't made it, but it's a very weird top 8. Solary as well, exactly. Yeah, Top Blokes. Oh my goodness.
So yeah, that has all led to what has been a very, very important day for our points totals. We're going to now take a look over at our overall season. That's race for top 6. So important to get yourselves to the RLCS Championships. But right now, yes, they seem to do a lot of the important stuff for us, Stumpy.
Yeah, so a lot has happened yesterday, and that therefore means that all of these points are near enough locked in, apart from all the teams that are currently yet to play today. And one of those teams that is right sitting on the precipice is out right now. Vodafone Giants are currently in 4th, but they are on the edge. And guys, there is still a way that Giants can make it through into that top 6. And they need this exact bracket. Okay, nothing can falter from what you're about to see. What they need is for the quarterfinals to have a Wolves win, an Atlantide Wave win, a BS Plus competition win, and an Aether win. Their semifinals then have to have Atlantide Wave and Aether make it to the grand finals. And they have to have Atlantide Wave win everything today. If this exact bracket doesn't happen, one result is different, that means that Giants will not end in the top 6. This is their only path through.
So what you're saying
there's a chance.
There's a chance.
What you're saying is that everyone's overreacted and that it's quite simple for Giants.
Yes, absolutely. There's no problem. Clearly, Atlantide Wave are going to win this all today.
I don't know.
Right, well, yeah, that's season points, but that's not the only points totals we're dealing with at the moment. That race for top 9 as well to get yourself over to the major, Johnny. Really heating up at the moment. And we already know that 10th spot held by the grid wildcard, German Amigos.
Yeah, whereas season points are almost confirmed, there's still a lot to be played for the final major. Like I said, top 9 get in. So it's pretty simple. We're going to be going into more detail on this throughout the day. Don't want to swamp you guys with information at the moment, but essentially all the teams who aren't currently in, they've just got to win. I mean, Atlantide Wave, you see there, they're in 13th. Obviously, if they want to get to 9, they've got to win. Same the Aether, if they want to stay in the top 9, they've got to win. All these teams just need wins who are still in the bracket, but yeah, if you're not in that top 9 by the end of today, then you will not be playing in the major.
All right, and I believe as well, if you are top blokes, you're thinking, all right, well, our lives are not looking great. Actually, I'm going to push my glasses up.
Oh, no, don't do it, Shogun. Don't do it.
There is a world where top blokes can make it into the major. And it is this exact bracket. Nothing else can go wrong. It's as simple as this. Atlantide Wave will be regional champions with BDS out in the first round. Queso, your reigning and defending regional champions, out in the first round, and Galaxy Racer also gone.
Ridiculous.
Look, it's quite easy, really. You can take the screenshot. You can use this as your predictions back at home, because this is what is going to happen if we are going to see top blokes make the major.
I believe that's if they miss the major, Shogun. I think they missed the major with this exact bracket, if I'm not mistaken, because they're currently in top 9. Yeah, this is if they. I believe that this is if they miss it. We got to, thank Gibbs for figuring all this out. It's crazy. How on earth did he come up with this? I mean, I don't think
Gibbs has been there like for 2 hours last night, just going through little Google spreadsheets trying to figure everything out.
For some reason, he bothered doing these, and we don't really know why.
No, top blokes thought they're in. Top blokes are like, yep, we're in. Giants think they're out. Gibbs says, unless there are actually chances, but hey, we'll have to wait and see.
Do you want to make some yes, I've got to confirm from Gibbs, by the way, that is them missing the bracket with the graphic that we just showed. So yeah, many things need to happen for that. Do you want to make some friends, guys?
No,
I didn't think we did either. We're going to go over to our third topic today. It is called Split or Stick. We've got a couple of teams we want to go through. I'm going to ask you guys whether or not this roster should split or stick in their current form, heading into the off-season, heading into our next season of RLCS X2, apparently, according to me. But our next RLCS season. But let's go through this. We're going to go 3, 2, 1, then get you guys to all sort of thumbs up or thumbs down if you think they should split or stick.
And just to clarify, split means any kind of roster change.
Any sort of roster move.
Apart from the entire roster. Yeah.
Because... all right, we're going to start off with Team Liquid for this one.
So split is thumbs down.
Split is thumbs down. Okay. Unless we're very positive about, the evolution of teams. But, all right. 3, 2, 1.
They've got to. Surely at this point, Liquid have had their chances. They've had a really rough time of it. Their results have not been where they should be for that roster on paper. A move or two does have to happen, because it's going to be a clean slate going forwards, ultimately, into whatever the next iteration will be. It's a good time for a refresh.
Anyone disagree with that? I think that's pretty simple, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
So a nice clean start for us. We're all together on this one. Let's make things a little bit more difficult, shall we? The Vodafone Giants look great throughout the season. Look really good, even despite one roster move already. And then started to drop it. So split or stick. 3, 2, 1, go.
Wow. Come on, guys. I'm disappointed.
I thought somebody might be different on that one, but yeah, I feel like Giants, they've got to stick, because they didn't have the absolute worst results. They just didn't really clutch it. They did choke. They did fall at the last hurdle, but I think they've had promising results with Itachi.
Completely agree. Yeah.
This is going to be one of those topics, isn't it?
Everyone's going to try and go with this next one, but they think the others won't. We'll all do that.
If you guys all go the same on this, I'm going for Colin Stumpy's hearts. All right?
I know what that means, yeah.
Dignitas, split or stick. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, it's
Cole looked at us and then he went,
he's dug his own grave here.
Coward.
Put your hands down. End point. You've forced my hand into this.
Yes, I wanted this.
Split or stick.
I can't, mate.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, the pain. The pain, Cole.
I don't even know if I'm in frame. I don't even know if I'm in frame. I'm not opening my eyes.
Could you?
Can I open my eyes yet?
Why, Cole?
Cole, how dare you? What? Cole, you went no. You see, put a split.
Because they can't keep hold of a lead for the last 2 regionals.
I can't believe you'd go split. That's crazy.
Split as well.
Stumpy,
no, I didn't, Johnny. No.
Stumpy, we have watched them together and moaned for so long about how come they can't just keep hold of a lead. You had 40 seconds left and you were 3 goals up. Just don't concede 3 goals. End point. It's a problem. It's a real problem, and it has been for so long. And I think we're beyond the point where we can justify it now. And that breaks my heart.
I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say who they should drop. They need to drop Endpoint Pete. I'm sorry. Yes. The CEO of Endpoint has to go. He's a good mate of ours. Get out of there, Pete.
Holding him back.
Get out.
What did we learned today? We learned to actually disagree on something, or I will go for your hearts. All right, so we've got through that one. Nobody's happy, but we're going to go over to testing our abilities to sort of describe what we feel certain teams' seasons have been like. The only sort of switch we're going to have on this is we're not allowed to say the same team name. We're not allowed to say any of the player names either. So we're going to go through. We're going to see if you guys can sort of describe, give us some hints. Who's this team supposed to be? We're going to try and figure out as you go along, see how quickly we can get it. Johnny, you're looking pretty smug there, mate. You look like you know what you're doing. What is your team going to be? Let's figure it out.
Yeah, I'm confident here that you guys can get this. So, describing their season in a nutshell.
We're waiting till the end, by the way, to say who it is, and then we're all guessing.
Yes,
yeah?
Twitch chat, by all means, try and figure it out quicker than we can.
Okay. So, this team is Spain without the S.
All right, Twitch chat, you're going up first on this one. Have we got any ideas here? Is anyone?
Yeah, I've got a guess.
All right.
Yeah, I've got a pretty good guess.
Have you got a massive guess, have you, Stumpy?
I've got a really humongous guess.
Gigantic guess.
Why are people writing BDS? Are you guys? What are you talking about?
Because they've got a Spanish player.
Should we show? How do you want to do this?
Go ahead. We're going to follow your lead here. You're sort of, you seem to know it. Me and Cole aren't quite as sure. So
are you not sure, really?
Okay.
I feel like, is it Giants?
Giants. Yeah, I think Giants. Yeah.
Yes, it's right.
All right. Well done, Johnny. Well done. Cole, let's see what you're going for, mate.
That's good.
Okay. Chasey, cheesy, overachievers consistently churn doubters into brie leavers.
You could have gone 3 words in and we had it.
Wait, can you say that again? One more time, please.
Chasey, cheesy, overachievers consistently churn doubters into brie leavers.
We should have not allowed. I think cheesy's a little bit.
Yeah.
I would also say I've already. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I've got a solid guess here.
Yeah,
I know it.
Yeah. This team has fallen by the wayside. And I will say that's a cheese pun again. And I will say it's probably queso.
Yeah, it's got to be queso.
No, it was Solary.
Solary was crazy. That's
no, it wasn't.
You guys are idiots.
Not Solary.
Everyone got it wrong.
Solary.
It's not Solary. It's queso. I don't believe.
There's no way you've baited us like a. Yeah, thank you, production. You're not getting away with that. And Stumpy, we cannot get away from your turn in this cipher. Let's see. Oh my God, he's already looking like he knows where we're taking this.
I've put mine in the form of a poem.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Some culture here for the pre-show.
Yeah, okay. My team is new to the scene, without a big chance. The team I have chosen, won with a dance. Worlds formerly won for one, though moons prior. This team did dream big, and with Dutch they dreamt higher. They jumped and leapt and fell quick with no hope. But finally, months later, the fires are stoked. Clawing out of a hole, it's now their last go. With Euro blood in their veins, they'll put on a show.
All right, you guys are just showing off here.
Not bad, right?
This is the toughest
poem.
one, though. This is the toughest one, I think.
Okay, so
Cole,
the main clue.
You have sort of the main read on Stumpy for your time together. Have you got anything?
Do you want to say the main clue sentence?
Yeah. Run it back one more time, maybe.
Okay. Give us the highlights.
The main clue sentence was, worlds formerly won for one, though moons prior. This team did dream big, and with Dutch they dreamt higher.
Oh, he's asking me to remember matches.
Yeah, so they've got a former world champion on the team, of course. But
and with Dutch they dreamt higher, Johnny.
If there was a big thing saying got it, I'd press the button.
Stumpy.
It is not Guild, Shogun. No,
Stumpy,
incorrect.
Are you proud of me, Stumpy?
I'm really proud of you, Coco.
Thank you.
Johnny, any thoughts? Any guesses on my poem?
If Johnny doesn't get this, he'll be howling.
He will be very upset.
No, I don't think I got it. No, I'm not confident. No, I've got guesses, but I'm not confident.
Well played,
Wow, Stumpy's the Joker in the pack.
I mean, I feel like the only thing I've got is Dignitas, but
but the thing is, my poem was quite fantastic, so I'm shocked that you didn't.
You guys need to be a bit more dogged with your guesses,
isn't it?
Like I thought it might have been maybe like a K9 out of 10.
Oh my god, just put it up, Stumpy. What was it?
It's Wolves.
Yay! With big Dutch Ricks.
And the two Dutchmen.
And only, of course, yeah, true.
Only both Dutch, yeah.
I'm so excited after that. I love that. Can we do that every week?
That was really fun.
That was good fun. That was good fun. What also could be good fun is us trying to go through who our tournament MVP has been so far. Some big games have been played so far with some big implications. But we still want to figure out who's the one, because it's all great being the best. But if you're not the best, we don't care quite so much. So we're going to come together. We're going to hash this one out. We're going to figure it out. We're going to put our brains together. We're going to name our tournament MVP so far. Who wants to start this one? Who sort of feels like, this is... All right, go on, Cole.
I feel confident in saying Nolly for Guild.
Nolly?
What?
For Guild.
Wait, you're going straight in with Nolly?
Straight in with Nolly, yeah, big time. Who have you got in mind?
Well, I'm thinking clearly it's got to be a Chronic, right?
Yeah, same. Yeah.
A Chronic is my favorite, mainly because...
Why? Like, he had a good series that we had on broadcast. I will admit that, but what did it mean for their season?
Exactly.
Well, he didn't just have a good series. He scored this goal.
Yeah, it's kind of like all you need to see, isn't it?
We've seen it before.
Yeah. It's very 20 minutes ago, Stumpy.
Now, I've got a question. If we're discussing goals, most of Nolly's plays were sort of nice, dribbling one-on-ones. So if Johnny disagrees that Nolly's goals were better, Johnny, why do you hate 1v1s?
Hey, this is a bit leading question, I would say. I feel like I'm being pigeonholed here.
Cole, why? Go on, right, Cole. Why is Nolly better than a Chronic? Why is he the MVP so far?
2.25 goals per game against Galaxy Racer, a team who ended up going through to the playoffs, unlike, oh my god, my mind's gone blank, whoever BS Plus beat. Unlike Solar.
Wow.
He didn't make it through, all right? That is why. That's how much they did.
Out of interest, did he score this goal?
No. You've tried it again. They're not ready for you there, mate.
Come on, production. Come on, production. You can do it. There it is.
Did he score this goal, though? Whose nameplate is that? Is that a Chronic out of interest?
That is a Chronic. But there was a demo. He wouldn't have got it without the demo.
All the work there. He's scoring on an open net. All right. Josette's God. It's whatever. Let's find out what you guys at home think. We've got our picks. Two of us who are correct have gone for Nolly for the matches that were important and had an impact on the season. And the two people that are wrong, called Stumpy and Johnny, have gone for a Chronic. So let's see what you guys at home think about this one. Get your predictions in as to who it is.
He's one of the best players.
Guild for Nolly and BSCO for a Chronic.
I think if we lose this, Stumpy, it's because BSCO is harder to type than GL.
I think it must be.
Are you saying the people who think that a Chronic's goal was better are too stupid to type 4 letters? I'd probably agree, Johnny. Yeah,
it's a very big word.
That's a fair point.
I don't know what that means.
I just think, it's difficult. You're like, BSCO guys,
I can't
so much coordination here.
Come on.
Yeah.
Right, remember a Chronic's goal. Remember a Chronic's goal.
Come on, guys, you can do it.
What you think of. A Chronic's goal. Yes, a Chronic. BSCO.
It's recency bias. A Chronic was later. You're falling for the recency bias, people. Don't do it.
People who accidentally type BSOC, we're winning by a mile.
52%.
Nolly has cool hair.
Misspelling. Yeah, look at that.
Oh my goodness.
And they've got a cool zebra.
To 50-50.
So,
51.
But did it change at the end?
Is the MVP of the tournament.
Let's go, Johnny.
Let's find out whether or not he can continue that. Let's get our predictions in for the rest of the day, guys. We were pretty bad. I was pretty bad yesterday at predicting. Last time we did this as well, we were out pretty early. Our prediction bracket went pretty bad pretty early. So let's get the graphic up for how today's match is going to be played. Who is playing against who? I don't know. How should we take this? Obviously, we're going to start pairing up over in the semifinals. I'll take... You know, I took BDS last time and I cursed them, so I'll take Guild versus Wolves. I think Wolves are taking... I mean, no, Guild are taking that. What am I saying Wolves about that one? No, you're gone. Bye. Guild are taking it. They look fantastic this week, and they're going to beat it 4-1 against Wolves, so they will be out. Wow. Cole, BDS Atlantide Wave.
I think it was Stumpy's Wolves poem that was in your head. I'll go BDS 4-2. I'll give Atlantide Wave a couple of games, so they're playing one.
Okay.
It's looking good so far. Alrighty. Who wants the next one?
I'll have.
All right.
Yeah, I'll grab that one. I'll grab BS competition versus Team Queso. And clearly here, we know that Chronic is the MVP. Therefore, he pops off. He takes down the current regional champions, Team Queso. BSCO, they go through a 4-0.
What?
4-0, mate. 4-0.
It's rude.
Johnny approved. He's in your team, Johnny.
Yeah, you're going to have to deal with that, Johnny.
Right, okay, well, obviously at the bottom, I'm going to go 8th or 4-2.
Okay.
Bobby.
Okay. Cole, we're going to do the same thing we did earlier for the split or stick. We're going to go from 3-2-1 and then say who we think is going to win this between Guild and BDS. Are you ready?
Yeah, I feel like we're as one.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Guild.
Team BDS. Shogun, you haven't gone with Guild for about 3 splits. Is this the early full split again?
You're such a plastic supporter, Shogun.
Okay, well,
yeah, they win a couple in your back.
Johnny Stumpy, are you against me on that one?
Well, they did beat them in the group, you know? There's evidence here. It's a close game, close match.
Okay, well, as the host, I will generously say I'm right, and we're taking my one through. You can say how much Guild are beating BDS by.
All right, I'll go nil then. If I've got that power, then I'm going the whole way the other way. 4-0 Guild.
All right. Stumpy, Johnny.
Yeah.
I'll count you down again. 3, 2, 1.
BS plus competition.
Oh my
God. Because to me, Chronic is genuinely that good. They've got the man that Turtle always calls out as their best player, Freaky, on their side. You can't beat him. The Germans don't quit.
All right, I guess Shogun gets to decide again. He's running this.
I've got to put with Johnny for the rest of the day, so I'll go with Johnny here. Hey, we can go through. We'll say 4-3 though, Stumpy. Well,
I'm fine with that.
We'll let you have that one. It'll be real close. It'll be
agonizingly close, so that I'm nearly right.
Plus, you can be, really arrogant towards us when it happens in the green room. So happy with that. We'll go real quick here on this one. I'm going to pick at random. Cole, I feel really bad for putting you in this position. So predict who's going to win the grand finals for all of us.
I will say that we'll think that Guild take it. I'm fully on Team Guild here. I think they're playing so well at the moment. Why not?
I'm so happy that you're so, on board with Guild winning this entire thing.
I am.
You've really been on my side. That's what we're thinking right now.
I respect my
Guild
captain.
victory. We'll say 4-0 over there.
They're having a good day.
Applied that in there, 4-0.
A perfect day for Guild. And what should also hopefully be a perfect day for us viewers as well, because we've had our fun, but it's time to now start looking at the matches themselves. We already saw earlier on just how perfect certain brackets need to be for teams like the Giants, but here are our matches that we've got in the first round. Best of 7s the entire way through. And I also believe that we've got the timeouts back as well today. So Guild against Wolves, Atlantide Wave against Team BDS, BS plus Comp taking on the regional champions Team Queso, and Galaxy Racer up against Aether. Good improvement there from Galaxy Racer, considering they didn't even make the regional last time. But we're going to start off here. Guild versus Wolves. Johnny, we really... we were unimpressed for the most part of what we saw from Wolves in our series. They look very by the numbers, very focused on rotation and heavy hits. What do we need to see improve them today if they are taking on a very informed Guild?
Well, they're just going to have to do that, but a whole lot better. You got to, really just control the ball, because Guild are very good at that hard hit kind of style. They're very good at the power clear battle. But hey, credit to Wolves for making it this far. It shows that they've got the fight. Taking out top blokes yesterday, who are still, in this season. They're in the major potentially, and in the championships. This is, most likely Wolves' last event, and they know that. But they're still really going for it, despite that fact. So massive props to them.
And Stumpy, I mean, we've had a chance. I feel like there's probably not many people in the world right now that are probably as familiar with Rick's Ronde as we are. We were with him back in the Gfinity days, where he really made a name for himself. He was right up there. There was always 2 top scorers during every single Gfinity event. One of them was Ronicky, the other one was Rick Ronde.
Yeah, Rix Ronde is just one of the best still shooting players that you will be seeing on the pitch. Alongside then having Oli and Kuxir, makes Wolves a genuinely quite scary team. Will they have enough against Guild though? That's definitely a different question. But one thing that we can't doubt is their want and their stamina to go through a series, proven completely by Top Looks yesterday.
Well, let's find out what you guys at home think. Hashtag GLD if you think Guild are going to make it, or hashtag WES for Wolves. We already know my prediction. I think it's going to be a 4-1. A lot of teams really need Guild to go out in the first round today. Johnny, are they going to?
Well, hey, if you're ever going to put your faith in someone to, do you a favor, Kuxir historically has been that guy. So a lot of teams are looking for Guild and Galaxy Racer to lose today to improve their chances. But I don't see it. It's too big of an ask. Guild have been phenomenal this weekend. So I've got Guild winning this.
All right, Cole, last time we did this, you turned on me afterwards and just went, well, you said this, but actually I didn't believe in that when we went through the predictions. Guild or Wolves?
Shogun, I wasn't lying. I am fully on the Guild train today.
Hey.
You are my captain. I will follow you to the death, okay? I think that this one is going to be a 4-1 to Guild. Wolves have put on a decent performance. I think they're better than the series that you alluded to the other day when they played by the numbers. They certainly have a play style. Rix Ronde is desperate to get as much ball time as possible and have as many shots as he possibly can do, which is their sort of focal point of attack. But yeah, I think Guild will have a little bit too much in this current form.
Stumpy.
I think a little bit too much is incredibly kind, if I'm being honest. I think that Guild are just, yeah, they are Guild are the probably second strongest team, the third strongest team coming through this bracket, and to come up against Wolves is a little bit of a gift to them. I think that this is a very simple series for Guild, who, after the weekend they've had so far, they have looked incredible. They have looked like they've got new fight, new fire, and they look like a team that I think are going to be underestimated still by a few teams because they do have dodgy results here and there. That's not the Guild we've been seeing. When other teams have faltered, they have stepped up to the plate, stepped up to the mark, and they have knocked out a home run. So I will say that Guild, for me, have won this.
So that's what we think. What do you guys at home think, though? Let's take a look-ski at the overall results. A 68% over for Guild. Wow. So a lot of people believing in the form of Guild. All of us here on the desk have gone with them as well. So we're going to see whether or not our predictions turn into actual tangible results, however, as we kick off our final regional. It's Championship Sunday, over with JamesBot and Turtle.
Honestly, as a fan of the game, Turtle, it's amazing to see Devo going up against Kuxir here in RLCSX. It brings me back.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's unreal to see both players thriving this far into the scene, this far into the game. They developed lovely. And it's good also to see Kuxir back because Devo has kind of been killing it lately. But Kuxir, we're seeing him back on the main page. And I'm excited to see this matchup because a lot of people favoring Guild, but we could get some surprises out of Wolves.
I think the fact that the Wolves are here is a surprise for many people. Rix Ronde, a player who's been on the edge of making it to the higher level for so long. And now with Kuxir and Oli, seems like they might have finally cracked the code.
But the issue is they're up against Nolly, who was just an absolute madman yesterday. I mean, the solo plays, James, that we saw, the 1v3s, he was shooting 50% shooting accuracy on 2.25 goals per game in that series to make it to the playoff bracket. So if he has a similar performance, I just don't see a world where Wolves can keep up.
Yeah, it was reminiscent of the Chaussette DreamHack performance when PSG won that major. And Nolly doing the same thing, that ground-based game, going up 1v3 against the team he was finding success. Will he do it here? First minute has come and gone quietly. Nolly looking to make some noise, but Rix Ronde shut that down. Devo in the corner. He's going to take his time now. Lobbing that up for Tho. Tho shot off the post. It's pinched out. Rix Ronde and Oli both had to go for it.
Yeah, and there was an awkward team bump as the pass still comes through. Saved by Kuxir. Off the backboard, another follow-up chance, but the Wolves defense survives and holds on to this pressure and still has a tied-up game. That was a remarkable standing even after the team bump games.
And the defense from Kuxir, and that was what he was known for back in the day.
Yeah.
Not only that, but a 3-time Golden Striker Season 3, 5, and 7. Cookser knows how to score as well. Rix Ronde for the 50, but he was not able to stay close enough to the ball. It's chipped downfield. Guild controlling the pace, and another stretching save from Oli. Cookser went for it as well. The boost to Tho in the corner as well is still above the net. Devo couldn't get a play on it. Now flicked.
Oh, the demo.
It's high.
No way.
Goes for the read, and Cookser will get the read and punch it in. First goal going to the Wolves.
Look at all this space. Nolly was not in position. The demo comes out then on Tho, who was gonna have the follow-up after the flick came out. But since he's taken off the pitch, there's nobody there. You've got a follow-up from Wolves. They survive goal line save after goal line save, but they're still here and fighting.
And it looked like Devo might have had enough boost to get back in time. He was probably thinking that Oli was gonna just put that in for an easy goal, but Oli not making contact, that opened up a chance for Devo to get back. You even saw him boosting after he saw the miss from Oli. But regardless, huge flick. Wolves Esports gonna go ahead.
Well, and that's just so demoralizing whenever you have all this pressure. Rix Ronde, another flick over to Devo, but he has the save. Goal line save, but Cookser coming up with a follow, and Nolly found another save. This is a battle of defenses that I did not expect.
It's turning out that way so far. Strong shot's gonna be wide. Nolly tried to dribble out. Cookser was there. A miss in the middle. The ball leaks through. Nolly airborne. Goes for net. Hits it. And Guild tied this back up.
All right, I'm convinced this is just going to be goal line save into counterattack. This is the style that we've got in this series where both defenses holding on. The same exact thing that Wolves did to Guild. Guild get some revenge, get that goal line save, have a clear forward, and go for the counterattack. You've got a wide open net so long as you do find that initial save, James.
Oh, nice foot reset there from Oli, looking to do some damage. This is a bad bounce. A Rix Ronde there to help out for Wolves. But on that play, you saw the missed ball that leaked out into the middle, and that threw off Oli, who was third man. He played the follow-up hit from Rix Ronde, and when Rix didn't get there in time, it was game over.
Well, and it's so easy now with what we're seeing for both teams to overextend, because the goal line saves that we have witnessed, they're remarkable. A lot of times you're just going to assume that ball's going to go in. You see it gets saved, so you want to push up a little bit more, extend that rotation, because you can see the pressure and how it's affecting that defense. But then you get too desperate. The counterattack comes through, and you're exposed on defense.
And not only that, but sometimes, as we've been seeing with these saves where they're stretching to it, it's a hard pinch off the post or off the crossbar, which adds even more unpredictability into it. And that is something that can help kickstart a counterattack, as opposed to the more predictable defensive hits like that one from Rix Ronde, right to Devo. Tho was going to take a wide berth around the ball and bounce it off the arc, but Cookser down. Nolly is there. A weak shot will be easily saved by Rix Ronde. Cookser got the boost steal, so Rix didn't have boost to work with. Dribble attempt from Oli. Devo going to try to get one last chance for Guild before overtime. But it touches, and now game one, Guild and Wolves Esports going to be going the distance.
Yeah, and I think a lot of us expected it to be more one-sided towards Guild, at least in the first game, but it's been a resilient defense out of Wolves. I'd say the pressure definitely in favor of Guild, but we all know what happens whenever one player, that's all it takes, overextends. That counterattack is deadly, and Wolves certainly know how to do it.
Speaking of resilience, the most resilient team on Championship Sunday, perhaps the Wolves. They had to go and reverse sweep top blokes. Had a 5-minute overtime as well in that reverse sweep. Grit and determination from Wolves can't be doubted.
They dropped down a little bit of a rough series, I'd say, to Ether at the beginning. So to recover from that and then still get the reverse sweep, that's incredible.
Nothing coming easy for Wolves. Guild going to make sure that pinch. Devo, can he get back in time? No, he can't. and Cookser with an unlikely goal. But I guess it's a pinch turtle, so maybe we shouldn't be so surprised.
Oh, Tho was going for the back pass. It was a pinch between Cookser and Tho. Cookser didn't even realize he was going for the ball. He was just going for that one small, simple clear. Tho saw the defender back, tried to keep possession, but it ends up doing a complete 180 on him and pinches into his own net. That is so painful. But you even talked about it, James. The pinch plays, the unpredictability from those weird clears can throw a team off.
Yeah, I mean, that's not technically a Cookser pinch, but, you know,
yeah.
I think Wolves will take it.
We'll get it.
Anything they can get at this point.
Yeah.
And they go ahead in the series 1-0. And this is, it's a grueling day ahead of all these teams, all best of 7. So
yeah.
it is, it's going to take a lot of work to put this one away, especially against a Guild team where they haven't really shown their hand yet. You know that Nolly has that ability to just score if he's feeling it. But at the same time, Wolves defense managed to save shot after shot.
Right. Well, I mean, we'll only see Nolly start to pop off and have an exceptional game and or day like yesterday if Devo and Tho are able to find the defense to give Nolly those opportunities, because that's what was happening yesterday. We even saw, like, I believe a couple of times where Devo got back-to-back saves within a matter of maybe 3 or 4 seconds. He had to get challenge win after challenge win. And we're not seeing that here. The defense is struggling, and that's forcing Nolly to be a bit more passive. He can't do what he loves to do, which is those 1v2, 1v3 dribble plays. And because of that, the offense is very, very watered down there.
And we saw the offensive play early from Devo. He was going for a dribble, trying to pop it up like we saw Noli. Oh, nice bump, but a follow-up challenge from Oli. Devo trying to get creative. And as I was saying, Rix Ronde had the perfect read, seeing that Devo was going to try to go for that chip play over the defense, was able to get the hit. Wolves Esports doing a great job of reading the intentions of the attackers.
Yeah. Oh, double commit, though. Everybody overextended. You can see the effect that this defense is having on Guild with how close they've been on these shots. Everybody wants to move forward and get that final hit, the execution in, but can't find the accuracy because of this Wolves defense. They are getting the saves that they need to, mainly because Cookser is this fast, but maybe that'll slip in. No, of course not. That Wolves defense, it stays on.
Oli, nice touches, going for the net save from Tho, almost a 1v3 from Oli. And Guild will have to be careful. It's so easy to be enticed by the defense that's leaving you space, giving you chances, and then if you overcommit, that counterattack can be there. And you see how deadly Oli has been with a few key touches to get around defenders. You don't want to put him in a 1v1 situation if you're Guild.
I was most impressed on that counterattack with that first touch. He scooped it over that defender who just flew past him, couldn't get contact because the control that we saw out of Oli. So Wolves Esports, not only do they have those goal line saves, but you've got Oli on the other side taking shots and making the Guild defense look a bit silly.
It's a nice ball for Devo to work with. Going for the flip reset pass, and it's blocked again. Wolves Esports, a brick wall.
You're telling me a flip reset pass into the middle of the box isn't enough to break down the defense? I'm starting to think, what is it going to take for Guild to shatter a defender? You can't get it past the goal line.
This has been a tight game, a tight match so far. Oli with the block. Oli collecting, but the heavy first touch gave it away. And now Devo off the ceiling, not the best touch either. If somebody was there from Wolves, they might have been able to take a shot on net. Guild showing some cracks in the armor. Oli, not a ton of boost. Did get his flip, but decided not to use it. Perhaps even could have pushed that forward with a musty, but happy to just play conservatively.
Yeah, I think that's the game plan for Wolves Esports. They don't want to risk anything if they don't need to. Oli had that flip reset, didn't want to get the challenge in because he can just go by himself when he gets another opportunity. And look at the control this man shows off yet again.
That is such a good play from Oli. You've been seeing glimpses of his brilliance in terms of card control, finesse, and there he puts it all together for a goal. And that one was a great play right from the get-go. That first touch, you saw Nolly was struggling with his first touches. Oli on the sidewall, popping that ball up. And then not only that, but flipping into the ball and getting the right amount of power to be able to get right back up behind it.
It just looks like that first touch is his specialty, James. I mean, on a lot of the counterattacks, Oli is the one who's the most far forward. He's receiving these clears, and the first touch is always pristine. Like right here, you get that first touch to follow it up, get the 50, and push it into the midfield because he can keep that control for his team.
Ollie trying to respond. That was a good fake. He got around one defender. And some confusion between Cookser and Rix Ronde. Devo, he just used all his boost without really making much happen. And Guild, they're going to be fighting from behind the final 30 seconds. Wolves Esports trying to jump out to a 2-game lead. Guild has had some pressure and more coming. Double commit again. And Rix Ronde will be the first one there. Though did not want to commit. The light touch. And now Devo looking for the corner, but only blocks him with the pre-jump. 10 seconds left. Devo downfield right to Oli. Nolly to Tho.
Here we go.
Pounds it to the corner. Rix Ronde collects, but it's hit from Nolly back out to the middle. Low boost for Devo. Off the wall. Tho blocked by Cookser, and Wolves Esports win back-to-back games. The pre-jump from Cooks leaving nothing to chance.
I mean, that represents how this series has gone so far. That one little pre-jump. Wolves Esports, they are reading these plays that Guild are throwing at them perfectly. They get the predictions they need to, even after double commits happen on defense, because while the Wolves Esports defense has looked absolutely amazing, and it's not flawless. There have been double commits. There have been awkward moments for this team, but they find the recovery, and when they need to get a pre-jump and know exactly where Guild are trying to move the ball, they can do just that. And we do have a tactical timeout called by Guild, and you understand why after how these first 2 games have gone.
I mean, you've got to do it at this point. The Wolves have had their number, and this is only going to get more difficult for Guild if they cannot bounce back in this situation. You're down 2 games, you give up 1 more. Wolves will have 4 chances to put the series away, and with how close these games have been, that doesn't seem likely. So this next game, this is going to be such an important game for Guild to bounce back on, especially after that tactical timeout. They're not going to be able to take any more at this point. So this is kind of the all-in moment here for Guild.
I feel frustrated for Guild because they can't get any momentum going. Even when they try to take the first step, whether it's Tho, Devo, Nolly downfield getting the first touch, it's instantly blocked out. Then finally one shot can come through. You're thinking Guild are finally going to build some momentum, get this thing rolling, and it's blocked out and saved. You can see how the defense is working. And then, of course, look at the first touches, the control from Oli. While that one didn't go in, that play is what stuck out the most to me, that showed the skill and control that he possesses.
Yeah, it's a wonderful start so far for the Wolves. They've kept things tight, but at the same time, Turtle, we've seen them double commit on the defensive line. It's been some close calls for him, almost letting some shots in. But if you're Guild, you've got to punish that. There has not been anyone close by to pick up those rebounds. So they're going to have to get a little more aggressive while at the same time being smart on their third man. You got to, make sure that third man is back, but let somebody go for that quick attack to try to clean up those rebounds. Because if you don't, and you give all the space to Wolves, they're going to punish you on that counterattack.
Well, and I think an easy strategy to fall on right now if you're Guild is to go for the physical play, go for the demos, because we're seeing double commits out of Wolves Esports. If you take just one player out of rotation, one player that's coming back as the third man, and then Wolves go into that panic mode and have a double commit, then that's going to be wide open. And that's going to make the demo play that much more effective. We'll see if that gets put into use, or if Guild will just keep taking shots at net that are so close to falling in.
Guild just can't catch a break. And hit off the worst part of the post and took the worst bounce possible. So, wanted that first touch to set up a second effort. And you see Nolly giving up the ball to Oli. Cookser wanted to bump Devo out of the air. And a double commit now. And Devo and Nolly both going for it. So off the ceiling.
Got another one.
But a nice save from Oli to the corner.
Yeah, and it's still saved out, and it goes perfectly to the corner. That's the key. You know, it's one thing to get the save, but then another to keep the possession, or at least put it in a spot where your opponent or your teammates, excuse me, can go for the follow-up. And Oli again, the control, the first touch off the backboard. He takes himself downfield. While he doesn't make a great opportunity out of it, he just completely relieved all that pressure, and they can start an offensive attack.
You see Cookser quickly going for challenges. We've seen Wolves Esports have some space going for the dribbles, going for the chip plays, but we haven't seen Wolves give Guild that same space. Though, controlling it, Oli tipping it to the corner. He's looking at that corner boost, does pick it up. And a nice block from Cookser. It's going to relieve a ton of pressure. See the panic clear there from Tho, and Rix Ronde, the demo on Tho as well. Nolly towards net. Rix Ronde and Cookser both working on that. Rix Ronde actually landed on Cookser's head. That messed up the breakout play, but now Cookser is going to take another whack at it, clearing it down the sideline. Missed on his challenge. Devo low on boost.
It feels a bit awkward with the Wolves defense. It's like they're letting Guild take the shots, which I think is fine, because you can find the pre-jump saves. I'm just wondering, how long can they keep this up? I have no idea. I mean, I would love to see, obviously, Wolves continue this play style, but it's one that seems to be a bit unstable. And yet I say that, but we've never seen it fall short, which is ridiculous. I can't believe what I'm seeing from this defense.
Even there, you saw that ball bouncing across the middle for so long, and the shot, Devo had jumped. I don't know what he was doing here. He jumped for a moment and did he get bumped?
No, he only went across. It looked like Oli was gonna get the demo. It was almost a fake demo play. Oh my goodness.
Devo, he was trying to get ahead of it because he knew he needed to get back to the ground early. Oli fakes the bump play.
Oh my.
And it was enough to get Devo to bite. Jumped for that split second, then the shot comes. Devo couldn't get back down to the ground in time.
I love how we were just watching that play, and we didn't know what was happening at first. We're trying to figure it out, break down what was happening in Devo. The follow-up off the backboard. That was a chance for Guild. It's been a rough day for Devo and this whole Guild offense. My goodness, things are not connecting for him. Wolves are breaking them apart.
When you talk about implications for Guild, they need this win to secure their spot in the major. And that double tap, Oli! A monster out there on the field.
He is doing so much of the heavy lifting. He's way faster than Tho. Absolutely dusts him in the air, then gets the follow-up read off the backboard. Oli, he's got the control, he's got the dribbles, and now he's got the double taps.
This has been unreal. Wolves demoed now on the back line, but Rix Ronde happy to waste as much time as possible. That tactical timeout,
that could be it.
Seeming to do anything, and you see how quick Wolves are. They're happy to pre-jump on those shots instead of waiting and seeing if it's at them in a savable spot. They're just trying to cut that angle out as quickly as possible. It's been working out for them.
We have to see a better passing play from Guild, and I don't say that in a way to discredit what we have seen so far from Guild. It's not flawless. The only way to break down the Wolves Esports defense at this point is to have a pass that is so incredibly fast that you don't give Wolves enough time to predict it. Because if there's any small window for them to get a free jump in or to read that passing line that Guild are going for, it's over. Now 3-on-1. Surely this has got to be something. Cookster almost dodged all of them. He had so many players trying to take him out, and I thought he was going to get it.
You're just holding your breath here. It's literally 3v1. Cookster dodges both.
Oh,
and if he pre-flips, if he half flips there back left, he might have been able to get it, but it just wasn't going to happen.
Sometimes the numbers are just too much against you.
Yeah. Oh, maybe. Oh, it's still up.
Keeping it alive and full boost for Nolly, but it skips off his hood. And Wolves win 3 straight on match point. And if you're the Giants and you're watching this,
wow,
you've got hope.
I mean, Guild have to work so hard. Tho had 10 shots in this game and 1 goal. Then we've got Devo, 4 shots, 0 goals. Nolly, 3 shots, 0 goals. They are having to work incredibly hard to get any sort of opportunity. The 1 goal we saw in this game, James, was a 3v1 against Cookster 97, and 2 players went for the demo, and there was still a very big chance for Cookster to get the save because he had managed to dodge 2 players. That is ridiculous.
Now, this has been a crazy series, and what's been missing for Guild is Nolly's offense and that he brought previously, and all his offensive potential. You saw it against Galaxy Racer. They need it now, and they need it in the worst way. A reverse sweep is going to be required of Guild against a Wolves defense that has been near impenetrable. And you've got to wonder, is this too much? Is this too much for them to overcome? I think it was 10 shots from Tho, and it took the 3v1 for Guild to get a goal, and it still was a close shot.
Yeah, it was very close. Cookster was slippery on the defensive line. I thought he was going to manage to get out of it, and that's the only goal that we've really seen from Guild that looked relatively planned out. So we'll see what we have in store now from Guild, facing match point and trying to fend off a sweep in a best of 7.
This is getting interesting. I don't think many people would have expected Wolves to take out Guild. And it's not over yet, but this has big implications for the Giants, who thought they threw their season away. But perhaps there's more life than we realized. See how it goes. Holy. Flip reset. The shot's going to be high. Rebound. Won't be in a scoreable position. Cookster going for the tip. Cookster, one of those players who is so smart, knowing when to turn and not rotate out. And a pass to the middle. RLCS couldn't get over the ball. But Wolves start out putting all the pressure on Guild.
And you feel for RLCS in that situation. He was in the perfect spot, waiting for the pass from Oli, but didn't have any boost. Here he does have boost, full tank, but still can't get a solid play. He does keep the pressure, which is all that matters in the end, because they can try, again, to break down this Guild defense, go for a demo possibly. RLCS is on the hunt, but no, it's cleared out from Guild. And we'll see if maybe this could lead into something. Of course, we do get a goal line save. At this point, if I see a strong shot go towards the net, I'm not even worried, because somebody from Wolves is going to get that save.
Oh, infield pass. Cookster the chip. But Devo, a clutch read. You have a feeling this first goal is going to be so important, and Guild has to be the team to do it. Otherwise, you feel the series is done and over. Pressure mounting for Guild. A nice chance, hard backboard read, but a perfect touch out. So much so, the pitch off the post, back to the middle. It's not in, but RLCS almost had a heroic solo counterattack. Nolly, the long shot, and it gets by. Nolly, a huge goal for Guild.
And this is a huge sigh of relief for Devo. You get Tho getting the back pass off the backboard, then goes forward with the follow-up from Nolly. And Devo had missed that initial touch as the third man back when it bounced off the post for Wolves. That was supposed to be a goal, a big mistake from Wolves that could be the changing point, the turning point, excuse me, in this series.
Nolly, that offense, Guild relies so much on him for. Low shot. Devo double tap.
Ooh. I like the creativity from Devo. He had no boost, still found a pinch out into the middle. We're going to need to see more of that. Hopefully, if you're a Guild fan, at least the offense is getting warmed up. Wolves still look solid. Another double commit from Cookster. We haven't seen that all game, but unpunished by Guild.
Nolly. Flick. Though controlling it. Deciding to go for the air dribble, but he runs out of boost, but it sets up the shot attempt for Devo. He put it wide and high. Nolly. The reset, ground pinch attempt. Goes nowhere. Rich Ronde, well-timed hit to the corner, and that's something that Wolves have been doing very well, is on their saves, getting it out to the corner so that Guild can't have that rebound opportunity.
Oh my goodness. And then the pre-jumps from Cooks here. The Wolves defense is unbreakable, it seems. That one shot that Guild managed to find was off the backboard, but you're not going to get those chances too often, and you still have to hold it down on defense. If you are Guild,
nice
the devil
pass.
comes out. Surely the save. No, it's not safe from Cooks here. Popped up into the midfield. Rix Ronde was there to clutch it out for the defense.
Wolves Esports continuing to interrupt those shots, filling the lane without any hesitation. But they need some offense now. Guild about to win their first game of the series to keep their hopes alive. Holy. Corner bounce, Cooks her up, though. Hit it downfield, controlled by Rix Ronde. 46 boost to work with. He goes for the chip over one defender.
Seconds.
Double commit from Guild. Oli, center ball to Cookser. Cookser's chip was blocked by Nolly. Huge defensive play. Nolly coming through on offense and now on defense.
Oh, man.
Best touch, though. That one could have been bad, though. Fortunate for Guild that he was there. Nolly. Tap up. Trying to make the defenders miss. Still in the air. Oli, quick to it. Cookser missed the mid boost. Rix Ronde trying to catch it. Doesn't do it. And Guild will stay alive in the series.
Oh, my goodness. But we need a reverse sweep in the best of 7 from Guild. This is going to be a long, long journey. But that is the only way to start it out. Get that first step, the goal off the backboard. It wasn't anything too special, but you were able to punish and capitalize on the Wolves defense. That is a good sign. And we have a little bit of life from Guild. While it wasn't a blowout or anything incredible, it was just enough. And the main factor I think I'm taking away from this, the key point, is that their defense is what held up in the final few seconds.
Yeah, that famous Guild defense that we saw show up in the BDS series, completely controlling that game through their defensive stops and possession. And Wolves Esports now going to have to recoup. They've got some time. This is a best of 7.
Right.
There's a long way to go still in this series if Guild do mount a comeback.
I mean, if we see a Guild reverse sweep, that would be ridiculous, and I still think it all starts off that missed shot opportunity from Wolves in the previous game where Devo was last man back, and Devo's been having a pretty rough day so far, to say the least, and he had missed the ball in the midfield, allowed Wolves to get a free shot on net. They missed. It bounced off the post, and Guild were able to turn it around. That is what changed everything and shifted the momentum.
But still, Turtle, you look at the score lines every single game, just a 1-goal game, and we have not had either team score more than 2 goals in a single game. So this has been a defensive showcase. Nolly, backboard hit. Again, Cooks are taking that right to the corner, collecting the heavy touch, gave it up, but Tho put it right back to Rick's Ronde, so the quick counterattack comes through from Wolves. Nice hit from Nolly, beating Cookser to the ball. First touch from Nolly. He stays ground on the wall. Oh, the dummy. This could be a chance for Guild. The pass down to Tho. Tho off the backboard, and then the jump by Cookser. Rick's Ronde has to get the touch to the corner, and he doesn't fail. For more double commits from Wolves Esports. We've seen that a few times, but they've not been punished for it yet.
Well, it's a frustrating thing for Guild because they have witnessed all these mistakes, all these small windows where they can punish. Even here for Tho off the backboard, got the accuracy, but a save did come out, and now Devo is getting tested on the goal line. He does get the touch, keeping Guild alive here. And the demo from Oli, I thought maybe it was going to slip in. Devo, what is happening with Devo on the back line? He has made another mistake that is crucial to that defense.
I actually think that, I think that there was a piece of it. I think Oli got a piece of it after the demo. He did. After the demo, his momentum slowed down, and Devo didn't read the change. The way the ball was, it was almost impossible for Devo to tell that the ball was touched until it changed speed. That is I have never seen anything like that. A demo that slows a player down so that they push the ball back barely enough, and it throws off the read from the oncoming defender. That was wild.
Well, and you can't even blame Devo for wanting to get up to that early nollie. This is the pop-off we've been waiting for. All by himself, he has the perfect jump off the backboard with that Devo assist on the ceiling.
That is such a critical goal for Guild. Cookser, a weak backflip hit, and Rick's Ronde missing that touch proves deadly. Nolly, clutch goal. And they needed to stabilize quickly, especially after a play like that, Turtle. And you can't really fault Devo too much. It was a crazy demo, and not only the demo, but that touch was insane that it even happened.
Well, and with how fast the counterattacks from Wolves have been, it makes sense why he would feel panicked in that situation, because there's always another player who's ready to follow up. And Devo's trying to get the first touch he can. Now it's not Devo and Nolly, it's Tho and Nolly. That duo is back off the ceiling. Another awkward double commit, it seems like, where Cooks here didn't know if he should go for it or hit the net.
And this was a beautiful play here from Tho, barely dodging the bump from Cookser on the back wall. And that perfect pass out. Guild back in it, but now Rick's Ronde going for the pass. It hit off the arc, but it was well read by Tho, preventing any pass into the middle. Ollie getting rid of that ball. Picked up the corner boost steal. Rick's Ronde heading up the counterattack, late flick. Nolly and Oli. Now you see Cookser diving in. Devo, 50 by Cooks. Cooks gonna leave that for Oli. Oli, first touch control, going for net.
Wow.
Testing everyone. I think everyone left their wheels thinking they might have to get a touch there after Oli was making that play.
Oli, the control. He is a maniac with that first touch. I don't think I've ever seen a player be this consistent. It's so hard to have every single first touch go your way and keep possession, but Oli makes it look so easy, and he does it elegantly. And now here he comes with another dribble, and that's wasting time, allowing his teammates to get some boost, and he can get the touch back to Rick's Ronde. Start this play going. Cooks here, the finish, but Nolly had the pre-jump on that immaculate passing play.
Post it in! Nolly after the immaculate pre-jump save. You think that's enough for Guild to get out of this situation, but no. Wolves relentlessly attack. And a post-in shot from Rick's Ronde.
And the key word, relentless. A lot of times teams will have a passing play that looks beautiful, it looks solid, you get the execution, but a better save comes out, so people start rotating back and get a bit worried. They want to go on defense now and prevent the counterattack. But what do Wolves do instead? They keep the pressure going, allow another midfield pass to come through, and they get the equalizer.
Rick's Ronde trying to work some magic. Nolly couldn't get the corner boost, but Tho does. Pinch off the ceiling and down. Tho will hit it over to Devo. Devo misses his hit. but stays on the play. Giving up possession, though. Oli, solo play chance, pokes it up, gets bumped and pitches it off the ceiling. Noli catching, flicking, and it's tipped by Cookser off to the sideline. Guild, a chance. Oli. The shot going to be blocked by Oli. Wolves trying to stay alive. For the first time in this series, one team is going to score at least 3 goals. Will it be in overtime? Yes, it will. Guild's tournament life on the line. Wolves on the brink of an upset to make top 4.
And they look so threatening on offense, and it's mainly because of this player right here, Oli. He's been pulling out some incredible plays, the first touches, the backboard passes, Cookser with the 50s, but then on the other side, you've got Nolly still getting warmed up, revving the engine. Devo, his saves are starting to come out a little bit more and show his benefit to the team, really. He has been that defensive rock. It struggled a bit in the beginning, but now he's found his form.
So, perhaps getting antsy, giving up possession, but hunting Cookser down, opening up a shot window. Devo took it, but wasn't threatening enough. Oli going right for net, had space to catch it, so it's a rare time where Oli doesn't control the ball. Right. And that could have been all the difference on that play. Perhaps the nerves starting to show. Right.
I mean, overtime is a completely different game, James. You get into this mode where you're a bit more worried, you're panicked. You can even see that was 2 players jumping on the ball. Devo gets the demo on Oli. Now an opportunity if the pass can come through. It does not. Stuffed out, but the pressure's still on for Guild.
Nice little touch from Cookser to the corner as well. Now, though, to end it, it's bouncing off the crossbar. Nolly with the hat trick to end the game, and Guild continue their battle back.
And I think it was a benefit that Tho didn't have the best shot, or he could right in that situation. It bounced off the ground, hit the crossbar, and that defender was forced to jump up, assuming a better shot would come out. If Tho has any more power on that, I think the pre-jump would have worked for Wolves. That allowed for a much easier follow-up, the cleanup, everything connecting for Guild. 3-2. This reverse sweep continues on, James.
Oh, this is getting interesting, isn't it, Turtle?
Oh, man.
Guild with their tactical timeout. And you think that game 3, a must-win game for Guild. They fail to come through. And now you've got the Wolves who are taking the tactical timeout after Guild threaten the reverse sweep. We're currently sitting at 3-2 in this best-of-7 series. Guild winning the last 2. Nolly, his offense finally starting to find its legs, and couldn't have come at a more important time for Guild.
Oh, man, and I feel for Devo. There's so many times, because Devo has been struggling, and I don't want to put him on the spot because he's been put in a lot of awkward situations. Devo, usually the 3rd man back, who has to get a lot of these saves and these last-second touches to keep Guild alive so they can transition on offense. So he has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. So whenever he makes mistakes, you start thinking, okay, maybe this could be the end. Maybe we'll see Devo tilt. But with how experienced he is, Devo, he's been in the scene for so long. He knows how to compose himself mentally. He knows how to get out of a tilted situation. We have seen that time and time again. It has been Devo making a mistake. You start to think things are over, but then he digs himself out of that hole and begins to make more plays on the offensive side.
I mean, it's tough to believe that Guild was able to fight back. That first goal was absolutely an anomaly. You never really see anything like that. And Guild buckling down, Devo getting that assist over to Nolly, and then to make this comeback. Mark John, this has been such a treat to see from Guild, and you wonder if they've got enough in the tank to keep going. This is another match point they're going to have to defend against Wolves, who have been playing them so close. Every single game, a 1-goal game. Wolves not giving up, but neither is Guild.
With the overtime goal in favor of Guild, that sent us into the next game here. It makes me think a little bit that maybe you don't go for the first shot, but here's Tho to completely cut me off. Early start for Guild as they continue the sweep.
And Tho staying behind that ball, hits it center mass. It wasn't the perfect double tap,
but he was able to keep possession right into a dribble, forcing it through in the corner. And every goal has been so difficult on both ends that starting off the game with a kickoff goal, this is already going to be tough for Wolves. They called their tactical timeout, find themselves down 2 now off a power shot from Nolly.
And it's the backflip shot here from Nolly. A lot of players would just toss this up off the backboard and go for a double tap. But with the reads that we have seen from Wolves, you do not want to leave it up to them hitting that backboard save. So what does Nolly do? He just backflips.
Yeah, you like that play from Nolly too, because, and you see it sometimes in 1v1s where you run up, you hit the ball, and then you backflip because it lets you not lose your positioning on the field. It lets you get the hard hit, but also be in a position to clean up the rebound. So Nolly, he's leaving everything out there on the field. Guild showing fight.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the last player you want to see start to gain a little bit of momentum. Nolly, we knew what he's capable of coming into this series, especially after yesterday, where there was even a fight on the pre-show, you know, who was the better MVP. Nolly getting nominated for MVP of the tournament so far, and he wants to claim that title in this series.
Can you imagine being a Giants fan watching this series where you see Wolves go up?
Oh, man, it's terrifying.
3-0, and you're thinking, oh, maybe. And now Guild are marching right back into this series. So we apologize, any Giants fans out there. Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles.
It's nerve-wracking. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be difficult. It's tough. I mean, even in this situation for Wolves, they're trying their best. They've been looking so good on defense, but now the first start hasn't been ideal. That was an opportunity for Cooks here. Couldn't get the final shot on target. There was no follow-up. And Guild, while they've had to work for their goals, they are taking a different approach. It seems a bit more methodical. They're planning their attacks with much more detail, and it's slower shots. Maybe this is a tactic they're implementing. Instead of going for immediate power on a couple of these things, they're giving them the changeup. That's a slow shot from Tho, and Oli has a difficult time reading it.
And this was one of those rare situations where Oli and the Wolves not able to touch the ball to the corner. You could tell what Oli wanted to do was get that ball out to the corner to where he could follow it up or his teammate. Will we see some life? No, we won't. Wolves, that was the golden opportunity. And they threw it away. Cookser shot off the crossbar and out.
Oh, man. I mean, now I'm thinking again about the Giants fans. You see that? It's the one opportunity the Wolves can get back into this. Not even just for the Giants fans, but also for all the Wolves fans out there. That was the opportunity. Half the game left. You could start things off strong in the second half, but still getting saved.
Back saves. What? Wolves, they're getting powerful shots, threatening the net, but now they go and give up a goal on the other end. Guild, they are on fire, and there's nothing that can put them out.
Oh, yeah. Noli, actually, it looked like Nolly there was going to get a touch, and even on the replay, it looked like he touched it ever so slightly. And 4-0 for Guild. And at this rate, so long as the defense of Guild doesn't slow down, I think we're going to get a Game 7, James.
There seems to be no doubt. 2 minutes left, 4 goals, now 5 potentially.
Nolly! Oh, my goodness.
Going off the ceiling, popping off from top to bottom.
And the key to this play is the fact that Nolly did not jump off the ceiling. Instead, he let himself fall down so he could keep his flip for as long as he wanted to, get that timing, and find the shot, an incredible ceiling shot. Nolly, he is the saving grace for Guild, starting to show up right when they need him to.
1-goal games until this one. 5-0. Guild are crushing Wolves right now. And this is the precursor to Game 7, the decider, where both Devo and Cookser will have their name hanging from the rafters. And then the nerves potentially getting the best of Wolves. The defense starting to break down.
Yeah.
And the offense as well wasn't really doing what it had to. Multiple chances, shots right at the defender. Crossbar hit from Cookser.
Well, and now, James, you've got a minute here. This game, you're on Wolves right now, it's a wash. I think you already start thinking about Game 7. You have to mentally prepare yourself. You're in the situation where the other team has all the momentum. Devo is still getting the save. We didn't see any of that within the first 3 games. Guild were clueless when it came to reading the shots from Wolves Esports, but they have adapted. They have adapted, James.
Devo got bumped by Cookser and still has the presence of mind to use his jump and get back and block that shot. Everything going right for Guild, hitting their stride at the perfect time possible. And Turtle, honestly, I didn't think we would see a reverse sweep, especially not in a best of 7. But as we've seen these games continue on, Guild is going to be going into Game 7 with all the momentum. And this is a nightmare situation for Wolves.
Oh, another one. Not
more.
even. I mean, if you're Wolves Esports, you're trying to start building the momentum and have something bleed into the next game, but you're still getting styled on, still losing a couple of opportunities. And my goodness, I'm speechless. We are going to Game 7 in this series.
And a hat trick for Tho and Nolly in the same game. Devo getting one on the board for good measure, ending Game 6 in style.
I mean, there's no reason why you shouldn't just, flash on the other team a little bit. You get the flip reset, and this is how you want to go into Game 7. Wolves Esports, they've got a lot of work to do, but with what we saw earlier on from their defense, you can't count them out. This is going to be a tight match.
It's gonna be, but man, you talk about Devo updating to the latest patch, the Devo Double Tap 2021 edition. Add a flip reset into the mix, and that was the last goal of the game. You think, could it get any worse for Wolves? Yeah. Well, yes, allowing Devo not only to step up his defensive game, but letting him get one of those under his belt. And now this is a 5-alarm fire for the Wolves, who won the first 3 games, every game so close. Even the previous games, all the way through Game 5, 1-goal games. Game 6, getting completely obliterated.
Yeah. And this is such a high-pressure situation for the Wolves to be in, which you don't find yourself in quite a lot. I mean, I just gotten word that there's only been 5 reverse sweeps in a best of 7 in the RLCS, 6 if you're counting qualifiers, and that's in total. This is a very rare sighting, and Guild have an opportunity to add to that history.
And this seems to be the year for Guild. Devo, ever since coming on board, has showed new life. Scoring chance early for Guild as they put that wide. A tip back. Cooks are racing to the ball, and he leaves it for Rix Ronde. The shot going to be pushed wide. Nolly will get a follow-up hit downfield. Guild survive an early attack. And now going on the offensive. The shot, crossbar. It's pinched by Cookser and out. Cookser again going for the touch to the corner. Nolly streaking in. Rix Ronde has to dodge a bump. Nolly, center ball. Tho's there. Nolly falls into the way to block it. Unfortunate for Guild.
Oh, and I don't think Nolly had too much boost to get out of the way when you're flying in. It's hard to change your trajectory and the way that your car is going towards the net. An unfortunate situation. But the key factor to take away here is that Guild, they look strong. The passes are connecting, but don't count out Wolves yet. They are getting demos. They are getting a couple of bumps here, and Cooks here looks to be on point yet again. We cannot see another crossbar shot, though. Wolves have got to be clinical on their striking.
Nolly's double tap broken up. Lob shot. Cookser will tip it to the side. So racing in. High lob. Rix Ronde will be there. Cookser against Devo. Devo wins that 50 back. Oli will catch it.
Well, the
fakes it. Goes low. Throw it in the corner. Cleared up to midfield. It's stopped. Devo has Tho in the middle. Tho's shot. Going top corner, but it's blocked. Double commit. Tho back across middle. Nolly trying to drop it down. It's off the backboard. Cookser will clear it out. Wolves panicking.
But they got a fantastic recovery, but now with the demo coming out from Nolly, that could leave a little bit of a room for error But Devo can't get in front of the shot. That was an opportunity from Cooks here. A bit of a few awkward moments now for Guild, as you think Devo is going to be a bit more aggressive, but it doesn't come out, and we've got a battle for possession in the midfield.
Certainly do. Cooks are looking for the passes, but will Wolves have the guts to commit in a game 7 where one goal could be all the difference? Cooks are back past to Rick's Ronde. Low altitude double tap leaks out to the middle. Holy shot going to be blocked. Cookser, first touch, trying to get around it for the shot.
That's over.
Going to be high and cleared off to the side by Tho. Infield pass from Oli, right to Nolly. And that's cleared out. Rick's Ronde can't get it past Nolly. It's up high. Devo's the shot opportunity. But Cookser was there. Rick's Ronde, first touch, flip reset. Will he get it? No, he's going for the 50. It leaks out to Oli off the sidewall. The pace starting to pick up. We're still scoreless. Half the game gone in game 7. Guild wants to get top 6 in Europe to make championships, and a win here is crucial.
And Guild have matched the defensive reads. At the beginning of this series, Wolves knew where every shot Guild were taking was going. They knew how to intercept the ball, get in front of passes, find the save. Guild couldn't do that whatsoever, and now they have the answer. They have the demo, but it's saved. Cooks here keeps us tied up at 0-0.
That demo opened up an opportunity, and by the slimmest of margins, that ball was kept out of the Wolves' net.
My goodness.
Low boost hit upfield from Rick's Ronde. Nolly, the lob up to Devo. Devo off the arc, gets into the middle, but Cookser, first one there. Tho was deep, but now comes into the play around one defender.
Here we go. Tho
getting through the
midfield.
Through traffic, weaving his way past the defense, and gets the perfect pass to Devo, who is waiting in the middle.
Absolutely totaled the defense of the Wolves all through a dribble in the corner. You get around one defender, you get around the second, and have the perfect pinch pass out. And I cannot express it enough, James. Getting that pass out without too much power because you're going for a pinch, it is incredibly difficult to do, though he makes it look so easy.
Devo's double tap denied, only no boost. Does get the save. Hope alive for Wolves. That seemed a hopeless situation, but still a 1-goal game. And Tho, talk about brilliance in traffic. We saw him do it before, dodging bumps, dealing with the physical play, and making that key pass. Final 30 seconds for Wolves.
They need something, some type of midfield pass, anything unique to throw at Guild's defense. You were getting a couple of easier ones at the beginning, but with how things have turned out, you need creativity. And when you've got Nolly to worry about, I don't think that's going to happen. 2-0 for Guild.
Rick's Ronde thought he did enough, but when Nolly's on the prowl, there is no safe touch. An absolute missile, upper 90, and Guild, they are 10 seconds away from doing the unthinkable.
Wolves, they need something here.
Wolves jumped out to a 3-game lead, but it wasn't enough. Guild battle back and reverse sweep Wolves. Guild putting their name in the history books.
What an incredible performance and turnaround, adapting to what the Wolves were doing best. Whenever they threw a shot at the net, it would get saved. They didn't care. They didn't get tilted, and they managed to fight their inner doubts, and that is something that can be probably the most difficult thing to do for a player. There are few things in this game that are more difficult than getting a reverse sweep in a best of 7. I can't even fathom this, because you go down 3 games in a series. You have to play flawless. Your shots have to be hitting the mark every time, because with what we saw out of that defense, a typical average shot from Guild was not going to be enough, James. Guild, that was resilience. We talked about Wolves being resilient at the beginning. Now it's Guild.
A Guild's unbelievable response. They make that tactical timeout before game 3. They lose. You think it's over.
what is it? You said it's only happened 5 times in the history of Rocket League where a best of 7 reverse sweep takes place. This does not seem like it's going to happen, but then Guild elevated their game to the next level. Nolly, Tho, Devo, everyone popping off, but Tho, you talk about the key plays. You know, it's not always the shooter that makes it for a team. Tho proving that with incredible passes, weaving around the defense and making the play. Guild with a reverse sweep in a best of 7 over Wolves will score a massive win, and their top 6 hopes and their hopes for making the championship are alive. So unbelievable stuff from them. We're going to take a breather. We're going to a quick break, and when we come back, more RLCS X.
said, hey, Caruso. Stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Caruso. Sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now.
And we're back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X Spring Split European Regional number 3. We are on Championship Sunday. We have one match down and plenty more to go. I'm Leaf, alongside me Gibbs, and Cole has decided to join us on the desk here. Give us some of that European expertise. Tell us what the heck happened during that series, man.
It was a really strange series because I don't think that either team, any one of these players, was comfortable throughout the entire thing. Even at the start, the first 3 games, Wolves Esports were winning them. They never looked that comfortable, like they really believed they were going to take this one. And as for Guild, they got their momentum going, I suppose, and they won the 6th game 7-0. Admittedly, that one was pretty comfortable. But other than that, it was nervy. They were nowhere near at their best. We did have a stat come in from big man at DirectRL saying that is Guild's 5th reverse sweep this season, tying them in all regions for them. So we know that this team have got fight at the very least.
Yes, the most there. Like Guild, they find a way, right? And it's been that way pretty much all year long, where Guild's not been a team we talked about a lot, like in that conversation of top 6, and now they're in a perfect spot to reach that spot. But it's because of series like this where we count them out for about 20 minutes and then they just show up and find a way to win. What a surprise there. Wolves, we didn't expect them to be here anyway, but after starting out 3-0, you're like, all right, we can see these guys go far. But no, Guild, they're still alive somehow, and they've clinched a major spot.
May have a lot of best of 5s, but to do it in a reverse sweeps, but doing best of 7 is very difficult, but they do pull it off. Guild take down Wolves in phenomenal fashion. They made the changes that they needed to move themselves on, and they'll play in the semifinals now of our single elimination championship Sunday bracket, Gibbs.
Yes, and one of those perfect brackets that we saw for the Vodafone Giants, what they needed is no more. They needed Wolves to beat Guild, so Vodafone Giants will not finish in the top 6 race, so they are out. Their season is done. Guild, though, moves on. They do clinch a major spot, and now we get BDS and Atlantide Wave. And so Atlantide Wave, so they need to win this entire tournament to clinch a major spot. Then they can get some help in a few other ways, but at the end of the day, they have to beat BDS, and that is going to be a very tall order here.
Yeah, no kidding. BDS versus Atlantide Wave is our next best of 7 series. The winner faces off against Guild in those semifinals there. And Cole, I have a feeling that a lot of people know how this one's about to go.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair to say as well, that Team BDS, overwhelming favorites here. These guys have played once in RLCS X, and BDS won it 3-0 in the grid, and that was when BDS never play at their best. So in a best of 7 on Championship Sunday, Team BDS trying to make sure that everybody knows they're still the big team in EU. I think it's fair to say that Marked by Extra and Monkey Moon are the big favorites here, but Atlantide Wave, they've got some danger, man.
Yeah, with BDS, I felt like it was just one hiccup, right? They played Guild, and that was after the news, there's no World Championship, where BDS was really looking forward to playing North America because they've conquered Europe, and they know that. So, I could see where they could waver a little bit, but then they bounce back and play Vitality and dominate them. So, BDS is back and forth. They took one day, they took 24 hours, and now it's BDS again.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a tall order for Atlantide Wave here. They're going to need everyone's support. So let us know now. It's time for the fan vote. Who you think is going to be taking this one? Give it to Atlantide Wave. If they need the support, so give it to them. I think I know which way it's going to go here. Let's put our predictions out there too. Do you guys want to play the percentage game as well? Because that's mostly all we can do in this situation. So I'll kick us off. Obviously, we're BDS across the board here when it comes to predictions on percentage. I think chat isn't going to end up stepping behind Atlantide Wave, and we get an 89% for BDS on this one. Oh, Gibbs is writing this down.
I had a number ready. I'm going to hold it until Cole goes.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this could be a record. I'm going to go with 93% for Team BDS. I think that'll be a record.
Double Snowman. We're going 88.
88.
So I'm going a little bit lower than Leaf. So I'm on the low end here.
That's so cute.
It's double infinite science. He's 2 times infinite.
Oh,
wow. They did step behind them. My call to action worked, or they just really wanted us to be wrong.
Listen to yourself, Leaf. Yeah,
that's no record, is it? No.
yeah, they just really want us to be wrong here. So for Atlantide Wave really needs to find some sort of magic here on the field in a best of 7 against Team BDS, that dominating team from Europe. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS, and give that full support to Atlantide Wave because you know they need it. But let's find out now if they can overcome BDS in the Skybox.
Well, Turtle, we'll see if BDS can keep their dominant streak alive. It seems like they have been almost unbeatable, but we're getting towards the end of the year, and you wonder if they've got enough gas in the tank to keep powering through.
Yeah, I mean, I would be shaking a little bit if I was BDS. I mean, even if BDS say go up 3 games after what we just witnessed, who knows what's going to happen? That's why you love to watch Rocket League. So hard to predict what these teams are going to do on the day, but BDS with their results, their history, it's hard to vote against them, James.
It is tough. BDS dominance like we've never seen. Prime getting blocked by Monkey Moon. Extra infield pass to Mark, and that's well defended by Sizen.
You can already see BDS, the game they want to play, going for infield passes, got a lot of pressure to start out with, and this is a nice little follow-up from Extra getting on the board.
And that didn't take long. You see how quick Mark turns, goes off the backboard. Sizen too slow on that one. Would have had to jump right as it was bouncing off the backboard. Extra had to read the whole way. And those are really awkward reads. You could see that ball was almost directly above Sizen's head. So he's got ball cam on. He can't see Extra.
Ooh, the touch from Monkey Moon. Hold on a second. We need to break this one down again. Look at this touch, James. It was so delicate. Just scooped it right over Sizen, and then you've got the follow-up from Mark.
Yeah, Mark, one of the most fearless players when it comes to staying in the play and taking the shot. And when you get a nice setup like that, Monkey Moon was on 0 boost as well. That's just perfect there. Monkey Moon playing setup, man. And BDS in the first minute jump out to a 2-goal lead. And this first minute has been played almost in its entirety. And the Atlantide Wave have.
Well, and how are you going to counter off the BDS offense whenever they're throwing everything they have at you? There's been a lot of different tactics so far from BDS. A couple of backboard hits, a few midfield passes, and then also the solo dribbles that we did just see from Extra, where he's taking things a little bit slower. So BDS, if you're fighting up against them, you've got to worry about every outlet that they can throw at you.
Prime up to Sizen. Mark is there for the 50. No one makes contact, and Mark does get a touch on the second effort, and that threw Redison off. And now this one going to go off the post. And a nice save from Prime. Redison as well with the save. That was a nice defensive stop there from Atlantide Wave. They're already down 2. They can't afford to give up more.
I think that's good hope, though, for Atlantide. You can at least block out a couple of shots. You know that your defense can get warmed up and deal with the pressure of BDS. Those were some fantastic shots that were placed well. They still found the save even after the post bounce. So, you know, there is proof and evidence on the field that Atlantide Wave can't keep this one close, but you're going to need a better start. And this is how you get things going. A demo from Sizen and the follow-up from Prime.
An incredibly smart play there. Sizen, instead of rotating out, going for that demo right away. And Atlantide Wave are in this still. We're not even at the halfway point. You wondered if they were going to have enough bite on their attack to get one by BDS, and I guess the answer is yes. Now a 1-goal game. Extra off the corner pass. Monkey Moon back to Extra. Extra controlling it. The patience there from BDS. Cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah. And I mean, James, these guys did play off against each other in the group stage, and it went to game 5. And I think that bodes well for the confidence of Atlantide Wave, knowing they can keep things close, keep it competitive against BDS. And, you know, maybe things could be different this time around. Monkey Moon didn't have the follow-up, marked by 8. Now in the corner, he's looking for some kind of rotation to keep the play alive, but instead actually goes all the way back and leaves Sizen in the midfield because he knows Monkey Moon will have a better challenge and a better shot opportunity. Make it 3-1. BDS starting to run away with game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, even on these goals, you see Radisson getting baited in there. It seems like it's effortless for BDS.
Right.
On the goals that they have gotten. And so BDS, strong start, but still, this is within reach for Atlantide Wave, but you just have to keep your eyes glued to BDS. And you mentioned that these two went to game 5 when they played in the group stage, Turtle.
Yeah.
But I would be curious what BDS's record is in game 5s. Right now, they seem unbeatable.
Well, and you've got to handle everything. It was Monkey Moon initially with a flip reset shot opportunity. Then Extra comes through, gets a flip reset off the backboard, and he can use the flip reset to get the power and find the angle. BDS, they are coming in game 1, warmed up, ready to go. They don't want to waste any time.
BDS, strong start. The one goal that we saw out of Atlantide Wave was off the back of a demo. Monkey Moon, the sidewall. Radisson, nice play. Almost got the double. Had the defense beat there. Mark twirling, trying to get the double, has the pass out. Extra bailing on the play. Now Monkey Moon will come in, taps it up, low boost for him. Pinches back towards net. Radisson will get a piece of it. Back to the corner. Prime across the net. Really not dangerous at all.
I do like
above the crossbar like that.
Yeah. Well, you can see Radisson was actually staying up top and waiting a bit. There's been more demos from Sizen too. So good looks from Atlantide Wave. I mean, this is what brought them to game 5. It wasn't enough to break down the defense, unfortunately, this time. But with a clear like this, maybe it would lead to something. No, Monkey Moon stuffs it out, keeps that pressure up.
Radisson. Extra just hits it back towards net. Prime. Stretch to it. Back pass from Extra. Getting intercepted by Prime. Went for the 50. Blocked by Monkey Moon. Now off the corner. High. Mark first to it. Prime getting 50. And it's going to go towards net. Off the backboard. Sizen will clear it out.
15 seconds left. I was a bit concerned with that rotation from Sizen. It was very wide in the defense, but he didn't manage to get back in time. A pinch play from BDS. And my goodness, it was a strong performance. I think there were a couple of opportunities from Atlantide Wave, but nothing that was near the same level as BDS.
And BDS, it seemed like this game was routine. Controlling the ball, controlling the possession, quality shots, beating out the defense. The one goal we saw out of Atlantide Wave came after the demo from Sizen, who cleared the way. So you wonder if they'll start relying on that a bit more. We didn't see a ton of demos in that game, but the one that we did see from Sizen proved to be at least a goal-scoring situation for Atlantide Wave. We'll see if they can pick that back up. But BDS, towards the later part of that game, Turtle, seemed to be in full control.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 11 shots to 4 on Atlantide Wave. And even taking a look at the replays, there were a couple of chances. This was, the one opportunity for Atlantide Wave on the demo play. You thought maybe they'd get back into it, but then with all the space that was given up to BDS, I mean, Atlantide Wave had no boost, and then on top of that, you're giving away space because of that to BDS. That's dangerous. I would like to see Atlantide come in here and take the midfield boost a little bit more, try to starve out BDS, because that way you can at least deplete their opportunities a little bit, and that's all the difference against the
Radisson almost getting that double tap. Came close last game as well. Just not enough boost. Mark towards net. Stretching save from Prime. Monkey Moon on the rebound. It's up high. Double tap ball. Leaves it now for Mark. Mark staying close. Pinch will send it out to the side. Extra in support. Wrapping it around the corner. Prime couldn't get the corner boost, so he'll be empty. Can't really go for the follow-up. Mark is there with tons of boost to spare. Ground pinch. Stays behind it. Didn't go anywhere. Monkey Moon will lob it up high. Radisson out. No one to go to, though. BDS march on. Pressure is mounting. Mark in the corner. Extra to himself. Push this through with an air dribble to 50. Get cleared off to the side, but Monkey Moon snagged that corner boost again. Boost troubles. And you see the ball slip by. The shot going to be saved off the post. Sizen getting a small touch. It's enough. Monkey Moon dribbling it backwards with the 50 will send it high above net. Scoring chance, but it's gone off the backboard. Extra perhaps trying to set up Monkey Moon, but again, the play fizzling out for BDS. BDS, though, you'll wonder how long they can be denied on the goal line. Chance after chance, and a Monkey Moon not letting this Atlantide Wave team even touch the ball on defense. We're approaching 2 minutes of attack. Extra, light touch, Mark to the side, Radisson full boost, clear, he's got Sizen, counterattack chance, Sizen off the post, and in! Atlantide Wave hold up on defense, and they march down and score on offense.
Look at the clear from Radisson. He saw Sizen all the way downfield on the left-hand side. You're not going to get a quality counterattack without a clanger of a hit there from your own corner. Atlantide Wave, this is exactly what they needed, and now BDS are struggling and uncomfortable.
Crazy. That was the first shot for Atlantide Wave compared to the 7 we saw so far. And now another one. I can't believe this one went in.
When you're getting some security now, this one should not have gone in, but he got the bump instead. And Monkey Moon saw the bump opportunity, but it was too late with the rotation. I still think Monkey Moon could have found the angle, but in a difficult situation, you don't want to blame him.
Yeah, that was a tough situation because, like you said, maybe seeing the bump play a little bit late, and now
oh my goodness,
that ball as well.
What is going on? The BDS defense, they're not ready. They can't find the touches they need to, and I think it's because Atlantide Wave, they're getting the second follow-ups, James. That's another play where you had Radisson getting the extra touch.
Even there, Monkey Moon must have seen Sizen. He didn't even jump. That was a savable ball. You get behind. Must have been a situation where Sizen was hiding in plain sight. I don't know how Monkey Moon didn't see him there. He must have been playing the double tap and looking at the double tap and just lost sight.
Yeah. Well, and I think BDS, they have so much confidence with each other going for challenges that they already assume that their teammate is going to find a touch or at least get a challenge in. So when that doesn't happen, which is a rare event for the BDS defense, they aren't sure how to handle it or to really launch some damage control, because you need to have a follow-up that's fast and in time, and maybe that comes down to communication. Maybe whoever's challenging first doesn't communicate in time, and that leaves Monkey Moon in a dangerous spot.
Monkey Moon, he is not his normal self, even on those plays. You saw him miss the touch at midfield, the double commit. Getting beat on that 50 there. Such a strange game this has been. It started off with 2 full minutes of attack by BDS, where you're thinking, okay, BDS is going to dominate.
That's a free one. It's free.
Radisson blasting this home. What are we seeing?
Well, it's a free net for the Takumi. It's free for the Takumi. I cannot believe what I'm seeing out of this play. That was a good 50 that popped up, but BDS, normally they have somebody to follow it, have that rotation coming through. They weren't ready for the aggression. I think, simply put, they didn't expect these challenges, and they can't win the challenges, James, and this is what happens when you lose that 50.
Unreal. Mark getting bumped.
Oh,
the
man.
50 passed.
5-0.
goals. What? BDS is falling apart.
Extra has 2 shots, 90 points. And while points don't represent everything, I mean, that's something you've got to take note of. The man who does a lot of the work on BDS and creates plenty of opportunities. Here we can see Atlantide Wave have been put on defense a little bit, but they are passing the test and managed to get this one out, or at least win and match some 50s in the corner. This is unexpected, especially with how dominant BDS looked in the first game.
You talk about a boost to the psyche. if there was any worry from Atlantide Wave, whether they could hang with BDS, I think that has been answered here. A shellacking 5-0. BDS might get one. No, it's saved. Radisson, the rebound comes out, and Extra will finally get BDS on the board, but too little, too late. 41 seconds left, a 4-goal deficit. BDS going to start looking to the next one.
Well, and this is a good way to keep things flowing into the next game. And at first I was confused on Monkey Moon's attempt there to go for the double tap. It seemed like the far left side of the net was wide open. Could have gone for the early shot, but at least you have a follow-up of Extra to get it. And still, it's not enough, like you said, not enough time, but you can still build on something. Okay, if there's one team to get this crazy comeback, though, it's BDS. Maybe there's a chance.
And this was a nice play from Monkey Moon. Didn't get the goal, but you saw Prime forced to jump up, defend early, and then the shot had to be saved, and it was a rebound opportunity. So Monkey Moon bouncing back, and BDS, you know, you think it's impossible. I would still say
no, it's not. It's not. This is it.
Oh my goodness! I have never seen anything like this.
I'm telling you,
I still can't believe, but it's possible.
I believe, and there is no bias whatsoever. It's BDS, and you're giving them opportunities. Atlantide Wave have looked unreal at the beginning of this series, but then, or not the beginning of this series, the beginning of this game, but once you start slipping up a little bit, things could be over. BDS are not going to give up without a fight.
Sizen figuring that out. Extra will take it up himself. The 50, and a quick clear from Prime. That's going to eat up too much time off the clock.
Or is it, James? Or is it?
Turtle, I know you were hoping for it, but
come on, man, I want to see something.
Are just too much, and that was one of them.
Oh man, but it was possible.
BDS though, Turtle, I think is going to be happy with that late game comeback, and Atlantide Wave perhaps not going to carry as much confidence through after that comeback was mounted.
Yeah, it definitely softens the punch for sure and makes it a little bit easier to digest. Instead of going 5-0, you get a couple of goals in, you look solid, and Extra was able to battle back. I talked about how he didn't really do much at the beginning of the game, low points, barely any shots, no assist saves coming out. It was just a bit of a quiet game from him. So to see him battle back, get into this game and move into game 3 with a little bit more confidence. I'm sure BDS aren't feeling too pressured, but this is an indicator to everybody viewing at home if you're favoring BDS, which is a logical thing to do in this situation. But Atlantide Wave, they've got the potential, they've got the skill, and whenever they're applying pressure, they can break down a defense even as good as BDS's.
This has been an interesting start to the series. Even this game, if you were to paused it 2 minutes in and said Atlantide Wave is going to score 5, I would have said you're crazy.
Absolutely.
And Team BDS, they started out doing exactly what BDS does best, possessing the ball, keeping the attack on. But Atlantide Wave, their defense held up, and that counterattack has been on point for them, especially Sizen. Some really powerful shots, well placed. So we'll see if Atlantide Wave can keep that up. We're back even at 1 apiece in the series.
Well, I'm happy you mentioned Sizen because he was the exact player I was looking to when I saw Atlantide Wave move up on offense, and somebody who was making plays. I think they are going to need to rely on him as much as they can to get those plays in. But BDS, they keep up that same trend that they started at the end of last game, and you've got Extra leading the way.
You see Prime coming all the way from the backboard, and that was a double commit of epic proportions. Radisson also jumping up on that. I think if you're Prime, you just stay there, just wait. Regardless, whatever you do, communicate it. So, tough mistake there from Atlantide Wave. They'll find themselves trailing early.
But they're going to need good midfield pressure, and they have it. I mean, Prime is there, even though he was the man to double commit previously. He seems to have recovered rather nicely, and I am happy with the way Atlantide Wave are taking the boost. I wanted to see them grab those midfield boosts, and on the rotation back, they find it. We just see Radisson get the midfield boost, and he's able to turn back into this play, go on offense, get a touch back to Prime, and because you take the midfield boost, because you stay in the rotation, you can find a play even on BDS's defense.
And this one, hard hit ball. Radisson actually getting up. Monkey Moon and Mark both jumping for it. And one thing they didn't calculate was Radisson being there for that infield pass. That was such a good play.
Yeah.
Really
I'm telling you
that double commit, but not only that, just a great touch.
And if Radisson doesn't get the midfield boost, he is so much slower to rotate out, and he's not going to win that challenge. He's not going to get up to the ball in time. Somebody on defense from BDS will find that touch. Midfield boost, so important against BDS in this roster.
And that one, a strange play. Monkey Moon holding on to the ball, almost getting a second touch off the ground. But had a teammate, I think it was Extra, fall from the sky and hit it off his head. Mark off the crossbar and out.
Oh, another double commit. What is this? Communication seems off, James.
And now you see the goal line play as well. Prime. You see that miscommunication proved to be fatal. That double commit. Prime used up all his boost and wasn't in position to make the play afterwards.
Well, and he used up all his boost after the double commit, and then he realized he had to get some form of pads. There was only one pad on the way to the corner boost, which had not spawned yet. If that corner boost was up, he could have rotated back in time. Surely would have gotten a challenge, but unfortunately for him, couldn't find any and was left in no man's land.
Atlantide Wave. They find themselves down 1, but a demo from Radisson gives them short numbers advantage. Extra and Monkey Moon working together, and that's a thing of beauty for them. Extra pushing that downfield.
Oh my
goodness. They'll get that third goal.
Monkey Moon, he is a tank, winning challenge. And then a second challenge in the midfield to keep moving forward. The hustle and muscling through on that midfield play. And you give it to Extra, who has been much more accurate. There's another chance off the kickoff, a little bit wide for Monkey Moon, but he does take the corner boost, and that's already a great start off of another solid goal.
Solid goal, solid touch over to Extra as well, putting that ball slightly upfield, but that infield pass shut down, and I thought it was a scoring opportunity, but Mark comes in and pickpockets and scores on the other end.
Oh, man. And you respect the idea that Prime had to go for that as the third man back. I mean, that's a crispy opportunity that gets placed right in front of BDS. But they just had the read. That's as simple as it can be, James. BDS knew there was going to be a strike in the midfield, timed the challenge better, and caught them overextended just when you think Atlantide Wave are going to battle back. BDS punish you.
But Sizen keeping this game close. You see a double commit. Monkey Moon and Mark both going for it. Monkey Moon on the follow-up also jumped with Extra. And a great shot to follow it up.
Yeah, it's been a relatively sloppy game from both defenses. Several double commits, a lot of weird positioning from BDS and Atlantide Wave. But it makes for an interesting game. There's the other double commit that we're talking about. The ball actually opened up the opportunity. Sizen. I can't believe this is all it took after that double commit.
Yeah, Monkey Moon gets slapped by Sizen. And Extra, it was a not only a double commit, but a team bump double commit. And BDS couldn't recover. And this has not been a clean series, Turtle. Like you said, we have seen some tough plays from both teams. But, I mean, honestly, I would say we've seen fewer double commits from Atlantide Wave.
Yeah. Well, and what I'm a bit baffled by is the fact that Atlantide Wave, while they are putting on some really great pressure, I don't think it's enough to force out these double commits. You know, it's not making BDS panic, and yet we still see those team bumps. And this one wasn't the best touch from Sizen. He tried to get it out, and I don't hate that touch. If Prime moves out, it can be pretty effective, but the communication wasn't there yet again.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a pretty bad touch there, Turtle. It's setting that ball up in the middle. Sizen had to hit that over to the corner, or at least hit it down the sideline, not right back into the middle where someone's waiting. And Monkey Moon getting another one. So defensive troubles doesn't really matter for BDS when you're scoring 6 goals in a game.
I think BDS are just getting comfortable at this point. Winning challenges like that in the corner from Extra that pop out perfectly into the midfield, and then you're also getting gifted the touches that we mentioned earlier from Sizen. It does make sense as to why their defense is a little bit rusty, but, you know, maybe this is giving confidence to the other team going in to face off against whoever wins this. They know that they are a bit more polished. Maybe Prime on the flip reset. Nice little look.
was a nice look, and Goose steals in the corner. See if that's enough. No, it's not. Mark playing that to the corner nicely. Challenge from Extra. Sizen comes in to help. Getting a bump. Sizen seems to be the aggressor. Looking for bumps, looking for demos on that third man. It's paid off a few times.
Oh, but the speed from Monkey Moon. It's plays like this that create such a threatening offense with Monkey Moon's speed and ability to win challenges. And then now, whenever you're forced back on defense, you do get the touch. Don't get your corner boost, though. And 50 seconds left. BDS, they just got to hold on. But with what we saw at the previous game, maybe there's a chance for Atlantide Wave, James. I'm a believer, okay? I want to see something crazy.
I think you have more belief than I do, Turtle.
Hey, we just saw a reverse sweep in a best of 7, okay?
Yeah, but
you never know.
One thing.
You never know.
Coming back in games versus 3 goals in less than a minute.
Against BDS.
Yes, but a BDS that has been struggling a bit. This has not been perfect BDS. However, you see how good their offense is.
I mean, maybe they're not feeling the pressure too much, and this could result in them. I don't want to say, like, you know, it's not like they're taking this not as serious, rather, but instead with the free shots they've been given, this could be a time for BDS to implement some new tactics. Maybe it'll create a sloppier defense, but they could develop some new ideas. We have seen more challenges from Monkey Moon and a bit more aggression from Extra. That could be something they're trying to implement going forward into the playoff bracket.
And it seems like it's been a bit nonchalant from BDS. Not necessarily. Normally, you expect them to be so tight on their communication and so tight on their defensive plays, but perhaps just taking it a bit easy, like you said, and just playing offense and, you know, focusing on scoring, and you know, it just is what it is. Right now, BDS has shown some vulnerability, but if this is a vulnerable BDS and they're still winning game 6-3, I think BDS likes their chances.
Yeah, exactly. I think the key takeaway from this is understanding that BDS aren't getting tilted or upset at the fact that they do double commit. Whenever something awkward happens, like a double commit or a team bump, if they don't get in their heads about it, they shrug it off and they move forward and are able to regain and get another goal. I think that is the main element you have to pay attention to whenever you're looking at BDS, and especially if you're a fan of them, you can understand that they get out of their heads, but we can't count out Atlantide Wave, who brought them to game 5 previously. You never know.
That's a nice pass, but Extra was on the backboard waiting. Monkey Moon having a bit of an up and down series. Defensively, not the best, but offensively making some plays. And there, we need to see a nice defensive breakup from Monkey Moon. BDS is known for their slow starts, but even a BDS slow start still is a win.
Look at all the space.
What is going on?
I don't know. We're seeing so much space given to BDS. I don't think they're ready for it. So Monkey Moon, he lands under the ball, and he's like, wait, I have nobody challenging me? And then he just breaks his own teammates' ankles, and they still keep pressure on. After a play like that happens, there's no punishment. I mean, that's why BDS are able to take this a bit more nonchalantly, because the pressure's not there.
Pressure all in favor of BDS out of the gate.
Does he have his flip? Oh.
Monkey Moon taking that off Extra's hand. I thought he was going to actually bump into Extra.
Right?
Snuck by.
I think Extra would have taken it from Monkey Moon if he had gotten the flip. It didn't look like he managed to find it after the challenge. Monkey Moon came in, and there was the illusion of Extra behind the ball, so as Atlantide Wave sees that, you want to stay grounded, you want to stay down, assuming Extra will go for a fake and let it drop, but Monkey Moon just smacks that ball off the backboard and gets a double tap.
Honestly, if Extra doesn't respond to that call and boost downwards, I think Monkey Moon might have ran into it and would have broken up that play. Sometimes getting out of the way is the best thing you can do.
Oh, certainly.
Flick from Mark on 0 boost, beats out the defense. No boost, no problem for Mark by 8.
Oh, it's clean. There's all the time in the world for this man to calculate the next move. Gets that flick over the defender. Wide open net. BDS, they are loving the space that's given up to him.
Finally utilizing it. Whereas in the past, we've seen them struggle to put away opportunities after they've been given so much space. And now they're putting in goal after goal after goal. Everyone getting a piece of the pie. 1 goal apiece so far for BDS.
Not the best touch from Radisson. I mean, you could see what he was going for. He wanted to get a pass to the other side across the field for a stronger redirect, but that pass, far too low to the ground, not enough power. And for a team like BDS, they are used to it and know how to punish whenever a poor touch comes out.
And another miss. Will we see a fourth? No, Radisson. Oh, yes, we will. I spoke too soon. Radisson got the hit to the corner, but it was too weak, and it was intercepted by Mark.
And that's Prime on the backboard. You got to find a touch. Just a bit sloppy from Atlantide Wave. Maybe they're feeling the pressure more than ever now. You're in a best of 7. A long journey ahead of them. 3 minutes left, and already 4 goals for BDS.
Such a strange series to witness.
Yeah.
Had that anomaly in game 2, Atlantide Wave. Scoring 5.
I know. I mean, I don't even remember that. Whenever I see this game and the previous one, it's like I almost forgot about that game from Atlantide Wave. And that just proves they have this hidden potential, hidden power within them. Just waiting to see them utilize it.
And you wonder how much it is their power and how much of it was a weighed down BDS. It's tough to tell because BDS is destroying them in this game 4-0 as we just hit the halfway point. But some life being shown by Atlantide Wave. Prime sniping that corner.
And if you got half the game left, this is more than enough time. Prime, nice little shot. A lot of people would assume he goes for a backboard touch or potentially dribbles it, but it's one early shot and one relatively late goal for Atlantide Wave.
And had to keep that high. Defenders in net. Hitting the mark. That's a good response from Prime. But how weird this series has been, Turtle. You know, I wouldn't put this out of the realm of possibility that Atlantide Wave score some and bring it back.
No, I believe. I'm a believer. I want to see something spicy today, James, okay? I want to see this comeback.
I mean, we already saw some spicy stuff today with that Guild Wolves series.
Well, I'm talking about this. Okay, look, I have high expectations, all right? We got the reverse sweep of the best of 7. And then now, I want to see, you know, an incredible comeback in one individual game. It's possible. Let's believe.
Time running out, though. And with the time running out, so is the belief. Sizen going hard off the backboard. It does come out to the middle, but Extra comes out with the ball. Radisson fighting Extra for the boost. It bounces out to the middle. Sizen will half flip to it. One for the dribble, flicks it. And Mark did well to dodge the bump attempt and hit it downfield. Extra up early, off the ceiling and down. Monkey Moon shot, gonna be saved. Rebound out to the middle, and Radisson will take control off the backboard. Everyone up. Sizen gonna hit that downfield. Final minute, 3 goals separating Atlantide Wave from BDS.
And Atlantide Wave, they're struggling to find communication. A lot of times we will see them all jump up for a player, have a double commit. But what I have noticed, they thrive with the ground play. They want to dribble this ball out a little bit more. It gives them time to develop that play moving forward, and they can anticipate things a little bit easier. That was an opportunity. Sizen comes in, doesn't find the angle. 30 seconds remain. Another one for BDS as they run away with this series.
And Mark, one of the best in the game at getting above the ball and putting in a perfect shot. That one, you can't ask for much more from Mark in that situation. It's a bounce. It's going to be a tough read. It's tough to get that hit perfect. Usually you're hitting it too low or you're sailing it high. Finding that medium is really difficult. Requires a lot of precision.
Yeah, and while it does look a little bit less flashy than what we normally assume BDS are capable of, it's those small fundamentals that make BDS so consistent. There's plenty of teams that can pull off crazy mechanics. Speaking about crazy mechanics, Extra, a nice shot from the corner.
Unassisted, and you see him air rolling left, setting up for maximum power, a top corner shot. And the shooting from BDS is looking good, especially in the home stretch of this series.
Fundamental striking. It's nothing involving a lot of flip resets, although we did see those earlier on from Extra. It comes down to finding the accuracy when you need to, something that we didn't see, for example, from Guild at the beginning of the last series, but they turned it around. Meanwhile, BDS have just stayed rock solid in every aspect.
Yeah, BDS, really huge game for them. 6-1, almost getting the Brazil. And they put on so much pressure on Atlantide Wave that Atlantide Wave is going to be using a tactical timeout to try to figure out what to do next.
I mean, what do you even say during this timeout? I think it's tough. I think this is more of a confidence thing. They're going into challenges off the backboard and not finding reads when they need to. I saw Prime have a pretty tough miss earlier on in this game. And those are the simple touches that you need to find. And it just comes down to mechanics and being on point. I don't think there's too much to worry about with the rotations that have seemed solid. Now it just comes down to making solid contact with the ball, James.
And hoping that BDS shows more cracks in their armor. We saw BDS in this series have some plays that you don't really see them make. The team bump double commit that led to a goal, just double commits in general. The play from Monkey Moon where Extra's racing to the ball and Monkey Moon just taps it to the side, breaking Monkey Moon's Extra's axles. So we've seen BDS show some weaknesses. The question is whether Atlantide Wave can make the most of that. And right now it seems like the answer has been no, especially after that last game, 6-1. The offense coming out from BDS, perfect striking. You said it, fundamental, solid shooting. Sometimes that's enough when you can place it like BDS has been.
And I think it's a lot of respect that Atlantide Wave are giving to BDS, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, you see Monkey Moon Extra behind the ball. You don't expect them to get a double commit play. You don't expect them to have a team bump. But with what we have witnessed in this game, you need to be more confident. Your positioning has got to be more aggressive. There's several times Atlantide Wave are all on the backboard, going and expecting some incredible hit from BDS, which doesn't come out. But then that benefits BDS because it makes them and forces them to slow down. And then they're like, wait, we're not going to get punished. We have all this space. Let's make use of it. Atlantide Wave, they've got the skill. They've got the firepower. They just need to connect it all together.
And Sizen has been connecting on some demos. They've been close. And Atlantide Wave back in game 2 showed that they can score against this BDS squad. But now, Atlantide Wave, will their tournament end here? BDS can keep this going. It's going to be tough for them to come back from.
BDS have won every single kickoff, it feels like, as well. They are just consistent. You can even see Extras now going for a couple of bumps. That's a good challenge and a good start for Atlantide Wave as they look to keep some pressure, even more bumps from Size. And this is what opened up their initial scoring in that game where they absolutely destroyed BDS. We'll see if we see that again.
Monkey Moon letting that go back to Extra, faking like he was going to go for the 50. And that actually did bait out the touch to get it back to Extra. We see a double commit now for Atlantide Wave. Mark over to Extra. Monkey Moon also waiting. The pass comes. The shot is going to be blocked. Huge save from Radisson. Rebound, shot save from Prime. Another shot coming in.
He's got his reset. Oh, and marked by A whip for the dunk on top of the ball. Had the reset. Atlantide Wave still stand tall on defense, and we've got ourselves a game.
Scary assault from BDS, but the defense proves to be strong. But now that's a beautiful pass. Another save from Radisson. Marked by 8, couldn't find the corner. Now Radisson, pinch pass attempt comes out and off to the side. Monkey Moon taking over. He's got Extra behind him. Mark upfield. Extra will come in off that 50. Headed to the corner. Backward pass broken up by Radisson, but Monkey Moon there, back to the corner. Sizen hits it up off the ceiling. Prime racing. Extra will hit it over Sizen.
There we go. The challenges for Atlantide Wave going in their favor, but there's space for Monkey Moon. He didn't go for the initial shot, which is surprising. It was wide open if he got the angle to hit that towards the bottom of the net, and marked by 8. Forced to make a play on D.
Monkey Moon almost reactively going for the double tap, but that backboard was well defended. The defender was already there expecting it. And then when Monkey Moon saw it after the first hit, just had to bail out. Defense looking much better from Atlantide Wave. We're past the halfway point. Tournament life on the line for Atlantide Wave. They've got to win this one.
Oh, Prime! The save on the top corner shot. Oh, that's another one that was about to fall in. Atlantide Wave defense has absolutely evolved in this game.
Mark had to get rid of the ball. Not enough boost. Radisson crosses to Sizen. Sizen off the ceiling. Double tap attempt, but couldn't get there. Monkey Moon clears it deep. Prime with his own corner boost. Around one and gets it past Extra as well. Mark will pinch it to the corner. It wraps around. Radisson will keep it in the corner. Prime also turns, so they're both in the same spot. The bump from Mark by 8 deletes the defender, and BDS will strike first, and it's late.
There's so many different aspects of this play. Mark by 8 has to get the perfect pinch off the backboard to send it to Extra. Extra has to find power and accuracy on the shot, and then Mark by 8. You've got to make contact. All three things connecting beautifully for BDS on their first goal. Maybe a second one off the crossbar. The follow-up from Extra. Can't win the 50. Radisson here to clean it out. And that could have been the second one if the defense of Atlantide Wave wasn't so good.
Easily could have been the second if that wasn't so well defended. Atlantide Wave doing everything they can to stay alive. And that defensive stop was key. We'll see if they can score in this final minute of gameplay.
Oh, man.
Radisson looking for Sizen, but the hit was too weak, and Extra had the read.
That was the pass. That was the connection we needed maybe here from Prime. And that is painful. Radisson had Sizen on the other side, but Extra was too smart.
Monkey Moon beating Radisson to the ball. Keeping possession. Low boost for Prime. Extra. And a race to that. Not the best touch. Marked by 8. Going for the bump. He hits the bump, but Prime was there quickly to help out. Low boost. Can't do much with it. Sizen will take this back to his own back corner.
Full
picking
boost.
Up the corner boost. Off the ceiling. Shut down. Prime will flick it up. Extra is there. The vice grip of BDS starting to close down. And you can see the life fading out of Atlantide Wave's eyes.
Unless
that tip to the corner. Final chance for Atlantide Wave. Sizen, a nice tip.
Oh, no way.
Extra to the side. Prime will keep it airborne.
Here we go.
And the hit down. BDS will close out the series, and they're moving on to the semis.
Oh, my. You could see the confidence and the ability out of BDS to smack Atlantide Wave back into their half in this final game. Atlantide Wave would go for some control. We even saw where Sizen, I believe it was, took the corner boost, then looked to carry it out and gets denied from entering the midfield. Then again, another player from Atlantide Wave tries to control it. What happens? Denied for the second time. And that was just a complete habit out of BDS to keep smacking them back into their corner, keep the pressure on. It was only a 1-goal lead, but that's all it takes in this game when you've got that kind of control, James.
Yeah, it was incredible control. Just looking at the numbers, 13 shots for BDS. And can you guess how many Atlantide Wave had?
I can't believe it.
Zero.
Is that
zero shots?
Zero shots. Not even one single one.
Yeah, and 7 saves from Radisson as well. 4 saves for Prime. This was about as one-sided as it gets, Turtle.
Well, I don't even know if I've ever seen that, where there's 0 shots. That is a complete representation of how this series went, but still, credit to Atlantide Wave. A lot of good looks. It's not enough against a team like BDS.
Top 8 is pretty good, and losing to BDS, there's no shame to it because everyone in Europe has done it multiple times. So BDS, they will move on to the semifinals. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, more RLCSX.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X Spring Split European Regional, Regional 3. There's so many of them, so much Rocket League. We got more to go. I'm Leaf alongside me, Gibbs and James. They'll talk about the one we just saw there. Is BDS, of course, doing what we expected BDS to do, James, but Atlantide Wave did put up a bit of a fight.
It was a really strange series because BDS, they didn't look that good, but at the same time, they're scoring 6 goals in a game. I think this was just a strange situation where BDS just needed to get in the rhythm a bit. It seemed like they weren't really communicating as much as they used to, but then things started to get better. You saw even plays like that where Extra got called off, boosted out of the way, and it just goes to show you how good BDS is. On the turn of a dime, they can just come back and score so many goals. And it just shows you why BDS has been the best team in Europe and has been dominant for so long.
Yes, and to top it all off, by the end of the series, they figured it out on the other side of the field, playing defense with 0 shots against, where they didn't have to play any defense because they controlled the entire game. So BDS might have looked a little sloppy early, but they found their form by the end, and now everyone has to fear them.
And looking at the bracket, that moves them on to face off against Guild Esports in the semifinals there. Reminder, single elim across the board here, Gibbs. So if you lose, you are out.
Yes, but a lot of good news coming across the board here with that win, BDS. Well, that's bad news for Atlantide Wave. They are out of the major, but good news for Top Lokes. They have clinched the major spot. And BS Plus Competition has also clinched before their match versus Team Queso. So good on them. We will see them in the spring major.
But I just want to hop in, though, and say Guild versus BDS. That's going to be a revenge match because we saw Guild sweep BDS
and no one does
in the group stage. Yeah, and that was unfathomable. If you would have told me that Guild would beat BDS, I would have said you're crazy. But on top of that, a sweep. That was insane. So BDS with a chance at revenge in the semis.
They'll be coming in angry, but that match is later. Right now, we do have to talk about the next one coming up, and it is Team Queso versus BS Plus Competition. Again, if you're still confused by the name, that is the old Gods team there, Godsmilla Freaky, and a Chronic, James being one of the
You keep messing this up.
Players.
What? You keep messing this up. It's a Chronic's Godsmilla's team.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Fair enough. Okay.
Get it straight. All right. I'll cut you some slack this time, but just don't forget it anymore because a Chronic, he won't let you. You watch him play, he's making highlight reel plays every single time he's out there, it seems.
And I love it, too, because that's what is so great about this format. It's just a brand new team coming out of nowhere, and then a Chronic for 2 regionals just pop off and say, like, yeah, I'm one of the top 5 players in the EU just all of a sudden, and that's great to see these new players to show up. But on the side of Team Queso, you got to talk about their mentality of they get scored on at 0 seconds versus Vitality, and they decide to pull off a Spanish kickoff right afterwards and win that series in Game 5. That is absolutely unheard of.
That is true, but now it's time for you guys to tell us who you think is going to win this one. The fan vote is up and active, and you can throw the hashtags in chat to vote for the team you think is moving on in this bracket into the semifinals. Because if one of these teams loses, they're done. That's the end of their regional number 3 journey here, and it's a best of 7. While you're doing that, let's get our predictions out. I'm going to make James go first on this one here. BS Competition and Team Queso facing off. Who's victorious?
You know, I'm just going to come out of the gate is supporting Freaky in the squad. I think so many times people underestimate Freaky. Even on that in the season where I think he should have won the MVP. I think it was season 6 or 7, but he was unreal. So I'm going to go with BS Plus Competition here. I think they've proven that this squad knows how to win. It was not a fluke that they finished top 4 previously. I think they are going to do it again.
Okay, fair enough. You know what? I'm gonna back them up here. I'm going to see if we go across the board. I'm going to back them up. Again, there's too many times where I've doubted Freaky. I've doubted this team. I called them the Germans that just won't quit for a reason because they won't. And now they brought a Chronic on. James was right that I need to relearn how to say their team name because it is a Chronic that's led the charge here for this team. Phenomenal play, and I feel like there's no pressure on him. It just seems like he's not feeling it. And that's going to come out here as well to really give them an edge on that offense. So, Gibbs, where do you stand?
So I love the boys over there, like in BS Plus, but they don't win tournaments. Team Queso wins tournaments. Team Queso is going to come out and take this and put up a fight against BDS in the finals later on today. I'm going Team Queso all the way.
All right. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know if we've lost our senses here, James, or if we're just finally believing in them, or
I think there's a very good chance that BS Plus competition can win this game. But Gibbs is right. Queso's done it before. Maybe they'll do it again.
Yeah, I want to see a battle, but that's all I want to see.
Yeah. Well, chat is almost down the middle, slightly in favor of Team Queso right now. Gibbs makes a good point that, they've won before. So get on Twitter at RL Esports, #RLCS. We always like to hear from you, but it's time to find out now who wins, who goes on to the semifinals over in the Skybox.
A lot of faith in Freaky and company, and not a lot of faith in the cheese on the desk, Corelli, but I think this has the making to be a good quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing about this matchup is both teams are top 3 shots per game. And Jordan, we even saw it yesterday with BS Plus competition. They need to have multiple chances on target to have a good offense going, to have to build those leads that they did yesterday. And the same can be said for Queso. And I think that's really what it's going to come down to in this series. Which team can prevent more shots? BS Plus is number 1 in the league right now. Team Queso number 3, both averaging almost 10 shots per game. Whoever can shut that down has a good shot at winning this game.
And in terms of the philosophy of their approaches, BS Plus happy to use any kind of method they can to get by you. Yesterday, it was just, boom the ball down the field, force the other team to be consistent with their touches in their own half, and that's what got them through the day, really, the tournament. Demenso trying to set up a good spot here for Queso as BK Salem demos the lead man, Freaky, and a shot on target already. A Chronic has to pick up the first save.
The shot certainly will be a big deal. Also, the challenge game. Both teams have strong challenge games. And when you have two teams that have strong parts of their game and they collide, it's usually the team that can't get their game going that falters. And not a lot of times you see teams where they don't get to play their style but still come out on top. And maybe it's a very even deadlock match, like Giz was saying. That we might just get a battle of two teams duking it out, but you could see a team break ahead as well.
Well, I think that there's certainly some, credit due to a Chronic, and has really helped transform the BS Plus roster into what it is. Shot from Freaky's just going to go in. Throws 2 defenders on the goal line, and BS Plus are first on the board.
And Atomic ran into BK Salem. And I think that's what stopped them from challenging the ball any faster, which is why Freaky had so much time to do something with it. And unfortunately for Team Queso, that bump cost them the first goal.
And was talking about a Chronic, but James mentioned it on the desk too many times. Have the casters, the community have doubted Freaky, but yet Freaky always finds a way to hang around and can always put the ball in the back of the net. That kind of consistency has put him in this spot again. Godsmilla can't set anything up for his team, and it's been a struggle for BS Plus to get consistent offense going, but they never really needed consistent pressure. They might need it now, though. Atomic will take advantage of the bump on the line for the first goal.
A fantastic bump here, I believe by BK Salem, came off the back wall and just punched Godsmilla out of the way. Wide open net for Atomic, and for BS Plus competition, you got to look out for that Team Queso, very physical team, as we're already seeing. You can't just leave Godsmilla back. It's got to be a team effort on the defensive side of things.
But for BS Plus, when your game isn't working and you can't trap the ball out, hang on a second in front of the goal, Freaky sneaks a save out. Demensa, though, pops it over another one. But this guy, a Chronic, has been the X factor for BS Plus, hitting that insane shot yesterday that you saw in the pre-show today on the highlights. And that kind of X factor can really help when, like you were saying earlier, if your style isn't working and you can't punch through Queso, sometimes it's a mechanical player like a Chronic to break the gap.
It certainly is. And, I think the desk, they talk a lot about a Chronic because of what he's done recently, but nobody's really mentioning Atomic. Number 2 in the league right now in goals per game. He's been putting up numbers. And I know a Chronic is this new and shiny player, but Team Queso, they have great offense of their own in Atomic.
Atomic's pretty shiny and new still.
Yeah.
Even in relation to a Chronic. That's true. That's very true. Still fresh cheese off the top shelf. Freaky takes the ball away from Demensa. BK Salem forced back into a tough spot, and Godsmilla will punch it in. BS Plus back on top.
And I'm curious what happened here on the defensive side of things. Demensa's touch never came. It was a good drop down from Freaky, and BK Salem went all the way to the corner to not get any boost. and then had to rush back to the net boostless. He couldn't get back in time, and a great touch there from Freaky to set things up.
Well, another go here for Team Queso, and they almost get the shot off the kickoff. That's the kind of game Queso like to play. They can throw as many shots as possible to your back wall, your backboard, or your net. Does not matter. They will throw the house at you until you break. Pinch for VK Salem will relieve a little bit of room, but they are under a little bit of pressure.
Yes, plus competition doing a good job of taking away boosts as well. Godsmilla kind of snuck into the defense of Team K, so really not going after any ball or player, just slipped through two of them to take away the corner boost and allowed that attack to at least get across the net. BS plus competition really couldn't do much with it, but still, that's the type of gameplay that you need to kind of starve a team like Team Queso. They certainly need that boost to perform on offense as they have. And right now, they can't get through the midway point. BS plus, that shot on target turned away.
With Demensa, almost found a pass out, but Godsmilla there to cut it off. Something else BS Plus did well yesterday was cutting off passing plays and not allowing them to materialize too far past the point of no return. They're able to snuff out a lot of those plays, force the defense to fully rotate back, but Demensa continues to be a problem for BS Plus to handle, and that ball jets right back to the blue half.
Atomic got a hold of that one. It's a shame it wasn't on target. Still Team Queso on the attack. VK still in. Demo's the last man, but the shot too high from Atomic. That could have been the game time goal there, as BS Plus lucky to see that one fly away.
Oh, Demensa saw VK sailing, but the option was covered by Freaky. He's able to shovel the ball back out to Atomic, who misses the touch, and now Demensa gets kicked by Atomic. Demensa can still make the touch, but that was a dangerous ball for Queso. And now left with only a little bit of time left and one more push in the tank. Atomic under one, forces the ball around Godsmilla. VK Salem helping out. Demensa pushes one out of the way. Godsmilla trying to fight him off the ball, and BS Plus handle the attack there at the end from Team Queso to take game one.
That's a painful way to lose game one, I think, for Team Queso. You had BS Plus right where you needed them to find the back of the net and couldn't do so. But look at those stats on the screen. 10 shots for BS Plus, 12 shots for Team Queso. And then look at the saves, 9 on BS Plus side and 8 for Team Queso. I talked about the shooting and how important it is. Well, both teams got the shooting game going, but both teams also had the defensive game going as well, keeping this one a relatively low-scoring game.
Yeah, and you know, it was exactly as Gibbs thought this one would play out, at least for game one in the context of this game. It was, they both got some solid opportunities at the net, but both sides were also good at managing clears and not letting one team stay in the other half for too long. So it feels very even right now after this first game, and it's all about who can deliver on the opportunities that are created, because once you start missing and you hit the crossbar once, well, this has the makings that might be the only chance you get to get yourself in the lead.
Right. It's a good point to make, because you saw right there at the end for Team Queso, that was the chance to put it away. And it wasn't, honestly, the easiest shot in the world with the pressure that the shooter had on them. But still, when those chances arise, you have to put that one away. You're not going to get that many. The challenge game has been strong from BS Plus throughout this game. And so when the opportunity arises, you've got to convert. This one rolling to the BS Plus side. Chronic pinches it to his own corner.
You know, Demensa behind the ball for Team Queso to start the offense. I really haven't felt, despite the amount of shots Queso have put on, the BS Plus, they haven't really felt their poise break down at any point on defense. Everyone's always been in a solid spot to pick a gap and shoot it back to the orange half, so they haven't really felt that strain exactly on defense. Long ball that Chronic's just going to get back to. And Queso can handle the touch. Atomic, that is. And VK Salem will have a lane forward. Godsmilla already up, but VK Salem right by him. And Chronic barely gets the save off that double touch.
Just landed on him, and really perfect trap. Now the pass coming across. That one's cut out by Godsmilla. Now in the transition, BS Plus trying to make something happen, but Team Queso so quick to get back.
And that last pass from Queso was risky. Godsmilla was all over it. BS Plus still doing a good job locking down the passing lanes. Now they're going to have to lock down a shot. VK Salem makes it difficult, but now BS Plus again. Chronic got the clear. Atomic setting up VK Sailing for another push, and Team Queso starting to grab more possession and more of midfield as we're ticking down here in game 2. First minute and a half gone.
You're seeing a lot more space afforded, especially in the air. Team Queso gone to the sky here in this game. And BS Plus, they're kind of huddled up on their goal line a lot of times. This one, again, just kept out.
Oh, wow.
And while it may only be 1 save, now maybe 2 for BS Plus, they are feeling that pressure, and a good clear from Freaky will get them out.
Demensa able to lay it down to Atomic. VK Sailing already downfield. He's got the first, but Freaky has the backboard covered. It's not over. Demensa hard shot. Godsmilla right there for the save. Demensa collects that corner boost, and the push will continue for Team Queso. Sailing takes the other midfield boost, but they can't grab onto the ball. VK Sailing gets the read, but Atomic has to wait. And now it's a battle for possession in midfield. Demensa gets a clear lane, and Freaky can't grab the ball, or Chronic has to come in to clean up.
And how many times have we seen the ball go off the back wall of BS Plus's side? This could be it. VK Sailing gets 2 to go. Atomic's not going to turn. Demensa goes for goal, but it's too high. Now Atomic with some boost to work with, and that touch is going to be tough to get back. And the attack fizzles out for Team Queso. Again, Darby feels like they have BS Plus on the ropes. They just can't convert.
Oh, Demensa rolled it off his dominance. Almost rolled it into the net. A Chronic able to push it out. Back to Atomic, though. We go off the back wall. Double tap denied again. Lots of rebounds coming to Queso on the back wall, like you were alluding to, Corelli. But those double taps have been defended every time. How long can BS Plus's defense survive like that?
Well, the way it's going, it seems inevitable that Team Queso will break through. BS Plus have registered 0 shots so far in this game to the 9 of Team Queso.
And it's getting a little closer the longer we go. Demensa, Freaky has been clutch on defense, keeping Queso just outside of their grasp. And it bounced off a Chronic, off the crossbar. It's not even over. As Atomic comes forth, hang on, Godsmilla gets them out of a jam. A Chronic taking enforcer roll, and Godsmilla can't find the touch. Freaky can though, and somehow BS Plus turned dirt to gold.
And that's like the first attempt that BS Plus have had downfield with someone coming to the ball to strike it on target. Other than that, there's been no attack from BS Plus. They're 1 for 1. Technically, they're 1 for 2, but that was a great attack from BS Plus. And they finally get on the board after playing so much defense, so it's paid off. And now they're trying to squeak away with a win.
BS Plus embody the phrase, you're only as good as your last challenge. And just, you know, you gotta survive for as long as possible on defense. Then you get the one transition off of a favorable challenge, and all of a sudden you're in the lead. 2 more shots came out from BS Plus. This is looking now solid. Some renewed energy from BS Plus after their last kickoff.
Yeah, it does bode well, especially when you can get out of your end and get to a kickoff just to reset. A lot of times you can get in this weird rotation where the other team is so precise on taking your boost. Tough to break out. I think that's what's happened for most of this game, but reset trying to prevent that after the goal with 30 seconds left. BS Plus trying to hang on, maybe a second one here as VK Sailing has to pick it up and dribble it away.
Now VK Sailing will keep the push going back over to Atomic. Godsmilla as clutched up on the 50s in the closing minute. Freaky now next on the assignment. Well, the ball split between 2 defenders on Team Queso's side, and VK Sailing saying his name a lot on the defensive end. Now back on offense. Demensa sneaks it right back into the net. We got a tie game.
And when BS Plus push up, Team Queso take advantage of the transition. Godsmilla and Freaky both rushing to that ball. The double commit leaves the net wide open, and Team Queso on their 11th shot break through.
Push come to shove, they finally break through. Godsmilla almost got that touch. Demensa pulled it away. Atomic kicks his own teammate out, and VK Sailing's not done. 20 boost and a dream towards the net, but Freaky kills it, and we do go to OT.
It's good for Queso. With all that pressure, you feel like they should have at least had one. They get themselves to an overtime, which is probably the best they could ask for. Atomic could have ended it, but didn't get around it enough. And BS Plus once again get out of a tight situation.
Demensa forced to respect that clear potential from BS Plus. And now Godsmill is already up in the air. He's got the first touch. He doesn't have the second, though, and it's grabbed by Demensa. Still, BS Plus will retain midfield. A Chronic next up on the push. And a scrum in the corner. 4 cars found themselves around it, and Freaky desperately looking for the back pass. A Chronic demoed off the play, and that was looking scary for a moment for BS Plus, but that back pass saved them.
So been gifted here in the midfield. Atomic tried to go under Godsmill, and a good challenge. Godsmill's challenges have been spot on this game.
Yeah.
Big reason why BS Plus is even in this game. And now a Chronic downfield. But the back wall couldn't get there. Demensa cleared away a Godsmill, and not enough boost to catch up to that one. This Team Queso has some space to work with.
Godsmill in midfield challenges, Freaky solid clears, and a Chronic filling in the gaps where he needs to. He hasn't found a lot of space to work with against Queso, but his touches have done enough work to keep BS Plus in the conversation, and maybe a little bit more. Atomic's challenge bounced down in front, and Queso will try a push again, but their pushes have not yielded many fruits. Only one, in fact, out of how many attempts to cultivate some success there in the blue half. Godsmill pushing forward again, back to Queso territory. Oh, a Chronic.
Got the touch he wanted, but still the attack on here for BS Plus. Now registering some shots up to 8, and that's a scary thing for Team Queso. BS Plus certainly in it. As Freaky looked for Godsmill on the far side. Good cutout by Demensa, but it's only as far as Godsmill. Push it back towards the Queso side, and they'll respond.
BS Plus might have to get more creative. Well, maybe just a bump will do it. No! Atomic gets there in time to save his teammate. A Chronic off the ceiling can't make the challenge happen, and Godsmill far back on the rotation will keep BS Plus in the conversation for this push. Freaky launches it downfield, but DK sailing there again. The defense for Team Queso has held on after the outpouring of offense in overtime from BS Plus. And in fact, they've had some dangerous transitions on top of it. A Chronic getting pumped back down to the ground will prevent him from being able to push.
That was very fortunate for Team Queso. That was probably the best look. A Chronic's got to go on an individual effort, and he got bumped on his way up. He had boost to work with as well, but still BS Plus in a fine position here. Freaky looking for the back wall. He can get there. He does find it. No shot on target. Nobody to help him out.
Well, Salem got bumped out of the way. A Chronic, 2 nice challenges. He got the demo as well, and the shot's good from Godsmilla. Ace combat from BS Plus to take the game.
MVP effort from a Chronic to get across the box. The second effort to pass it out, and then the demo. Godsmilla, he's been lurking there all game, waiting for BS Plus to set him up. He likes to clean these plays up, and he's just waiting for it to come down. And with the demo, BS Plus, they squeak away with a Game 2 win.
Godsmilla with a cool 7-10 points to top his team on the leaderboard. And that is justice for somebody who made so many crucial challenges in midfield. And a trio of 4 saves for BS Plus. Their goaltending and their defense continues to impress and continues to help pole vault them in this knockout gauntlet. It's actually insane that it keeps working.
Yeah, and for Godsmilla there, I mean, what a performance from him, not only to finish that shot, but like you're alluding to, the defensive side of things as well. He kept BS Plus into this, and I think for BS Plus, they certainly don't want to have another game like that. They were shut out for basically 4 minutes of that game where they were just backed up, saving shot after shot. I think the last time I looked, we were 3 minutes into that game before BS Plus even had a shot on target. So it was not a good game from BS Plus. I think they know that, but they got away with the win, and that's what's important. Now let's see if they can kind of carry that momentum that they had in that final minute into overtime and take it to Team Queso here in the third game.
Yeah, but I mean, how many... Oh, Demensa slaps that one down. Freaky sets up Godsmillo. Ended up side flipping, probably defended, so wanted to get back down onto the ground. Already a push from BS Plus. Chronic hopping in front of it, making things awkward as possible for Queso, and they missed the ball.
What?
Freaky couldn't find the net. Kicks Sailing out of the way. Godsmilla gets this one. A Chronic's ready.
Wow.
And just like that, BS Plus sliced through Queso like a knife through butter.
They're all over him. Everybody having an opportunity on net. I don't know if Freaky had an open net and just completely missed, but either way for BS Plus, they break through in beautiful fashion all over the defense of Team Queso. That's the aggression that you expect out of them.
And that grab you saw from a Chronic when he cut rotation just to try to keep that play squeezed within the box, you could tell all of Queso did not expect him to do that. They did not see it coming, and that froze everybody for another half second or so on the goal line, and everything else cascaded from there. The BS Plus, at the start of this game, you were saying the last game you felt like it wasn't the best showing from them, but that's That's the thing about BS Plus, is that even in their worst showings, they still find a way to hang around because of that defense. That goaltending in front of the box has kept them in so many scrappy matches, and it's no different here against Queso.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, look, they looked actually pretty good in overtime, but the first 4 minutes of that last game was pretty painful for them, and they're doing well here, obviously with the first goal, but they're breaking out of their side. For Team Queso, they got to get a little bit more creative now. BS Plus, they picked up the pace, they're getting some bumps, and Achronic's going to put it away.
This is all Achronic on this play. Able to push right by Atomic. Demensa not ready for this. He tries to get onto the back wall. Achronic knows it, and Atomic punches it in for Achronic for all the work that he did to put that ball in front of the box.
Now you start to get worried for Team Queso. They have what it takes to compete here with the BS Plus. Their record against them is not very good, but they have been able to take it to them at times and in games. I mean, Team Queso had looked good in a lot of these games for the majority of some of these games, yet cannot convert on a lot of their opportunities. And now they're letting BS Plus into the attacking zone, and they will take full advantage. Atomic has a flip. No, he didn't get it.
Uh-oh.
An opportunity here for VK Salem, but it's getting a little messy.
What?
As he does keep the ball. And he has a little bit of boost to work with. Can he get back to it? He can't. And BS Plus to get possession.
That's the thing about Queso in the match, right, Corelli, is that they've had so many threatening transitions. Like they've caught BS Plus out on a couple of opportunities that, you know, BS Plus made the better touch on defense, and then nobody was really ready for a follow-up. And now the offense is starting to dwindle. Halfway through the game, Team Queso, this will be their second shot on net, and they won't get it because Achronic took the opportunity away.
There you go.
Oh, he ripped it.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, he missed. Oh, he got it. All right, Atomic punches it in. Takes a couple of whiffs to get to the center of BS Plus's net, but that one will do.
I thought for sure Godsmiller or Chronic was going to get that touch away. I did not expect Salem to even miss that shot. And still, Team Queso, they do capitalize. This is good. This is what we're talking about from Team Queso. BS Plus, they will make mistakes. You have to capitalize, and that's certainly one you have to put away. And they get it here to cut the lead in half.
Still going to need to pull into that hat of creativity at some point. Although they might get a nice transition here. Freaky hops in front of it, and that's been the pain point, right? They get that quick transition. You get solid contact on the pass, but then somebody's always there to cut off the passing play. The pass is either too long, or BS Plus are just positioned well enough that you really didn't have an option, and you at least have to try to test it. Godsmiller punches another one off the back wall.
BS Plus, they sit deep defensively. Like, they're happy to have two players on offense with a man way back. You've seen it many times, especially with Godsmiller. He will sit very deep in his own half when they're in the attacking third, collecting boost or whatever he's doing. And it works because Team Queso, every transition is broken up by that last man sitting so deep.
Especially Queso, they know that too, right? And they're setting somebody up in midfield to try to force that defender into a poorer position, but it's so hard to do that. And so they have to find a way to either take that defender out or force that defender to bite early so that they could catch them on a 2-on-1 or something of that nature. But they haven't really had a lot of those, man advantage chances against BS Plus. Their rotations have just been too clean because of everything you said.
Here comes Chronic, and he put another one away, and BS Plus a lot of time here in the box. Atomic's touch isn't the best. And VK Salem, I mean, he at least blocks it, but it still goes towards the net. And a Chronic, that's an easy shot for him to put away. A 2-goal lead now.
A Hattie for a Chronic. All 3 assists also belonging to Godsmilla. And this has been a comfortable game, where game 2, you were stressing. But game 3, you're relaxing if you're BS Plus. Chronic up top. And not a lot to work with for Team Queso. Only 4 shots on net. Contrasted by the 5 from BS Plus. But that's what makes the control feel so smothering from Queso, or not from Queso, from BS Plus. And even right there on that push with the demos, they can't get the touch, and they have to really force this ball through. Here's Atomic, but Demensa's right there as well, and they got to reset quickly, otherwise this is going to be a quick transition.
Demensa tried to block Godsmiller out of the way, but he will not be denied. Can he go the distance? Atomic has to make the save. And with time ticking down, Team Queso, they just need to score, some time left on the clock. This could be the opportunity, but Atomic's pass cut out. Demensa goes all the way to the other side for boost. I don't think it's going to happen. BS Plus going to hang on here and a great rebound from their last game. Even though they won it, even though they won the last game, this, I think, was a lot more control and a lot more of what we expect from BS Plus.
It was their game, right? That's when BS Plus win a game handily, that's almost always how it looks. Low shot totals and the defense handling anything that they can and then taking advantage of every mistake that Queso give you. We currently have a situation right now, so we're on a quick pause and we'll get back to the game as soon as we can. We appreciate your guys' patience, but with Corelli and for Team Queso, down 3-0 in the set now. We already saw one best of 7 reverse sweep today, but the stats are not on your side. The chances are very, very slim for that to happen twice. Sure. It feels like this BS Plus has this in hand. But if they don't, and if Team Queso have a thread left in this match, why does it happen, and why do they come back? Tell me, Corelli.
Well, in my personal opinion, I feel like for Team Queso, they're not taking advantage of the man advantage they have on their own side. When we talked about BS Plus sitting so far back, you're up men on your defensive side of things. Use that space because it'll be there. There's only 2 attackers from BS Plus. Use that space to break out. I think Team Queso really wanted to find the point man downfield and skipping the midfield. And I think that midfield is actually really important for Team Queso. They skipped it so much that BS Plus really weren't threatened by it because they were able to cut it out almost every single time. I think I counted 3-4 times in that game alone where the last man from BS Plus, he reads the clear from Team Queso that they're trying to find the man downfield, and they just instantly challenge. They get BS Plus back into it and get back down the field. So for Team Queso, I think it's just a little scatterbrained moving out from their own end. And obviously something that we've been saying the entire series, Team Queso, they have to convert when the opportunity arises. We've seen that multiple times throughout really all 3 games where they weren't able to convert. So for them, it really does come down to, look, you have the weapons, you have the attack, the offense, you have the individual prowess, but nobody is able to put it to the back of the net.
And so we will play out the final moments of that game, and Game 3 is now concluded. Now BS Plus are on match point, and Team Queso will take a tactical timeout. Much needed here, and maybe a little late. We see a lot of teams take that tactical timeout when they go down 0-2 in a set. 0-3 is a little risky because you only really get one chance to really take a breath and reset.
Well, I mean, I feel like you have to, right? Because if you don't take it now and then you lose, you might think back and say, hey, maybe a timeout would have helped us. So they're kind of forced to take it at this point if they're going to take a timeout. And, like we just broke down, or like what I just said, in my personal opinion, that's what I feel like Queso's done wrong. But I really don't think, with all the things that we said about Team Queso, Joker, I really don't think they're playing a horrible game here. Like, these are close games. They're low-scoring games. They're not getting blown out of the water. I think BS Plus has gotten the better of a few challenges as well. But Team Queso, they just got to tighten it up a little bit. And what that means is they've got to use each other downfield. They've got to use themselves as a unit moving downfield, because a lot of times BS Plus, they can isolate the one man, whether it's the point man downfield and long clear or just coming out of their own end. BS Plus, they're winning those challenges, and that's what's slowing down Team Queso.
Yeah, I mean, Queso, their creativity has been stifled through their own double commits on offense, through that panic that they feel on defense. But you have Atomic, who's risen to being second in Europe in goals per game. And you have a wonderful supporting cast behind him in Demensa and VK Sailing. We see Demensa have a lot of good pushes in this match to set his team up, but then everything just kind of falls apart. They have to find a way to find their striker the ball, whether it's through demos, whether it's through, feints or back passes or fakes or whatever, what have you. Whatever they're doing right now is not working, and Atomic has to get more involved on offense. Otherwise, this will end in a sweep.
Yeah, and I think that's what Team Queso is trying to avoid here, is not ending in a sweep. That would be detrimental to them, obviously, but we'll see what they do coming out of the break here, out of the tactical timeout. I think a lot can be said. I think that they've, had good moments. I think it's important to focus on those, especially for team morale, especially when you're sitting down 0-3. Everyone knows the long road ahead, right? This isn't just going to be one game at a time, because you could try that, but everyone knows that you've got to win 4 in a row in a best of 7. That is a lot to ask of anyone.
Well, if you follow any other esport or any sport for any length of time, at some point you're going to hear a coach or a player say you have to have you have to be able to lose your memory in a short amount of time. You got to have short-term memory loss for the bad moments in these games because it will affect you and your ability to push forward in the next game. That's what Team Queso need to do right now. They need to forgive and forget and move on here in game number 4. The hill is steep, but they are capable of climbing it. VK Salen has the first catch in front and will end up stealing the boost out. This might be a good push, but Godsmilla throws it out. Demensa will keep it locked for a second of the blue half.
Let's see what Team Queso got for us here. BS Plus on the other hand, they are cruising in this series. It's been dicey a few times. It hasn't been pretty in a couple of the games, but they've got the job done here so far. Looking to close it out. That might be an old goal. Chronic, he's got to turn it away. That's great reactions from him coming off of Freaky. And now he gets a little fake down the field. He gets to the sideline, has Freaky again in the box, lets it bounce off. Some brilliant work there by a Chronic, but just ran out of boost.
Managing what he could with the resources that he had. Queso able to thwart that idea from BS Plus. And now a bump onto a Chronic that just put him right in the position. Demensa can't get the shot. Godsmilla is all over it. And now a quick transition for BS Plus. Godsmilla pumps it back onto the ground. A Chronic light shot that is handled by Atomic. And now in midfield back under conflict. If Queso can push it forward. Demensa, 2 players on BS Plus got caught out together. But Godsmilla again has just been so crucial on these catches and these clears. He's really had a solid match for BS Plus.
Oh, absolutely. 100% for Godsmilla. And sometimes he's a little bit of an unsung hero because of what a Chronic and Freaky can do. But on the defensive side of things, he gets big stops. On the offensive side of things, he cleans things up. It's just that man to fill in the gaps for BS Plus.
Well, hey, you got to remember, Corelli, before they were BS Plus, they were Godsmilla's team.
That's true. That's true.
You can never forget him.
Right. He is the center of this team for sure, and everyone revolves around him, and there's a reason why. He's had some great series before as well, where he's popped off individually, and this one, might not be a series that he gets talked about for, but he's done a really good job of keeping this team together, especially when things get dicey. Because again, Team Queso's offense, they've been strong. Godsmilla has been able to block a lot of these tough shots coming out for them.
Now Chronic will be next to push up. No wide angle shot for him. Demensa's got it covered. And VK Salen is hoping to push this Team Queso, or this BS Plus team, back to their own half for a couple of minutes. Atomic able to shake that ball out. And now Demensa can keep the challenge alive for Team Queso. They finally grab hold of midfield. Now how do they commit on offense? Atomic slips underneath. Oh, the post is off and out. No good for Team Queso. Freaky downfield will kill the ball back in midfield. A Chronic rips it back to Freaky.
Oh, no.
High touch against the backboard. Freaky double touch. Oh, my goodness.
Another heartbreaker for Team Queso. Look at the space for a Chronic, and you can even see the shape from Team Queso. Nobody that was there to get up to Freaky, and that's a routine double tap with Queso, who had the shot on the line and off the crossbar, turns into a goal for BS Plus.
Queso had some time to think about it during that tactical timeout, but now time is not on their side. 1:35 left to go for them to get on the board. Otherwise, they're out of the tournament. Atomic. No touch for him, and that's just been Queso on offense. They haven't really had any kind of shape on offense, to use your terminology, Corelli. They just have been dumping the ball down to the blue half. Now they have a man advantage. VK Salen in front, forces the ball out, but then again, a Chronic comes around, sweeps through on the follow-up. Atomic shot through two defenders, threading the needle.
Finally converting for Team Queso, and you were about to make the point, Jeremy, how good BS Plus were staying together, but look at this small little gap Atomic finds between Godsmilla and Freaky. Great power behind that ball to tie it up with 1:10 left.
But they're missing that type of quality shot to be able to take advantage of a gap that small in BS Plus's rotation. Finally, they crack through it. Can that be enough for the confidence? Can that be enough for the approach for Queso with a minute left? Well, only time will tell. Demensa gonna push forward. VK Salen pops it up high, but few balls have been awkward for Freaky to handle on the backboard. That one no different. Chronic got downfield with no boosts. Take some pads for his efforts. BS Plus will take back over in Queso territory. Some nice clears, though, have kept BS Plus honest, and Godsmilla gets the ball back out to his own corner.
Yeah, great little pick there from Team Queso. Now an opportunity. Can Atomic get around to it? Godsmilla doing well to get one more touch on that ball to shovel it out, and BS Plus, they get out. Now a little pass from Atomic. Doesn't get over to Demensa. But the demo might open up some space for VK Salen. He's going to receive his own pass off the back wall. Only 8 boosts for Atomic here, so Demensa has to go. And now the transition's on for BS Plus.
Not where you want to be if you're Queso, but that clear certainly helps the nerves a bit. Atomic shot denied by a Chronic before it could go anywhere, and that will lightly touch the ground. How do they approach it off the kickoff to start overtime?
Let's see, as it's pretty even kickoff. Does go back to a Chronic. See if Team Queso can squeak out an overtime here. Been a much better game for them as far as staying in it, not letting the lead grow too far. They've been generating some good chances. This one comes across the box, but a bit clear from a Chronic. We'll get BS Plus out.
Godsmilla kicks another one up. A Chronic tried to get underneath. VK Salen, at least being there was enough that time. Now, kick another one off the backboard, but the backboard's been closed for business in BS Plus territory. Freaky and Godsmilla, in particular, are the ones I think of the most. I've grabbed every single one of them. There's another one Godsmilla grabs.
Yeah, it's not working. You got to find those lateral passes or just the individual effort here from Team Queso. And you can see the clears from BS Plus. Look at that one. Away from the defenders in a 2 space. It allows them to throw it down the field. And now, coming off the backboard clean, here comes Freaky. Doesn't get the touch. At least not the one he wanted, and Godsmilla will sacrifice himself to push it to the Queso side.
Demensa trying to handle that ball. He saw a Chronic. A Chronic gets a bump in net as well. A low shot off the bounce. Freaky. And the rebound comes through for Freaky. Godsmilla comes around, and they dive in front for another save. A Chronic waits for Godsmilla to push. BS Plus trying to end this right now. Demensa flipping, praying to get this by Freaky, and he finally does. Queso survived what should have been a goal somehow. That was disastrous, but they came away unscathed.
Now they might have an opportunity to take over this overtime. VK Salen throws it out to Atomic. Here's the chance, and couldn't get around it. Wasn't going to be a lot of power behind it anyways. It's Freaky here to try and clear it away, but you're right, BS Plus, that was their big opportunity to end this series. And good defense by Team Queso. They're throwing a lot of bodies, but maybe not here off the back wall. Oh, Freaky went for it, but couldn't get there.
Chronic needing that full boost tank. Godsmilla. Ooh, that rotation's getting a lot looser for BS Plus, but they might have found the gap. VK Salen got caught out, and he barely makes the save. Back over to the corner for Atomic. Freaky off the backboard. A Chronic waits onto the ground, and he might be rewarded with the ball, but Demensa, massive challenge back down to BS Plus territory.
Wow, I thought VK Salen was beat there. Just got caught out for only a split second. A Chronic got monster power behind that touch. We keep going, 2.5 minutes into overtime.
Atomic has VK Salen, but again, Freaky making it awkward. VK Salen pushing it forward. Demensa double committed, and Freaky will turn off on the boost. Will opt to take that steal instead. It works out for him as Godsmilla forces the next challenge. Now BS Plus, they've been able to thwart any kind of Queso push at their net. There are 13 shots from Team Queso. Only 1 have gone in. Match it from the 10 from BS Plus, and there have been some solid opportunities on both ends, but right now BS Plus marching to their own drum beat. Freaky getting kicked out of the way. Team Queso putting some discord to the rhythm. Can they finally find the shot to keep the series alive? Godsmilla will kick it back up to the ceiling, and VK Salen again in midfield. Atomic up here quickly. 2 BS Plus defenders frozen on the goal line. A Chronic grabbed the rebound, but another light shot taken away by Freaky. Right back out into space. Atomic will keep the push alive for Queso. A light rotation, but VK Salen making it awkward. A Chronic getting bumped and chipped out will get the touch, and Queso, for as much as they had for pressure, are back in their own half.
And they were making BS Plus work for that defense. It was VK Salen. Can he do it himself? Go for the bump, but Freaky gets there in time. But they are locking in BS Plus right now. It is a different game. Team Queso looking to take over. BS Plus have struggled to get out with boost or possession. And Team Queso throwing bodies and making it work.
Back around to the corner for BS Plus. It's a tight rotation on defense, but it has held firm so far. Team Queso looking for a crack. Our Chronic rips one. Atomic picks up the save. Again, Freaky shot to commit for Queso to get the clear, but it'll be Godsmilla's ball. Downfield, it's right into VK Salen. A Chronic on the rotation will keep Team Queso honest in midfield. Here comes the push again. Godsville gets bumped. Freaky picks up a save with no boost. He almost was the disaster for BS Plus, but he gets them out of harm's way. 2 demos put them right back in the wound. And VK Sailing gonna take away the boost, gonna let the ball fall back.
Oh my, Chronic was in such a tough spot facing Atomic shot. And still here it comes in. Team Queso chasing a Chronic in the backfield. Now BS Plus, can they find the back wall? It's met by Atomic. BS Plus finally get out. They had to field a lot of offense from Team Queso. 11 saves for Freaky alone. That is unreal.
He has over 1,000 score. About 5 minutes of overtime played now. Godsmilla really wants to force the issue. Got to be careful with touches like that. A Chronic was ready for it, but if he's just a little farther forward, hang on a second, he's got the pass, and 2 committed from Team Queso. The gap is open. Godsmilla forces one back into the net. He's got no boost, but he can at least force 2 up from Team Queso here. Team Queso in panic mode right now. Atomic forced back. Demensa wants a clear. He's got VK Sailing downfield. Keeps it close. A Chronic's up for it, but he can't get to it. And Freaky able to put the ball back down onto the ground. Demensa kicks it hard against the back wall. Queso, it was Atomic diving forward, but there's no shot. And Demensa able to stop the bleeding. In fact, maybe even punch their own wound, but it rolls off the crossbar and down. Try as they may, no matter what they do, the Team Queso cannot find the net.
20 shots for Team Queso, 9 for VK Sailing. This one might have a chance. Godsmilla turns it away. It's been 16 saves on the BS Plus side, 12 for Freaky. As he looks to end it here, he's got full boost. He's got the flip down. Godsmilla's there, and a good challenge from Team Queso to keep that one out.
Team Queso like a Gatling gun on offense. Demensa blowing through one. The shot never comes. Wait a minute, the follow-up blocked by Godsmilla. And a Chronic gets the clear out to the corner. BS Plus, a titanium wall. Unable to be cracked through. VK Sailing punches it off the corner again, and a Chronic gets the clear back out to the corner. Atomic kicks this one high. Freaky gets the grab. Godsmilla low boost and misses the touch. A Chronic making up for it, and Freaky will get the punch downfield. A Chronic, the last man back. VK Sailing for Queso's tournament lives. Punches it in for Atomic, and Queso, a long overtime survive.
Oh man, I can't wait for people to see this stat line for both teams. And what a great play. And you notice at the end of this overtime in the last, I don't know, 2-3 minutes, you really saw the demo and physical game pick up for Team Queso. And that's, I think, really what paid off for him. Obviously, with that last goal, 2 players going for the ball. But look at that stat line for everyone. I mean, take your pick.
Why not?
Absolutely
There's multiple
wild.
double-digit stats on here. You have 11 shots from VK Sailing, 12 saves from Freaky, 7 saves from Atomic. Add up all the saves. You have 17 from BS Plus, right? 13 from Team Queso. And, you know, that's one of the most ridiculous games that we've had all weekend.
That massive
That
stats.
game alone.
I mean, 2 players dropping 1,000 as well. Freaky at 1,200. My goodness. I don't know. I don't remember the last time I saw 12 saves in a game that I've casted. And you know, we've complimented BS Plus, especially Freaky and Godsmilla, who were, by the way, the only people to make the saves. Chronic somehow got away with not making a single one. But, you know, they did a great job of keeping away Team Queso for as long as they did. But I like the changeup coming out from Team Queso. They really started to show the physical side of things, and I think it opened up the field so much more. You could even hear it in us. We were starting to talk about Queso more and more. They were able to stay on offense more and more, and it got real dicey for BS Plus. This game could have been over, you know, a minute into overtime, and Team Queso is going to get a freebie here in the first 3 seconds.
Oh, the wheels fell off Godsmilla's Octane here off the corner, and just had the misread. And that's a bad one to start the game, especially after a really long overtime. You know, Godsmilla, he's been clutch for BS Plus, but that one hurts a little bit in a match where you've had a lot of shots, but not a lot of goals.
And for Team Queso, you check off the first box. You get the first game back. Now you're looking for 2. VK Sailing with a shot. Wasn't on target. Good work from Team Queso. You know, we talked about what it meant for them to go into tactical timeout, what it meant for them from a coach's perspective, and how these players should react to, you know, having to basically reverse sweep. And so far, they get the job done with their first one.
If it somehow happens today, it'll be crazy. But Team Queso, certainly something to be said about their resilience. VK Salen sets up Demensa, and Team Queso will not just lay down and lose this match. No, sir, 2-0.
And this is just a great individual effort from VK Salen. Just getting up and over 2 players on the BS Plus side. And a good finish by Demensa. 2 goals up now for Team Queso. BS Plus, can they respond?
BS Plus a little stunned in the first minute. And VK Salen, how many times has he been the guy to carry the ball out from his own half? I feel like I've said his name more than the other 2 players on Team Queso, just for every start of a push for them. He seems to be behind any kind of positive outcome for Team Queso when they're clicking, and right now we're gonna have to stop another attack here from BS Plus. This one forced out to the opposite side.
Atomic back into that pinch, running out of boost too. Team Queso, though, still threatening. Good pass over the shot bar post. He slips it by. Some magic in the midfield from Team Queso.
After an extremely long overtime, Team Queso are working with a new pulse, a new energy, and you can feel the electricity from Team Queso. 3 goals in the opening minute and a half is a statement.
Absolutely. BS Plus, like you said, the best way to describe it is they're stunned here in the first minute and a half. Got to find some offense. They've only registered 1 shot. That was freaky. Haven't really seen much offense outside of that. It's been all Team Queso.
There's that first miss from Godsmilla, the omen for BS Plus, and how the start of the match was going to go. But BS Plus, no stranger to fighting back from deficits. They have control now. This is a nice push from Freaky, but it's grabbed by Atomic. Ripped back downfield for Team Queso.
I don't even know if Godsmilla saw Atomic coming. That was a great shot and a good save there from Team Queso. They're back on offense here. Demensa's going to throw it across a Chronic to pick it up, and he's got to use all of his boost. Doesn't get back to it. Godsmilla also just throwing it up, as nobody can get real possession here from BS Plus.
It seemed like a broken opportunity for BS Plus too, because Team Queso, there was nobody in midfield, and BS Plus just took too long to get the ball rolling. VK Salen cutting off another long pass to Freaky. And things have stabilized for BS Plus, but they really haven't been able to put a favorable shot on net besides the one earlier you had from Freaky, I believe. But this is still a good push. Nice pinch out. Godsmilla couldn't grab the touch, so VK Salen will send it right back across. Team Queso would love a 4th goal. Why not? The net's open, and Atomic missed. And Godsmilla there to save the next one.
And a 3-goal lead, they can still hold on. Nothing to get upset about here. Last 2 minutes of play. BS Plus really haven't threatened that much here in this game. 2 shots now from them. Mensa working his way out of his own corner. The backflip from VK Salen will bail them out, and Team Queso ultimately give the ball back. This one's going to be a shot from Godsmilla on target.
Nice.
A Chronic also has his opportunity. Ooh. BS Plus racking up the chances, but nobody putting it away.
Yeah, Queso racking up the saves. That was Demensa's second 4 total for the team in orange. Kick back downfield for VK Salen. BS Plus, while they're getting the clears and they're staying in Queso territory a lot longer, the ball's typically contested at almost every step of the touch. But Freaky gets the first, can't get the second, too far down. Oh. Chronic trying to force it through. Godsmilla next up. He's got that first touch, but again, Queso's defense looking pretty good, and the follow-up looking just a bit better. Atomic got there.
The challenge game was phenomenal there from Team Queso, making sure that it forced the touch. If BS Plus wanted to stay on the attack, it forced them to put it up and over the defender, which slows everything down, and it puts it in a more predictable spot for the players of Team Queso to get to it. That shot's going to be high from Demensa. And a time running out, Team Queso looking to take this one.
This was the match where you snowball things in your favor. You didn't give BS Plus any chance to take a breath after a 6-minute overtime, and instead just got that kickoff, scoring 3 seconds in. That'll keep BS Plus thinking about that overtime a little longer. Take you an extra minute to shake off losing that one. And now things get a bit tighter if you're BS Plus. Do you call a timeout here if you're BS Plus?
I think you do. I think I would. if I was the coach of that team or a player on that team. Look, they lost this game. Obviously, Team Queso, I think, came out a little bit more rejuvenated after kind of a big sigh of relief, saying, okay, we got the first game. We can do this. Here we go, right? They kind of got back on track here in this game. But I think you take that timeout to slow the momentum of Team Queso. Obviously, stringing 2. Okay, there you go. So they are going to take the timeout.
Yeah, it makes the most sense to me.
Yeah, I think it makes the sense too, just to slow down Team Queso.
Yeah, because, I mean, like, you lose that overtime, then you go scoreless in the next game. Like, you need that extra minute to reset. Clearly, something isn't mentally clicking for BS Plus. And Team Queso dominated the pitch for the majority of that game. It was, until the 2-minute mark that BS Plus were able to put more than 2 shots on net? That's not the kind of production that they need if they're going to be successful against Queso, who are in a prime spot right now. That timeout came in clutch.
And I mean, that's the type of production that we saw earlier from BS Plus. So, I mean, it's a far cry from what we saw in the beginning. And obviously, I think Team Queso came out with a lot more urgency. And this timeout, I think, will help with slowing that down. But you're right. There's something has to change for BS Plus, even if it's a minor thing. I think Team Queso really started to figure them out. And I think it's because of that physical game. Obviously, there was a goal here individually from VK Salem to put off the back wall. But I do feel like for Team Queso, that physical game is what's really shaken up BS Plus.
Yeah, it's been a tactical dogfight for both of these teams, and who comes out the victor? Well, I mean, the pitch will tell us, because I thought I knew, 2.5 games in, BS Plus were comfortable, and they won a game. That game 2 that they won was one that they didn't look the best in. And typically when teams win those types of games, they tend to take the match, but that's the funny thing about momentum, Corelli, is it's such a fickle thing and can turn on you just as quick as it's in your favor. Team Queso gonna try to figure out how to keep this momentum alive and not let this timeout stifle the fire that they've been able to ignite.
And, think about the mental game, too, for BS Plus. It sucks to be on the brink so long and not being able to finish out the series, but you still do have a couple extra lives. And surely you don't want to use them. But, excuse me, for BS Plus, you have that opportunity. And I think you have to take this next game of, what can we do to counter what Team Queso is doing? Or what can we do to beat them at their own game, right? Because I think that's the big deal, excuse me, for BS Plus, is they have to have a different offense than what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, we just haven't seen them have a lot of success in that last game, pushing down the field. They were playing reactionary for most of it. And now we head to Neo Tokyo. Both teams take their sides of the pitch. No more timeouts in this best of 7. Can Team Queso force a game 7 after being down 0-3 in the set? Guild pulled off a reverse sweep earlier today. Queso are trying to pull their own number.
And it would be a brilliant reverse sweep as well after coming out so soft. BS Plus certainly took advantage of that, but it's a different Queso now. See if they can keep things going as they did in the last 2 games.
Again, can't stress the mental game for BS Plus. You can't let oh no, they're going to reverse sweep us. You can't let that live in your head. You just got to play the next touch, the next shot. A Chronic, that one wide. Anything to keep that memory short term, BS Plus need it in the tank. But for Queso, feeling the energy, get the first push out. We'll see how they do in the blue half.
Very clear from a Chronic. Finding a man downfield, and that's kind of what BS Plus have done. They like putting those clears downfield, but Team Queso has done a better job of meeting it and pushing it back towards the blue side here. It's a Chronic. Needs to get something going individually, but I don't think he picked it up the way he wanted.
No. I think he tried to get under that ball, or maybe try to go under on a challenge. Either way, that's off the backboard. The shot never comes. A Chronic takes that ball out, and Demensa's forced to go lateral. Godsmilla takes advantage. Coming up in front, Chronic has no boost, but the whiff from Demensa. He gets the dump and chase there, and another miss from VK Salem. They almost caught him on a quick transition.
Lucky a Chronic didn't have boost there. He could have taken that one up the wall and done something with it. Comes a Chronic. Now he's got boost. A little bit of space as well. Dishes off the Freaky. The Freaky shot was blocked by Atomic. Good little passing play, though, from BS Plus. Here they come again from a Chronic trying to keep this attack alive, but Team Queso will get it out.
Team Queso not getting frozen on their goal line nearly as often. Not nearly as many double commits either. And every time they have, those clears have been at least into space where they could reposition, get ready for the next touch. Chronic gets the touch downfield. Demensa cuts that ball out. Godsmilla pushes the ball forward. Freaky shot. No way, too wide. Had two defenders to beat. Chronic backside, and that will be easily defended by Demensa. Team Queso have not been so easy to get by on defense in these 2-game wins that they've had, but BS Plus, not for lack of effort, VK Salem next to get the clear.
Yeah, it's like, you know, the tale of two sides here. Team Queso, they've been great on defense here in this game, but BS Plus, they've been afforded a lot more space to have the attack. VK Salen's shot is turned away by a Chronic, so for BS Plus, I think they're happy in this type of position where they are able to find some opportunities against Team Queso.
BS Plus bought themselves a lot of extra lives, but slowly their life count is dwindling, and getting a goal here might be the first step to finally putting the nail in this one. Coming across, a Chronic will get the grab, but there just hasn't been anything too threatening just yet from BS Plus, though you do feel the opportunity lurking. Chronic, no chance. Queso have blocked every pass BS Plus have attempted. Atomic lets that one go, and Freaky will get the clear out.
Very cautious game, I think, from both sides. We're scoreless with minute 40 left. Not too many shots, 2 for BS Plus, 3 for Team Queso. Everyone knows what's at stake here. Everyone knows what's on the line. And nobody wants to throw their chances, and especially for Team Queso, who still, they're halfway up, but they still got a mountain to climb.
Freaky has to handle this, but Salem was ready for it. And it might be a push for Queso. Godsmilla just got that touch, and Freaky was ready for it. Again, solid in that follow-up position. Nice challenge from Demensa, but no one really has a solid grasp of the pitch right now. It's been a lot of trades. Maybe you get 1 or 2 shots on the back wall, but the physical game has been critical to both teams stopping the other's attacks. Here's VK Salen. Off the bump and in! VK Salen splashes in!
It's been tense through the first 4 minutes of the game, but VK Salen getting a second touch off the back wall, and nobody there from BS Plus to stop it. Great touch from him, and both sides have had very close chances here. Team Queso finally breaking through after some great defense.
Oh, a Chronic almost caught VK Salen out, but VK Salen picks up another save. Demensa had the read, and if he didn't, a Chronic was putting it in. Godsmilla, wide shot, and turned away to the corner. Freaky against the backboard. A Chronic's up for this. Shots on target. Freaky tried to punch it in, but it's no good, and Queso now have a breakaway opportunity. Godsmilla trying to force Demensa off the ball. He forced himself off the ball, and a Chronic now gets it back over to the corner. Things die down for a second as Demensa closing the gap here against Freaky. No more time for Team Queso, or no more time, rather, for BS Plus. They have to find a way to get this goal right now. Freaky off the crossbar. A Chronic was hoping it would come back. Godsmilla gets bumped out of the way. Demensa away from a Chronic. He desperately wants this off the ramp. He got it, but Atomic is in his way. Atomic over Godsmilla. Atomic off of Freaky, off the wall, into the ground. Team Queso, an unbelievable comeback. We are going to Game 7.
One step away for Team Queso to do something that we thought wasn't all that common, but here we are again, set up for another reverse sweep in a best of 7. And for Team Queso, well earned. Had to weather the storm a little bit more in this game. You could see that maybe the tactical timeout for BS Plus certainly worked, but not enough. They didn't come out with the win. Team Queso had to adapt once again, and you're seeing individual prowess from VK Salen to put that one away and give Team Queso the game-winning goal.
I mean, just like Queso's defense, though. Like, yes, you know, they got some solid chances. VK Salen especially was critical to that. But how many passes did they cut off from BS Plus? How many transitions did BS Plus have where, you know, they could have mounted something good, a high pressure opportunity, a quality shot on net, but somebody was always in position. It felt like what BS Plus were doing in the first half of the match to Queso. There was never any room. There was never space. You were always contested wherever you were touching the ball. And Team Queso have put that same spot now on BS Plus. We're in Game 7 on Champions Field. Team Queso coming back big time to try to eliminate BS Plus in the most emphatic way possible.
I mean, well, what do you make of it, Jorby? I have no idea who's going to come out on top. You feel like BS Plus, they had a good first half of this series, and then, Team Queso have been able to squeak by with a few wins here and there. Now we're in a game 7. The shot from BS Plus actually could have opened up the scoring, but it was too high. For BS Plus, got Smills downfield, almost getting the pre-flip touch.
Oh no. Demensa, it's okay. He's got the touch. He kicked VK Sailing out of the way. Luckily, BS Plus weren't in position for Team Queso. Luckily for them. Godsmilla pushing it across. Godsmilla almost got the dish. Off the corner, Atomic tries to push this out. BS Plus, a more advanced position here in midfield. Ricky can't grab that read though, and Godsmilla will have a look.
We talked about the mental game, and very few players are even in this position, so it's tough to say how they feel. I'm sure nervous and obviously a little tense, but both teams know that they can take down each other. They've been proving that over and over, and Freaky gets on the board for BS Plus off the Godsmilla pass.
And that's the thing about BS Plus, or just teams with Freaky on it, because how many times has Freaky been in this type of situation and he has to make that shot just to keep BS Plus within the grasp of a match win to move on to the next match. Freaky, time and again, has clutched up on striking in Europe, and you start to hear James in the back of your head. I don't know how people still sleep on Freaky.
Hey, I've been saying the same thing. And for BS Plus, happy to have him on the team here, putting his team up 1-0. For Team Queso, not out of reach, but maybe with a second touch from Akrana, he could spell some serious trouble for Team Queso, but now they're on the attack. They get by 1. Physical play trying to come out from Demensa, but didn't connect with anyone. This Team Queso's attack will fall apart here. BS Plus, I see this both go. It's a little bit of messy work here from BS Plus, but Team Queso not there to capitalize.
Good work from BS Plus, and another clear. Queso, I gotta say, they're not looking the most stable. There's been bumps on teammates, double commits. Oh, and the bump from Demensa, and it turns right around. Chronic says, "Thank you very much for putting me there." 2-0 for BS Plus.
And I don't really blame Atomic for creeping up here. 2 of his players win. I think he was expecting it to come off the back wall or just be shot in. And so I think he cheated a bit too far into the box, not realizing that nobody was going to get the touch. And that opened up the space for BS Plus to counter. But you really can't blame him. You really think that one's going to come off the back wall or something. It's either in the net or bouncing out. Not everyone missing.
Well, even if you can't lay blame somewhere, you still got to find a way in. And Demensa just got punched back into his own passing opportunity. And Queso sent the house. They're feeling desperate after these 2 goals from BS Plus. Demensa diving back, such a tight spot for Team Queso. Salem will pick up a demo on Freaky, and Atomic, that's the only time he's had any space in the last 3 minutes. Oh, nice dump. Oh, Freaky's all over it. Godsmilla's got the lead, and it's in! Man. BS Plus go marathon mode, 3-0 in Game 7.
And I think it's because, like what you pointed out, Dorby, Team Queso getting a bit desperate on some of these touches, and that's what's opening up that transitional space for BS Plus to take advantage of. Players downfield with space and time, easy shots for them. 1 goal for everyone on BS Plus, so they're up by 3.
We are approaching too steep to climb territory for Team Queso. If they can get a push here, they can start this clock early. Then you can start talking about their chances. But BS Plus have stepped up here in Game 7. Atomic swips around Godsmilla. Freaky gets in the way again. But Demensa gonna take a pot shot at the net. Queso trying to bump them out. Only 1 man back on the rotation. And Queso now in hurry-up mode on defense. Atomic gets that back out to VK Sailing. Sailing back over to Demensa, and Queso can get this out to the corner, but that's all they're gonna get.
Good demo from Freaky as well. Look at all the space BS Plus have. Atomic gets back and bumps Freaky. Couldn't get on it. Atomic again, so close. If he got a piece of that one, that one could have gone through. Demensa still trying to work for it. Team Queso, final minute, down by 3. They need something, and they need it fast.
A Chronic sets up only Atomic here. VK Sailing from the cross. The pitch will not get the touch. BS Plus throw it away again. Got Smilla back to a chronic, and that's gonna do it. 50 seconds left, 4-0. BS Plus are putting Team Queso in the ground.
And again, Team Queso pushed so far up in front of the play. And at this point, you really can't blame them. They're trying to force the issue. They just can't get it to go. They have 5 shots to their name with nothing to show for it. BS Plus up 4-0. A huge sigh of relief for them as they ward off the reverse sweep.
In quick reflection, Team Queso down 3-0 in the match. Call a crucial tactical timeout and then rip 3 straight game wins.
Yeah.
BS Plus called a tactical timeout right after that and now put a 4 spot on Queso in the waning seconds of a thrilling match. A Chronic wants one more for the road. He's not gonna get it. It just ripped off the post. But this has been quite a return to form in Game 7. Freaky off the post, but it's a formality, Corelli. A victory lap around Champions Field for BS Plus. They're headed to the semifinals in emphatic fashion.
You can see the players of BS Plus there, hands on their heads going, oh man.
They're done. Woo, they're done.
Thank goodness we are out of that one. Because obviously it would have been a painful loss. I mean, it's always a painful loss to get reverse swept. And for Team Queso, I think they can walk away holding their heads high. That is no easy feat to at least get back to Game 7 after being swept in a couple of those games. They were ugly for Queso. So obviously, you know, the tactical timeout, we've touched on that. It paid off for them. Just couldn't come up, or they just came up short here in the best of 7.
I thought for a minute when we got there that we were about to see another guild reverse sweep, but this is why it has only happened 6 times in RLCS history and 14 times in competitive Rocket League history. And you can think about how many best of 7s there have ever been. There have been a lot, and it's just a little too hard for Team Queso to handle. But Corelli, there's one more quarterfinal match left. Who goes to play BS Plus in the semifinal? Will it be Galaxy Racer or will it be Aether? Find out after the break.
Like monsters in the night and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, and you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. to let you in. Yeah. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, hours.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X Spring Split. We're watching the European Regional number 3, and we are on Championship Sunday. Today, someone is walking away with that crown. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and Corelli. And now, guys, in 2019, we hit a cool milestone. We hit 1 million followers, which is really phenomenal. A year later from that, we ended up hitting 2 million. And now, only 6 months later, I got to let you guys know the community has done it and pulled us to 3 million followers on Twitch. So I got to give a shout out to everyone watching and following now. Thank you for the 3 million. We appreciate everyone here helping it make Rocket League Esports as awesome as it is.
Oh, yeah. That's a lot of friends out there. 3 million people watching RLCS. I want to give a huge shout out to the esports team just putting out content this past year. There's been content almost every single day. They're working their butts off. And thank you guys for following and watching along with all of us.
I think there's a reason why we have 3,000 or 3 million, 3,000.
3,000. We've lost a few.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, I mean, gameplay has gotten so much better. Leaf, you've gotten better. You were pretty bad in the beginning, but now I think that you've gotten so good. 3 million people are like, hey, this host isn't half bad. So I give that one to you, Leaf.
I feel like most of it comes down to this guy sitting over here. They're like, oh, Gibbs, click follow. That's what it is. Let's talk about Rocket League, because that's what most of you guys are actually here for. Let's talk about that last match that just happened. It went the distance again, Corelli. We almost had something that's rare in the first place, but 2 of them in a day of reverse sweeps here for best of 7.
It was very strange, honestly, because I thought BS Plus were just going to come out and crush them after the first 2 games. And, Team Queso, you could see it, though. Like, they were in the series, even though they were down 3-0. They were close, low-scoring games. BS Plus were just all over them. I think I mentioned it when I was casting, is it felt like that demo game, the physical play really started to shine. And I think Team Queso actually got more comfortable because of that.
Yes, but BS Plus, at the end of the day, they clutch it out yet again. Another top 4 finish for them is absolutely unheard of, because back at the way beginning of Spring Split, we had these 3 guys coming together. We're like, all right, these guys would be fun to watch through like knockout gauntlet day. And then we probably won't see them again. They're top 4 now. 2 of these regionals out of 3 is absolutely insane.
That is for sure here, but let's take a look now at the bracket, because we are getting slowly through our day. Semifinals is almost all filled up. Only one more match to get us that 4th team here until we get our top 4. Gibbs, Guild, BDS, and BS Plus competition now in those semis.
Yes, so there is one thing left to decide for the major spots and also for top 6. If Galaxy Racer wins this whole tournament, then there's some things on the line for top 6. If they don't, then everything is locked up. Then Aether will make it to the major, and the top 6 will be completely locked up. So most people not rooting for Galaxy Racer, but for Galaxy Racer's sake, they still have a shot. It's an outside shot because they have to win this whole tournament, but we'll have to see what happens.
I feel like, just as a general take, looking at this bracket, I would have never guessed, the teams that are sitting in the top 4. Yeah. Not because they're bad. It's just that I feel like other teams probably had that chance. That could have very easily have been Wolves, right? Vitality getting knocked out early. They could have been here. So it's like kind of crazy what's going on in Europe. Almost two reverse sweeps and a best of 7. Something's going on.
That's for sure, but we need to talk now about this next match here, because it's an important one. Ether, we'll figure that out in a second, versus Galaxy Racer. Corelli, this is going to be a fun one. I feel like this is one of the most underrated matches on the day, or maybe it is already, and I just didn't hear anybody talking about it. But this was one I've been looking forward to all day.
I'm looking forward to it because of what happened yesterday with Galaxy Racer and Dignitas, because that was a very close series, and I really wasn't convinced by Galaxy Racer against Dignitas. So this, I think, is a really true test for them to see what they could do against the opposition, because I think that they kind of slid by Dignitas.
Let's not forget, this is all about EXO, because EXO gets booted off Galaxy Racer when they were in the run-in for a world championship spot. Now we talked about it. They haven't had a good spring split, so it all comes down. They have to win this entire tournament. Do you know the one thing that EXO wants? To knock out his former team that just kicked him. That is absolutely number one, like, on his list. He probably would rather do that than probably beat BDS like in the finals. So EXO is going to come out hungry. He's shooting so well throughout all spring split. Top 5 in goals. I think he's right on the edge of that right now. So I want to see EXO pop off. It's going to be really fun to watch.
All right, I've seen some opinions, chat. I'm going to talk to you guys again here. Usually we get you involved with a fan vote. We're going to do that in a minute. First, I need you guys to do something else. We're going to do an impromptu yay, nay here, because we keep doing it. Aether, Ether, what is it? Well, we all said Aether at the beginning because the team said that, you know, and then we decided we got into a scuffle behind the scenes, and we're like, what it really is it? I looked it up, and that is just the Latin spelling of ether. It's pronounced ether, but the team was calling it Aether. So we're like, well, team, what do you want? What does the team want to be called? We asked them, they said, we don't care. So it's up to you guys now. We're going to do a yay, nay. Yeah. Should the name now
this
be
is important. Yeah.
Very important. Should it be pronounced Ether? Are we calling it Ether the way it should be, or are we doing it the way we all thought it was in the first place? Yay or nay right now? Is it Ether? Because we've gotten some back and forth.
Or is it Aether? Yes. Yes. Nay is for Aether, and Ether is for yay. And
so
this vote matters, because whatever that we see here, hopefully it's not 50-50. We're calling the team that from now on. So this is very important.
What do we do at that point?
50-50? Then we just continue on doing whatever.
I think Gibbs. Okay, never mind.
Okay,
so Aether.
Chat wants to call it Aether.
Okay,
even though the proper pronunciation is Ether. Remember, you
Leaf.
I'm trying to sway it.
Wow.
I'm trying to sway it.
I wonder what side Leaf's on.
Yeah, this fight's over.
I'm on this side over here. I'm on this side over here. Wow, so chat, you have decided fate here. We're going with the way that we all thought it was with Aether. So, any grammatical fans out there, well,
now
we're out of the running. We're out of the running.
Just flip this. Yeah,
we're out of the running on this one. So, Aether is coming up next. Do you think they're going to win? Do you think
salty?
It is. I'm a little salty. It's time for the fan vote, guys. Aether versus Galaxy Racer. Who's going to take this one and move on in the semifinals here in this bracket on Championship Sunday? I want to get the analysts' thoughts on this one as well. I'm going to take some time to cool down, and I'm going to let Gibbs go first on this one. Who he thinks has going next?
Normally, I would vote for Chaos, and that would be Galaxy Racer winning this whole thing. But I do like Aether because it sounds better than Ether. So I'm going to pick Aether to win this match.
I am also going to go Aether. I just think, not that Galaxy Racer can't win the series, but more, I'm just not convinced from what I saw from them yesterday. I think Dignitas kind of let that series slip. So for Galaxy Racer, they would really have to show something here against Aether.
That is true. Gibbs, can you remind me of the situation with Galaxy Racer here?
They got to win the entire tournament, Leaf.
Yeah,
to have any chance to keep things like in the running.
I don't think that's going to happen, so I think we may as well just get it out of the way here. And I'm going with Aether on this one across the board. I think again, this team you saw they put it together. All players that have been at that top level for quite some time, and I really think they can continue to do this. They know what to do to stay at the top. I think they can make that top 4. So chat in favor of Aether as well. Good job. You've decided the fate here for them for their name. Let's see if you decided the fate for their journey in this Championship Sunday. Get on Twitter at RLCS Esports, #RLCS. Galaxy Racer and Aether are up next.
I cannot understate just how much Leaf is annoyed that the vote ended up going to Aether instead of Ether. That conversation yesterday lasted genuinely about an hour, and Leaf did not give up. I got to the point, I think it was me, Jordan, and a couple of others, just said, I don't care anymore. Can we talk about the Rocket League? And so that's what we're going to be doing. It is now Aether versus Galaxy Racer. This is a grudge match for Ixo versus his former team. Oh, I'm Stumpy, by the way, and he's Cole or whatever. Other way, and he's Cole.
There you go. No.
And this is now the grudge match. If Aether win here, fantastic for them. If Galaxy Racer win here, fantastic for them as well. Both need to get into the top 2 to have a decent chance.
Yep, it is absolutely desperate situations for both these teams at making this major. Any mistakes here, and their journey in pretty much the RLCSX will be over. For Matane, what a great start for Galaxy Racer.
The perfect start as well as from Bluey with the pass. Tox to just completely whiff on their hit. Maybe thought the Yukio or called Yukio onto it because he did deliberately boost away from that ball. But I think it might have just run away from him after bouncing off the ceiling. And that's a good start, isn't it?
It is a lovely start. You can't ask for too much more than that. Just to set yourselves into the series. A long old best of 7 awaits. A winding and long journey this series is going to be. But Ixo, he's got quality to get past his former team. He's already set up Yukio on that one. And I've been so impressed with Aether. Whenever I've seen them play, they look like they are capable of taking the fight to anybody. And last time these guys played, they did beat them. They beat them in the 5th game. And it was in their first match in the RLCSX. So good signs for them. And that equalizer from Ixo, even better.
It's a runaway goal as well for Ixo, getting that goal against his former teammates as he sends it long down the line onto the back goal. And it was Bluey who ended up replacing him as well. And we asked questions, Cole, at the time of what upgrade does Bluey have over Ixo? And I still maintain those players are 2 very similar players. They are both English lads, both young, and both are very mechanical. And yet it does seem like Galaxy Racer seem to believe in Bluey in a way that a few of us took a little bit of convincing to get to.
Sometimes it just clicks and results start to fall for you. Whether or not that's happening quite yet with Bluey remains to be seen, but they have had some decent ones recently. That overtime Game 5 win against Dignitas, absolutely astounding yesterday. But it doesn't matter what happened yesterday when Yukio is queuing up to score for Aether.
It was a fantastic pass from Tox to get it rolling off that side wall. And despite the fact that RG did manage to get a touch to it, Ixo, very well positioned, can tap it bottom corner. And already 3 goals in just over a minute. Looking like offense is certainly the way both of these teams are going. But Tox with another slightly odd touch, how he has to use a lot of boost to get back into the play there.
He does, but he'll get back here eventually. Up against Mitane, it goes to the side. And Ixo is racing up against Arju. So many mechanical players on this pitch right now. Just bear the question why Bluey was deemed necessary to bring in when they're all capable of such magic. But you can never have too much aerial play when you are Galaxy Racer. That's a touch from Mitane towards Ixo. Over the top it goes. Here is Bluey now, proving what he can do every time he touches the ball. And he's landed on his teammate as well, so Dox's got a chance to make a pass. But Bluey closed it down well.
Send from Matane down that left wing, but Ixo will be there to meet it, and so RG in the back line will have to attempt to get a touch. Leaves it to Yukio as Tox finds his Austrian teammate, but Bluey in the way to clear it past that offense. As Ixo works his way into this blue half, it keeps being found out. Yukio, though, now chance for a shot. Very weak. Matane, with a touch on the goal line, can now clear it away.
Here he goes again. Matane with another touch over the top towards the orange goal, but Ixo was there to save the day, and now he's coming forward again. Could it be another counter-attack goal for Aether? Yes, it can. There's been 4 goals. None of them have been really that difficult for the respective scorers.
It's been a tap round the second man, and then the third man is nowhere to be found. Look, Matane could not even convincingly get back for that if he had another half second maybe, but that's unbelievable. That's another open net left at the back, and Galaxy Racer taking full advantage. So Aether, rather.
Yeah. Galaxy Racer's looking a little bit keen at the moment. I think they wanted to make a statement early doors after losing to this team the last time they did play, and you can see why. You know, they are on a bit of a run at the moment.
Yukio ball.
Yeah, he's going for a ride there as Yukio. That looks pretty fun. He managed to style his way out of it, and Arju just scores again. 5th goal. Scored. It's Arju. He scored.
Finally, a good goal, though. Getting that early flip, gets the 50-50 underneath Tox and over the final defender, and it goes top corner. All 2s and 3s on the top scoreboard. And it has just been goal, weird goal, goal.
Dunk. What's next?
Kickoff.
Yeah, that was a hit of ball in corner. Here's Arju again trying to double up nice and quick up against Tox. Towards the backboard it goes. Matane could double down on the damage towards Aether in a second, but his touch was a little bit floaty, and Ixo sends it long, then searches for Bluey, but Bluey is up quickly to set up Matane, and then he gets it back as well. Good transition there from Galaxy Racer, but it leads to no goals.
Fantastic play out of defense there, where you had to just try and find a teammate if you're on the Galaxy Racer side. Manages to do so, and they get a decent shot off as well. Bluey showing off that 1v1 prowess. The 6th goal of this game finds the back of the net, and it has just been retaliating punches for either side.
Yeah, Ixo and Yukio as well, taken completely out of it with that first touch. The third man was Tox, and Bluey gets it past him as well. It's actually a really nice, neat and tidy dribble play there from Bluey, meaning that all Galaxy Racer players have scored in just over the first half of the first game.
And we do approach the final 90 seconds, and if the previous 3.5 minutes anything to go by, we'll see a couple of more goals. There may well be the first one, but Ixo will be hitting it off the crossbar, and Bluey, his Galaxy Racer counterpart, will be taking it away. Tox clears it long with the pre-flip as well, goes low, has the flip too, pinched it off the floor. Good mechanical ability there shown by Tox. Will be found by Yukio, but cleared by the Galaxy Racer defense.
I feel like with that miss, perhaps the spell is broken of goal after goal, and maybe we'll see 70 seconds or so without the net bulging. But Ixo's trying to change that. He finds Tox. Arju stays up tall. Yukio into the corner, gets a second touch as well. Yukio is in fine form at the moment, finishing as well as he ever has and looking great in an Octane with a colour that I don't really approve of, the brown. Not a fan of it.
Yukio, the touch onto the backboard, but Bluey is well wise to those tricks, and so will clear it away. With the 100 boost in his pocket as well, gives a decent chance for the defense to form. Tox trying to get it back behind Matane, isn't able to get it powerfully enough, and so Yukio has to be called into action. And that right wing now, Bluey with a touch high, tries to fake it low. Final 30 seconds, Matane continues his attack.
So we'll save this one though, still honours even, but that one's gone behind Arju. He's going to have to go back and build up to something, but this is what he loves to do when he has boost, taking the ball from one side to the other, trying to get these dunks that led to a goal earlier, but this time it just leads to a Yukio counter-attack, which asks the question of Matane. Towards the backboard goes Tox, and Arju clears it. This one seems to be winding away, especially if Yukio does read this one as well as we all expect. Overtime looming, Stumpy.
And Ixo, though, will want to cut out in regulation. Touch onto the backboard, well defended by Arju. He can send it ceiling skimmingly far. Matane then back onto his own backboard, allows Arju to come in off that right wall. Ixo will be lurking. Sees a Tox is central. But with the touchdown, we have overtime. And I've been impressed so far with how good the backboard defense has been for both teams, because it's just a mechanical back and forth where double taps are attempted, but because the backboard is so well covered, none of them have managed to come up.
What that does do, though, is leave the floor wide open. And the amount of times we've seen players dribbling each other, getting it past each other, overcommits when the ball is rolling, that seems to be where the danger lies, ironically, for players with such substantial amounts of aerial ability. But Arju's trying to change that now with this peek around the corner past Yukio. Louis wasn't quite reading it, so he has to get a 50-50 versus Ixo instead of the pass that he wanted. Now Ixo can redirect this one. To the ceiling it goes. Matane is trying to prove the backboard is the place to be, but it wasn't good enough. And Yukio, what a finish from him to take game one.
That's such a weird but fantastic save from Matane to clear it away from Tox. But Yukio, with an unbelievable angle, slices that ball across the goal face. And in under 40 seconds, the 7th goal flies in, and Aether take game one.
What a first game that was. I mean, it was normally when these sorts of matches come up where it's players that have played with each other, that have been kicked, you can be a bit nervous, you can have a 0-0 going into the overtime, but this was just a slug match from the off. So many shots raining in there. There were 12 from Aether and 6 from Galaxy Racer. So both teams looking to play on the front foot from the off. I hope that continues in the rest of this series, because it was a good watch.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And Gibbs, someone else who's fantastic, he has been explaining the final major spot to my dumb ape brain, and he has whittled it down to a couple of words. Right now, we are sitting with 2 spots left for the major, and either Aether or Galaxy Racer get it. All the other spots are filled up. It comes down to this matchup. If Galaxy Racer doesn't go ahead and win the entire tournament and straight up come first and just win this regional, Aether get it. So if Galaxy Racer comes second, that they don't get the major spot. That will be falling to Aether. Easiest way for Aether to do this, have it in your own hands, be Galaxy Racer here and now.
Or just let them lose to BDS later.
Come on. Unfair.
I don't think that's what
Don't
Aether will be thinking for a second right now. They'll be wanting to turn the tables. It was said on the desk that Ixo would rather beat his old team than beat BDS later. Maybe a slight exaggeration, but it'll certainly be on his mind, especially as he's approaching this ball. But Tox manages to feed towards him and nearly gets there right at the start of game 2.
It's a great cut-through pass too. It did manage to just get onto the nose of the Galaxy Racer defender. And Ixo sends a shot long. That was the kryptonite earlier on for Galaxy Racer. Tox just above the goal. Yukio, the game-winning scorer from last game, manages to get the first.
And it was after a demo as well from Ixo, sorry. He went searching and he found his man just before Bluey could come in from the side, making it easy for Yukio, who gets his third of the series so far.
Of 95 miles an hour too, because Bluey just managed to get the tip of his nose onto it.
Oh, nice. Always nice to see a booming finish. It was. It's a shame it was only half an inch in front of the goal anyway, so it didn't make too much difference, but hopefully a sign of things to come with regards to quick finishes. Yukio up into the corner where Tox is waiting. Tox fakes it. Yukio tries to get the touch along towards the teammate, but Ixo's been taken out by Arju now, so a few demos starting to fly in to really open up this game. Another one there, Tox on Arju.
You mentioned earlier on about the fake plays. They have been so prevalent in North America, and it's something that I've absolutely adored seeing, where that region has been absolutely pioneering that new style of play. Call a fake to your teammate, and the other team has no idea it's coming in. We've seen G2 do it so perfectly time and time again. If that can come across the pond to Europe, I'm very, very happy, because I've adored seeing them pioneer.
Yeah, the clip of Rizzo calling it when he was watching on as his teammates went for it. That was absolutely brilliant. Yeah, you gotta love it. Well, let's hope that these comms will be as good, because we still yet to see too many wonder goals in this one. One or two decent dribbling plays. Ixo is pre-jumping Tox's pass, but again, it's just met in the air. I'm thinking that passing plays, infield passes, floor plays seem to be the way to go in this one, but still these players are taking to the air.
It's like both of them have absolutely learned that the backboard is going to be pretty much covered the entire time, no matter what you're attempting. So going to the ground is definitely going to be on the menu. Ixo with a very late flick. RG can save away to the corner. Gets the 100 boost and the tip over. Sorry, Yukio coming in as that rolls down, however. Blue in an awkward spot. Metain to clear it away. Good touch from Tox, send it back towards Yukio. Who gets up first? Bluey with the clear, but only gets to halfway.
Yeah, Blue was in an awkward spot earlier, but he had 100 boost, and there was nobody challenging from the backboard, so at this level, it's going to be easy for him to see that one away. This one's going to be a little bit tricky, though, for Ixo. Just to see it along, tip it backwards. He's backwards on that goal line again.
Play.
Yeah, that seems to be the way forward. It almost worked for Metain in overtime in game 1, and now Ixo is showing him what it should have been done. He's managed to find his way to the other side of the map, one way or another. And then a demo comes in. I didn't know who that was on whom. It was Bluey on Yukio, and now Arju can dribble away. So, unique defense is starting to emerge.
I mean, it shows how hard it is to work any of these players into a corner, because the backwards play, as funny as it looks, is actually very impressive. The fact that the save earlier came in from Metain and Ixo started off his dribble earlier with the backwards play is unbelievable. Great touch from Ixo to clear it away from that top corner, however, as Arju can work his way in onto the backboard again, where Tox is predictably waiting.
Tox has definitely taken the enforcer role for Aether. He is looking for the men in blue and taking them out whenever he possibly can do. Always being a player that is happy to slot in where needed. If his team need him to be aggressive, he will. If he's needing to defend, he will. And he doesn't need to do anything right now, because somehow that's gone in.
Metain did a very strange flip here. I'm just going to head to his camera.
Go on.
Where he just side flip. He just straight up side flips, and that goes bottom corner. There's no reason why that goal should have gone in. Straight up mistake from Metain.
The desperation for Galaxy Racer. They have to win not just this entire tournament for their season to even survive. The pressure does not get any higher than that for them. And maybe they're starting to struggle with that. The weight of it weighing down on their shoulders as they come forward. 2 goals needed in this one. We'll go 2 games down early doors in this best of 7. And now Tox, he is doing great work. He's even getting demos or slowing the ball down right when Galaxy Racer do not want him to. And it is just killing their momentum every time.
Those aggressive turns as well from Galaxy Racer. Look at these touches. They're so quick. They're so fast and over the top of every single defender. I'm absolutely loving seeing that. Bluey with a beautiful touch again with the duel, but the goal line save from Yukio keeps that 2-0 lead on the side of Aether, and now Tox to punish down the other end.
Yukio's already got a couple of goals for himself in this game, and that block there, when you're 2-0 up with 45 seconds left, is pretty much as good as a goal. I thought for sure it was going in, but they remain 2-0 up to Aether. It could be even better now, and it is the hat-trick hero, Yukio. What a game he's had.
It was Blue from that side who had to attempt this save with the positioning. And Matane, despite the fact he removed one of those attackers, not quite enough. Yukio pile drives it home.
There was an absolute roar from Tox after that goal went in. He is really feeling this. You can tell the way he's playing, constantly going for it, desperate to get on that ball as much as he possibly can. From this point forward, Stumpy, it's got to be said, this is Aether's to lose this series, the way they're coming up against Galaxy Racer.
They've looked absolutely unbelievable right now. I mean, it's been pretty good mid-play from both teams, in fairness, but the fact that we have seen this incredibly dominant Aether in this second match makes me very scared for Galaxy Racer going forwards. And Galaxy Racer, bear in mind, even if they win this series, it's not over there. To get to the major, they need to win this tournament. Aether winning here, they are major bound, even if they bow out early in the semis.
I'm thinking a tactical timeout at this point from Galaxy Racers, surely, because they didn't really have a horse in that Game 2 race.
Yeah, I mean, after 2 games as well, I feel like it's a better idea to go for it there than 3 as well. A lot of teams, I think, when they had the option of a tactical timeout, they immediately went in for the, okay, we'll wait till 3 and then we'll try and turn it around. But you'd rather have that 1-game buffer of, like, just in case this doesn't work immediately, you want to just make sure that you've got a little bit of time so you can lose one more game and then you head into a reverse if you need to. Earlier on, it has been done, and it was 2 games in, tactical timeout called, and then the entire series reverses momentum.
It's happened so many times already with this relatively new feature that we have. But it seems to me that all players have readied up. Galaxy Racer desperate to get straight back into it. As you watch these replays, the players are arriving right now in the stadium. Say again? No, me neither. No. Not at all. I think that is... I think that's a mistake from Galaxy Racer because they had no momentum in that second game. Nothing to build upon. It actually ended with Aether looking better again. So a strange one. Let's see if they're correct.
They've got to try and cut down Aether early as they possibly can. Right now, they're coming off big. But what do we know, Cool Carl? Because Matane immediately opens up this scoring. Only 6 seconds in, and it was a fantastic shot from Matane in the midfield. Awkwardly, though, Tox had nobody to support his touch. Wasn't a good touch, don't get me wrong. So what needed to be done better for that first goal on the side of Aether.
Yeah, a return to the Game 1 sloppiness there. But you got to say credit to the goal scorer. He saw the poor touch coming and he won the race to get there. I think it was Yukio he was up against, and if he hadn't have won that, he wouldn't have got the goal. So all credit to the scorer. As Galaxy Racer breathe what must be a bit of a sigh of relief getting that lead.
Yeah, after having 3 unanswered goals, that's not how you want to be going. That's exactly how you want to be going into this third game, because it just gives you that breathing room, and they've still got their tactical timeout in their pocket.
That's very true. And we have had already a reverse sweep in the best of 7s and nearly a reverse sweep between Queso and BS Plus competition. So
fake!
It's a day for them, but Yukio, he is playing unbelievably.
Oh, that is some prime Austrian filth. Look at that. One tap, fakes it, sends, I believe it was Arju, absolutely a-flying, and can dribble it in bottom corner. Yukio, take a boat.
I don't know why these players are bothering aerialing. This is such a floor-based game right now. Don't even bother. Unbind your jump button. It is not needed. Just wind along the floor. Let's take this thing back to 2015. That's what we need to see right now.
Matane will be going for that air dribble. Not very 2015 of him. You better not get a flip reset. They were not found out until many years later. Yukio to send it long at the goal, and a great touch from Blue to get a corner wood. But Ixo sends it to Tox. He was completely unchallenged, and he has just whiffed the final touch.
It's a 2015 meta, mate. That is how we used to shoot back then. I have to up that a little bit. Matane's going to take a touch here. He's faking that he has some boost, I think, but Tox doesn't even care. He's going to pinch it. Oh, the ball had the power, but it went straight down, and the ramp took it all off. And now Arju beats his opponent to the ball there. Ixo's waiting at the near post, and then Arju does Ixo's job for him and just says, no, ball, you stay.
I love seeing the intention of a pinch and then it absolutely failing, because I've done that so many times in ranked where I literally call pinching and then I just flop into the ball, that everybody loses momentum. Conservation of energy does not apply in those pinches, and it's always so funny to see players flop away from them, because you know that Arju had his name up in lights for assist of the century.
A floppy pinch. I propose we call it a flop pinch.
Okay, not a flip.
Not to be confused with a floor pinch.
I do not like how you've done that. For me, a man that slurs regularly.
Yukio is going to slow this one down. He slows regularly with the ball. So now towards Yukio. Can he get another one? Off to the double tap, maybe. Bluey was up nice and fast, and Tox is just waiting, making sure the counter attack cannot be completed by Galaxy Racer.
A lot of disruptions attempting to happen for Aether on their own teammates, apparently, as Tox does get in the way of Ixo.
But one thing that normally impresses me so much about Galaxy Racer, I'll carry on if this is a goal, actually. Okay, I'll get back to that thought in a second, because Metane has turned it on its head again.
It was Tox to the sidewall, an inadvertent setup, but he didn't quite get that touch either. It was a full extension, not quite enough boost to reach it, or enough speed even. And Metane will be able to secure that double. Great read from Metane, because what we do see quite regularly is players go up for, say, a double tap, but then they don't fully commit to the opponent missing it.
Yeah.
But it's like, if you're not reading the opponent missing it, then why are you up in the first place? You have to pretend to go up and act as if the opponent isn't even there, because otherwise you may as well just be rotating back. So great play from Metane to have that vision.
A fine line between gambling on them missing it and just wasting your boost.
Yeah.
And sometimes they get it wrong. On that point, they got it absolutely right. Galaxy Racer have their lead. And what I was going to say, Stumpy, was that one thing normally I love so much about Galaxy Racer is they keep so much space between each of the three players on the pitch. So rarely do they get in each other's way. And until they had the lead there, they were starting to look a little bit cramped on the pitch. They weren't quite sure whose ball it was to go for. There were three of them planted on the floor as Aether would come forward. It just wasn't quite working. Hopefully that goal has shaken that out of them.
That was fantastic defense from Metane too. RG tried to fake low on that flip reset. But yeah, Metane a second ago just got an amazing save. Really get an amazing flip reset here. Wave dashes into the ball down on the floor to send it quickly out the backside. But instead, Yukio will be able to catch it. RG to the backboard, previously defended, and yet again, Tox is there. And until about 30 seconds ago, two players on Aether were looking very lackluster. Tox and Ixo, neither had over 100 points. They were not contributing whatsoever. Still very even ultimately in this game, but that slightly for Galaxy Racer will need more from Aether to bring it back level.
This one nervy. Game 3 in a best of 7. How important can it be? Yukio has beaten RG to the ball there. Can't quite get the second touch. Bluey was tracking Yukio all the way and took a great first touch into the corner. But it was blocked, and now Bluey can come into the backboard. He's got this, isn't he? Oh, what a save, though! And then Tox cleans up the rest before Arju came in. That was so close from Bluey.
Beautiful pre-flip from him as well, just to get himself on the edge of that ball. But Arju sending along to the backboard. Bluey again, up for the double, above the crossbar. Cleared away into the corner. Yukio will tap it to Ixo too, sends it long at the net, but Metane had the vision to stay back. You don't need to send three men, onto the attack if you have got one goal up, but instead, Tox will continue to shoot. Great demo on the goal line from Ixo onto Arju. And Metane continues to attack up, he does. And look at the possession play now. It's going to see Aether needing to get a goal in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, but their touches are slow. They haven't got too much purpose. That one was better from Yukio towards Ixo. But it's sent to the corner. There's another double commit there from Galaxy Racer. Yukio's up. Yukio could well score here, but Arju gets in the way. One more chance maybe, but Tox sends that one back and asks an impossible question of Ixo. He's baked out at the end brilliantly. And Galaxy Racer do take game 3.
Nobody being swept here today. Galaxy Racer fighting back and will not give Aether that series point. And we were saying in the green room earlier on, it's quite sunny today. It's a lovely day. I really like the fact that it's lovely weather in Europe, quite frankly. I'm having a great time. Did you see the player cams and how dark the rooms were that they were playing in? I'm honestly livid. No one knows how to turn a light on in any of these players' rooms. Look next time there's player cams up. 2 of the 3 players on Galaxy Racer just haven't invested in a light bulb.
Because all they invest in is Rocket League training packs, all right, mate? Because they're that good at the game.
They're free.
Galaxy Racer don't need light. They need goals, and they got them in that game. The thing is, I spent the whole time you were saying that thinking, where's Stumpy going with this? How is he going to make this negative? And it was having a go at them for not having a light on. So,
look at the next time their cameras are up. They are playing in absolute darkness. Enjoy the sun, lads. Or win the tournament, then enjoy the sun. Look on the left! Bluey, I respect your open window, son. Good lad.
Metane is hiding behind his name as well. So he's hiding in the dark behind his own name.
I'm livid. Livid. The blackout curtain salesmen they've gone 2 for 1 on that deal, I'm sure.
Well, let's begin to talk about this series yet again, because Galaxy Racer towards the end of game 3. Bluey, where are you off to? I respect that Bluey tried to own goal that before Tox came in, because he knew that it was definitely going to be a goal.
The own dish is rare, and he attempted to go for it. He did flip away because Matane evidently called it, but Tox, with the speed, can get it into the back of the net, and not a great touch, but we have seen goals every single time for both teams, I believe, so decent chances already.
Tox's first of the series as well, so he'll be feeling good, and Yukio almost manages to close down RG faster than he expected to double up the Aether lead early doors. It's a better game for them. Tox towards the backboard. He's going to spray this one out wide towards Ixo. Does he have any boost? He doesn't, so he turns away from it, leaving Arju in. He's got two players right at the back. Wants to find one of them that's Blue. He should be able to read this double tap, but Yukio can read it too from the harder angle. Good defending there from Aether, but Galaxy Racer having a sniff.
Matane maintaining so much possession there with very little boost, just faked it to go high. Instead could only end up going low. Yukio with a very long shot. Matane again playing goalkeeper, but Tox tries to take advantage of that open net. And Ixo, I thought, from the inside of the goal mouth, could tip it back inwards.
Kronovi scored a goal like that once upon a time. I've got no idea what season it was anymore, but it has been done. Anyway, down the other end, here's Arju, a clean finish, and another equaliser for Galaxy Racer.
I'm going to say season 8 for that goal, potentially, but it was a double tap this time for Arju, a place that has typically been very, very well defended, that backboard for Aether, but taking advantage of that does manage to be Arju. And Ixo right now, minute and 15 seconds in on 4 points for Aether. He's touched the ball twice.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on how many times has Ixo touched the ball. Watch. Ooh. 3!
Yes.
But nice. He has 2 points because he hit it within 0.2 seconds.
I believe it does. He's on 8 points now, so he's snuck in a cheeky one as well, the little scamp.
Oh, good lad. Proud of him. His team are going to have to do more than just be equal, though. And Galaxy Racer are coming back. They're looking good. They're getting some space going on. They're teeing each other up for these pre-jumps and these double taps. And suddenly, as well as that, the Aether backboard looks so much more vulnerable than it ever did before.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly there's holes opening up again. Arju pinging it backboardward. Matane isn't able to get that touch, however, and so Yukio will be able to dribble it down the other side. Good defense from Matane. Ixo with a fantastic touch just from that wave dash. Now Tox, low on boost. We'll leave it over towards Ixo. Bluey to not quite beat out Yukio. Can send it towards that right side as well. I thought that was going to be a center touch, and as did the Galaxy Racer defender. Matane with a little bit of time now and the 100 boost. What is he able to do?
The backboard is looking pretty tempting, but instead he goes for the near post, where Tox and Yukio both fancy it. Arju doesn't get a flop inch. He gets a good pinch. Round the world it goes. But sadly for him, it goes all the way back. Matane another go. Arju's in the center. He can choose to go solo as well. Galaxy Racer love to go solo when they get the chance to. And they are just getting more clean touches in their opponent's half now as well. I feel like the Aether defense has slowed down too. There's a lot that's happening for Galaxy Racer that wasn't working before.
Yeah, Galaxy Racer, I think, have started to open up those holes themselves as well. They're not even just relying on the fact that Aether aren't quite defending as well as they used to. They're going for a lot of initiative here, and Arju, as he had his flip, still tried to remove Tox from the play. Isn't able to. Instead, Ixo and Yukio will be pinching it towards the left side of the pitch. Arju sends it to the right. Bluey, so much space to rotate.
Yeah, look at him. Look what he can do. He can find Arju in the center. Yukio and Tox, both of them up again. We've seen that a few times involving Tox, these double commits from Aether. No good at all because they're wasting boost and they're wasting time and they're wasting good positioning as well. However, he has managed to find his way out. There's a snapshot there from Tox. That would have been completely out of nothing if it had gone in. Matane stands tall.
Still staying in the midfield. Arju will send it into that back corner. Yukio with a send, Ixo with a send long. Bluey onto the undefended backboard. Yukio has to stretch across. Earlier on, he would have been in prime position to clear that away, or at least somebody would have been. So again, being utterly exploited is that backboard. Arju will be getting that fantastic touch nice and high. Minute left, we stay completely dead even.
Yeah, that was great backboard defending there from Bluey as well. He saw that the pass was coming in across the angle. And he was already up there for it. That's harder now for Arju. If somebody for Aether was coming in, it could have been a goal. Maybe could have been curtains on this game with only 50 seconds left, but he's done enough. Matane the same again. He's only finding Aether. Oh, Yukio is there, sorry. I thought for a second he wasn't, and that one was bundling its way in.
I mean, Yukio had every right there to presume the 50 would go relatively neutral and just head back into his own goal. And Ixo shot saved away. Arju manages to be the savior for about a second, but Tox comes in, scores his second goal, puts Aether ahead and potentially on series point.
Yeah, I think that they've been the worst team in this game, have Aether, but they've managed to get more goals than their opponents, which is all you can possibly ask for, so they won't mind at all. What I'm thinking, all they'll be thinking is, can we hold for 30 more seconds and give ourselves 3 match points?
Bluey, a weak touch, and Ixa will take advantage of that. With 7 boost, he finds it central. Leaf still has his flip, will wave dash to clear himself away faster. Yukio trying to attempt the block, but Bluey finds Matane, finds himself, finds that back wall, and the pinch on the other side will go nicely for Tox. He just stopped still, just in case there was that unbelievable miss.
Here we go.
Chance to go solo.
Here we go, though. Oh, well blocked down from Ixo. Knows the danger of his former teammates. Bluey comes in again, and it's killed. That was a moment of such danger. And look at the reactions there. Ixo going absolutely crazy after that win. This is where the belief comes in for Aether.
I mean, this is Ixo going up against the team that replaced him with Bluey.
Wants it so
There
much.
is so much on the line for him. Not only will this completely get rid of Galaxy Racer, they will no longer be in this regional, of course. They will no longer be in that major contention. This will be revenge against his old team, and it will put Aether in the major. That will give them double points. That may be a path forwards, even with even more money on the line too. This next game is a decider for so many factors.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for this call of there being a tactical timeout. Matane hasn't readied up yet. Now he has now.
Surely you take the timeout now.
Galaxy Racer want to get on with it, mate. They want to jump onto Wasteland. They want to keep this series rolling. Fair play to them. The last time we called them out for not taking one, did they win or lose?
They won.
They won, exactly. So, apologize.
Sorry, cool Carl. I just feel like there should have been a tactical timeout call for Galaxy Racer. Remove the momentum. I don't know. These guys have definitely practiced. They know what they're about, but I can't help but think that maybe it'll be Captain Hindsight in the end. I don't know. Instead, all we know is Ixo with those revenge calls shouting down this match. Himself and Tox wanting this win an unbelievable amount.
I think that Yukio's his mic setup is broken or something because they're trying to shout loud enough to reach him. It's the only explanation of why they are going for it so much. They'll be getting noise complaints, but they don't care. Look at them. I'm getting into this. This is great.
And Yukio with a nice little, let's go. Yeah. Which I respect. This is just an amazing start. This is the Cinderella story for Aether right now. Forming right before this regional, before the previous regional, and looking amazing. Right before spring, these guys came out of nowhere. They are potentially a major bound, and with 2 games, through 2 goals in this game, 2 games ahead as well, it is almost inconceivable the odds these guys have overcome.
It's a long way back for Galaxy Racer in the context of their tournament, but also in the context of this series, and also actually in the context of this game. Facing so many uphill battles, one after the other. All they can do is begin it right now by defending this touch from Tox, which Arju has done, to Yukio to put it into the center where Matane was waiting. Decent defending on that occasion from Galaxy Racer. How's Bluey's pass? It's good. The shot's wide, but Arju's coming in to keep it going.
There's still so much fight for Galaxy Racer as Tox sends it high across, and Matane can pick up that 100 boost and then form a solo play. He eats it straight to that sidewall. Matane sees him, will end up going low, but now with 0 boost, can he flick it goalwards? He does manage to. He got so far down the pitch. His shot at the end was lackluster, but Galaxy Racer still pushing hard.
Tox again double committing. Young man, you need to stop that. I know you're hyped up, but there's way too often that 2 Aether players are going for the same ball, and at some point, surely it's going to be punished. Galaxy Racer, here's Arju with a good touch. Matane's coming in. Arju's going to be able to get it again, though, but he couldn't quite connect with the attempted pass off the backboard. And then Bluey going in for that Matane touch isn't good either, because Bluey has to chase his way back. That was almost a disaster there for Galaxy Racer.
Arju from the backboard into that corner, can get the pinch wide as well, but look at Ixo's positioning back on that side wall. Forces Arju to take the early touch, which is not what he wanted whatsoever. Onto the ceiling is Yukio. Touched it down for Tox. Great management there, because that was not the touch that Yukio wanted, yet he dealt with it. Tox was a great supporting character.
Brilliant there from Bluey, just to be able to get himself a little bit of freedom. And we're seeing now that Aether, the game management is coming up. They're defending a little bit more deeply. always happy to defend. They've done it for minutes at a time in overtimes. If anybody did see their series against Dignitas, 8 minutes of pure defense. If there is one team you do not want to have to get 2 goals against, this is that team in the team in orange.
Ixo with a touch of revenge on RG there as well. Leaves Matane to go for a dribble down the other side. Has his flip though. Toxan cut up in the corner. That boost on the side does get stolen away. Tox with that rapid wave dash on the wall too. Very rarely used in competitive. I love seeing him use that because that got him enough speed to continue the challenge further down.
Yeah, brilliant play from him. You can see the confidence coursing through the Aether veins. They will be so comfortable right now. Galaxy Racer have to penetrate this bubble somehow. Looking impossible, especially when the transitions are that good. And look at Ixo just swallow up a few more seconds. The boom must have been tempting. Instead, he takes a touch just to really tempt Galaxy Racer towards him. Yukio's hit is closed down by Bluey well. Can Matane get anywhere near this one? He can't. He can't go too close because a third goal would really kill this one. A horrible position for Galaxy Racer.
Ixo first with his flip as well. Will he flip to go and try and get that block? Realizes Bluey is to that first. So instead of staying up, we'll end up rotating back nicely. Yukio grabbing that mid boost. Leaves the touch for Tox, I believe that ended up being. It was just trusting that Galaxy Racer weren't going to be getting the offensive play that they aimed for as well. Good touch from Bluey. Sends it. Tox Woods. Arju, low. Matane to receive. Tox to block.
Yeah, it was a great read there from Bluey, though. He saw when the transition was going, scooped his way in front of it and asked a real serious question of Tox, but credit to Tox. Pressure's on him there, all of his teammates watching. He got what needs to be done, but the backboard continues to be aimed at by Galaxy Racer. There's a miss, though, there from Arju. Yukio is trying to make the most of it, but couldn't get there. Arju's boostless. He has got an extra touch towards Matane, but Tox, again, getting in the way. 1 or 2 double commits I've criticized him for, but his interplay, breaking the ball up from Tox, has been brilliant.
Time to panic now. Galaxy Racer need 2 goals, 1 minute. So far, they've only had 2 shots on net. That is how pent back that this defense has kept them.
Here's the third.
Matane with a gorgeous touch over the defense, halves the lead.
You can just see it coming here. This first touch was good, and then bullying Ixo out the way, and then having maybe a little nudge on Yukio as well. Ixo still deep in conversation with his teammates, rallying the troops, making sure that no concentration is lost for the next 49 seconds.
Ixo and Tox are just talking so frequently as well. They want to make sure that this is shut out before regulation. No goal for Galaxy Racer is all that Aether care about at the moment.
Bluey sends it as long as he possibly can do. Then he wins the next one as well. Who's up for him? It's Yukio, who punches it back as much as he can. Galaxy Racer, they need some boost here because they're a little bit starved. That's better, though, from Matane.
Need a little bit of boost, a little bit of intuition. Some initiative will go so far in this game as Arju rotates background, takes his time, goes up to the solo play, but to the backboard where Ixo is waiting. A wasted opportunity as Arju needs to be clutch.
You would not expect that from Galaxy Racer in a million years. This is where it has to happen. Matane over the top. Arju shoots. Arju scores with 6 seconds left. It seemed like it was all over, but it's not quite yet.
In the second 2 shots they took in this game, from 2 to 4, they get 2 goals. They needed 100% of the shots they took to go in, and they have done it. Will overtime fall on Wasteland?
You wouldn't bet against something else happening here in these next few seconds. Tox, it could finish here. Here's Ixo, and it's wide. Galaxy Racer survive for at least 1 more overtime.
This is going to be so much on the line. Aether needing the win here. They score major, they score semis, and they are so utterly aware of it. Will Matane be able to clear out from the corner? He does so, but Tox is waiting. The edge will high, though, from Matane. Needed it.
Yeah, that's brilliant from Matane. Those extra couple of touches over the top just to get themselves something. Bluey's got boost. He tries to tempt Tox in. The 50-50 from Tox is a good one. Now Arju goes solo up against Yukio, pre-jumping every time our Aether, knowing what Galaxy Racer are capable of when they take to the air. There's a pass to the center here, but it's blocked again by Tox, causing so much mischief. Galaxy Racer can't bring the ball forward right now.
It's now Aether, though, just looking a little bit more penned back as Galaxy Racer have got that full momentum. Ixo pops it out to the side. Tox with a shot on there, just asks questions, and it's a complete miss from Arju. If that was on target, that's game over.
So close, but they're going to come again now. Here's Tox. He's demoed by Bluey. I thought it was the other way around, but I think Bluey got a wave dash to generate some pace, and there's a miss in the air. A few different misses coming in from various players, showcasing this pressure. But we live on overtime.
Matane to the backboard, previously defended, and yet again it will be as Ixo slopes across to clear it away. Bluey on the way back to his own net, finds Tox, who finds that ball just glancing so tantalizingly in front of the blue goal mouth.
Arju has got more boost than anybody thinks. Bluey's out of it, but still manages to get a hit towards the backboard there. Matane round the corner. Ixo reads it. Yukio's trying to help out Ixo. There for the cheat as the second man, depending on where this 50-50 goes. It's up in the air for Arju. Matane's coming in. He can shoot here. He can score here. But Tox, again, closes him down.
Yukio hunkering up there for a long play. He deliberately doesn't challenge, tries to go for that back boost. Ixo goes low, finds Arju past the first defender. As Yukio misses, this ball will still maintain in that blue half. Matane to clear it away, however. Has a little bit of time, does Arju. Can he get around one? Tries to get around the second. In comes Bluey, but there, he only meets his rival.
This is an awkward roll. Yukio needs to beat Matane. He hasn't done the ceiling pass. Ixo and Tox both going for that ball. Desperation in the Aether defense. Arju fakes out Ixo. To the corner it goes. Bluey gets another touch. So many clean touches right now for Galaxy Racer. Matane shoots. Matane is going to finish it. And Matane is going to keep Galaxy Racer in it.
Ixo head in hands. Cannot believe that has slipped. And over on the Galaxy Racer cams, they are calmer. They know that there is still time to win this series. But that is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, and we are finally having the first tactical timeout of the series. And of course, it's going the way of the team in orange. After that devastating game loss, Aether have taken a tactical timeout.
First one, and it is needed. What a time to be taking this. Snasky back on the mainstream. Good friend of ours, good man. We asked him about the name as well, Aether or Ether. He literally said, I don't care. So good on him. I like a man that's got principles.
Absolutely.
Aether here does need to get their head back in the game because that was so close. 2 goals up. There were only 2 shots on their net from Galaxy Racer. And then they were so clutch with 6 seconds left. It was nothing but calm, controlled, accurate play to bring it to overtime.
So much respect for Matane as well. That double tap that he got, more of an air dribble than a double tap that he got, with a few seconds left, just opening up Aether when they needed it, when all hope seemed lost. He was the key player in that one for Galaxy Racer, and I can't overstate enough how well Galaxy Racer had to do to get back into that series, because Aether, they can defend for minutes at a time against the best attacks in the game, in EU, but Galaxy Racer managed to break through them not once but twice. That's going to give them such a buzz going forwards.
Yeah, Galaxy Racer had so much fight left in them, and you could tell as soon as that first goal went in, it sort of softly felt like a matter of time before the second, but I've got so much respect that they kept pushing. Aether here, though, it's a matter of taking a step back, I feel, where, look, guys, we lost that one. We were so close. Play this next game how you played that first one, because it was 2 early goals that managed to secure their dominant lead until the final minute.
There's also the question of whether or not Aether were a little bit overhyped. I mean, you want to see players living and breathing every moment, but they have to keep control. Perhaps the amount of adrenaline that was coursing through their veins just made them go for a ball they otherwise wouldn't have, or they'd forget to make a call that normally they would. Mistakes can come in. You can try to be too speedy, and perhaps that was another way that their normally impenetrable defense got breached a couple of times.
But now we go to Neo Tokyo. It is a map that has broken teams. It has sent them home. And it is all of the hope right now riding on Aether that they will be able to shut it out here and now. A reminder for the stakes, if Aether win this match and therefore the series, they will be going through to the major, to the semis, and Ixo starts them off with fire.
I think the tactical timeout was exactly what they needed. A little bit more controlled in attack here. Ixo, I feel, towards the end of that last game would have been like just a little bit further forwards for that one if his team needed a goal. You know, they started to play a little bit desperately because they had so much hype. So that's much better after taking the 1 minute to calm down.
But then did you see the player cams where it's then Tox and Ixo straight back into the...
I'm going to be honest, I didn't see it there. So they're right back on it, aren't they?
It's very deja vu. Early goal, double hype.
Oh, no. Okay, well, fair enough then. I take back everything I've said. They're going to keep trying to play as quickly as possible as Galaxy Racer come forward.
I mean, honestly, they need to, because that's how they won last time. And I like the fact that they have carried on with that winning formula. It's a shame that the game that they did manage to lose in was one where it was just won out in the end by Galaxy Racer. Fantastic play from them. Do not count them out until it comes down to the final moment.
Yeah, we've also seen Yukio. He had such a blistering start to this series. He's quietened down a little bit in recent times as well. It's pretty much been the talk show, I would say, with regards to, well, pretty much all over the pitch. He is in full bull chase mode, doing it fantastically as well. But I just want to see them find Yukio a bit more.
I mean, Tog started off very slow in this series, so I mean, the fact that he's come back in might just force Yukio into that lower position down at the back, but Ixo trying to get the shot from the corner won't quite be able to, and so Matane guide it around that left wall. Central is Arju with the shot on net too. Taps high from Ixo, very clutch save.
Those are so easy to misjudge when you're coming from the side. Brilliant, good save there from Ixo. Did what needed to be done, and also managed to get enough height on the ball to send it to some sort of safety. Galaxy Racer is still continuing the same attack they were on earlier, which came from that clearance, so it's not been perfect until Ixo gets that touch. Might get a second one as well. Blue gets a hit on it. The ball could be going anywhere. Matane can't believe his luck to edgeable that one away cleanly.
And just stays on it for so long as well. Uses almost his entire tank of boost to get it away. Tox tries to go for the long shot, but Bluey wise to it. As he's low on boost, he was heading back to that corner 100 regardless. Yukio, though, will steal that other boost. Bluey over the top of one, over the top of two. Can he get it into the goal?
Almost. Yukio nips in. Tox shepherded the ball player away. And then Yukio did the rest, and he continued to do so as well. Tries to fake out Matane. Good play from him, slowing it down. Exactly what his team need, and faking out Bluey as well. Now it's Galaxy Racer that are chasing shadows and chucking themselves at the ball more than they should do. This one's maybe able to provide you. It is. Bluey manages to dribble it away. Yukio had retreated.
I mean, Bluey didn't read that whatsoever, but he didn't need to. That was not on him to get it. We need to see Galaxy Racer staying as calm and composed as they were. With 6 seconds left, they got a goal. They've got 2 minutes 20 here. They need to get back to that mindset.
Yukio rushed at that one a little bit, but Bluey's flick is only as far as Ixo, so it worked out well for him in the end. Perhaps that was the plan. Matane is teed up, but Tox reads it, and we'll get the second touch as well into the center. There's no one there for Aether. They definitely have fallen back again. So now I'm starting to change my mind and think they're going back a little bit too much. I do want to see Aether push for the second goal, because Galaxy Racer are always good for at least one per game.
Fantastic fake from Yukio. Maybe just called off it by Tox, but it certainly confused the attacking defender. No, Yukio will send it onto that sidewall. Bluey towards Arju again. These two players linking up time and time again, but Arju, going on his original trajectory, will get the touch regardless, and so the pressure remains.
Oh, great fake from Ixo. Matane gets across into the center, but it's not going to be too much good for Galaxy Racer with time beginning to dwindle. 90 seconds left. Arju can connect with this one and do something, but he's not able to. Tox is nipped in. Bluey should be able to see it away. That was so close, and Tox doesn't even get the boost steal for it. From 100 to 0 in a second for Tox, but his team still have the lead.
It's been a terrific attack so far for either team. Whenever they've had chances, they've certainly been taking them. It's been that defense at the back that has typically been solid. Ixo, though, will be flipping away from that ball. Will he try and go for a bump? Attempts it, but instead leaves Bluey open for the flip reset. Goes to the counterplay, tips it over two, and Ixo from his own box gets it clear.
Yeah, that was a great read there from Ixo. I thought Bluey was coming in, but it was a speedy touch there from the crossbar. So hard to read, and he's done brilliantly. Has the goal scorer. Bluey's going to come forward again, though. To the ceiling he goes. Sets himself up. Ixo closes him down. Desperate to win this game right here, right now. They can sense that it's in their hands yet again. They messed it up last time. The Galaxy Racer will be able to force them to do so again. Arju's going to take a touch. Tox is there closing him down. Arju does manage to get it away. 30 seconds remaining. Easily enough time for Galaxy Racer to get back into this one.
It's time to clutch or kick, and we are going to be seeing which one of those options it is. Last time it was clutch, and Arju is hoping to start that off. Picks up the corner 100. Toxo with a great challenge. Only finds Matane on the halfway line. Ixo and Yukio both committing the final 10 seconds. This is Galaxy Racer's tournament and major chances on the line.
But they can do this. Bluey has a chance for an air dribble. Oh, he didn't know the bomb was coming in, though. Bluey could have done so much more with that than he did. But Aether see it away. Look at them go. They are so proud of themselves. Their throats hurt. They've been screaming, but they've won.
An absolutely monumental victory there for Aether. Taking the series with style, with confidence, didn't even take it to 7. The series ends in 6 games. I said at the start, Neo Tokyo can make or break teams. That was the breaking point for Galaxy Racer. Could not find the back of the net once in that game, and Aether looking brilliant in the semis.
So your second semi-finalists, Aether and BS Plus competition. Who saw that coming? Hands up who predicted this, either at the start of the day or at the start of the whole competition. Two teams. Really? Wow.
We literally did. This is our bracket.
Have we nailed this?
We have got, on our pre-show, we said Guild would win, BDS would win, BS Competition would win. Guys, you're so welcome for that call, by the way. And Aether would win. Thank you, Johnny Boy, for predicting that bad boy. Our semi-finals are how we expected them to go. This is RLCS in the Regional 3, and it is so topsy-turvy, it's so upside down, and I am here for it.
So now all we need is Gil to 4-0 BDS in the other semi-finals, because I believe that was also our prediction. Come back in a few minutes to see if that happens. It's all amazing. We're back soon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. We're in the spring split and we are on Championship Sunday of the European Regional number 3. I'm Leaf, alongside me Gibbs, and Wavepunk is now joining us to talk about this last match here. Aether versus Galaxy Racer. Galaxy Racer's entire championship life depended on this one, and Aether Wave stole it away.
Yeah, Aether did steal it away. Ixo in particular pulled the plug. The man is insanely good at this video game. Even in the clips that we're seeing Yukio score here, Ixo is the one paving the way for them to get there. Galaxy Racer put up a strong fight, but in the end, Aether was too much.
I love this Aether team. It's 3 players. They were kicked from their teams. All 3 of those teams, they're not playing anymore. They're not going to the Spring Major. They're done for the year. But these 3 players, they're going to the Spring Major. They're still continuing on throughout their season. It's awesome to see that these 3 players, they were down, but they came together and they built something great here. And we'll see them in the Spring Major.
And speaking of, let's take a look at the bracket here just to get ourselves up to date with what's been going on. We have our 4 teams, top 4 on Championship Sunday. Wave, Guild, BDS, BS Plus Competition, and Aether.
Wow. Yeah, the top side not as surprising as the bottom, but still crazy, and I'm so excited. Both these semifinals are going to be nuts. BS Competition making it through the 3 German amigos here, pushing through to take on Aether.
Oh man, but it's been a crazy bracket. We talk about the group of death all the way back on day 1. None of these teams are here anymore. This final 4 teams, none of them are from that group of death. Galaxy Racer was the last team from there. So you could say on paper teams are really hard, but you got to show up on the field, and these 4 have done so throughout the weekend.
Gibbs, you talked about the points there, our major being settled up. Let's take a look at spring so far. What's happening? Well, so far, I mean, we're near the end of spring split here, as you said, with the major coming next.
Yep, here we go. This is it. Spring Major. We're done. We've clinched the spots. Teams are still fighting for points for seeding and all of that, but the top 9 are your top 9. BDS, Queso, Solar, Vitality, Guild, BS Plus, White Team, Top Blokes, Aether, and the German Amigos. The Grid Wildcard will also be joining. So congrats to all those teams. They'll be playing for an extra $100,000.
I love these lineup here. It's going to be a great major, setting us up for the championship, Leaf.
Yeah, I love that the Amigos 2-1 regional. They're like, yeah, we're still here. We're still here. But you're right. Championship is what's up next. And we do have to announce that we have our clinched teams for that championship for the European region here. The 6 teams going to those championships are BDS, of course, Vitality, of course, and then following them, Top Blokes, and then clinching it just now, Queso, Solary, and Guild. Our teams make it to the top. And these are all names, Wave, that I think people could be like, oh yeah, you know what? Those are top level teams, the European region. They belong here.
Of course, absolutely. I mean, and it's going to be a wild championship, one of the most endurance form events we've ever had, and to see who comes out on top, who actually has not in it for the sprints, but in it for the marathons, is going to be wild to watch.
And $400,000 on the line, and there's not a lot of teams there, so each one of them are walking home with a bunch of cash.
That's for sure. But we need to talk about the matches that are going to lead us to the end of today, then to the majors, then to that. So let's bring it back to now. We got to get into our semifinals here. Still best of 7, single limb across the board. Guild Esports versus Team BDS is up next. And Guild has to try to be the ones that take him down. Atlantide Wave was not able to do so earlier. Gibbs, the question is Guild going to have what it takes? Or is BDS still just too good? I'm going to go with probably yes.
The reverse sweep, though, Guild, they won 4 in a row to make it to this point. And then what they did on day 3, they swept BDS. No one has done that all year. So Guild has already shown that they can beat BDS. Maybe it was BDS playing a little bit down. And Guild's probably not too happy that they have to do it again now. They would rather not play BDS. But they have done it before, and they can do it again.
Man, and I feel like Nolly and Though have been the rocks on this Guild lineup, and they've been playing well. The question for me has always been about Devo. Devo has had such an up and down just career from beginning to end, winning a world championship in season 3 and then just tanking down in the following seasons. Right now, after the series I watched earlier today, Devo's feeling hot. If he's able to play the same way he did earlier today, Guild can give BDS a run for their money.
That is for sure, but I think Guild's just also happy that they've now made the championship, so that might be on their side coming in this matchup. You know, they're playing to just continue to crank out those dollar bill signs, and you know, that's motivation, but they can just have fun with it now, which is important. The question is, you guys think that is going to be enough? It's time for the fan vote. You guys have to decide who's winning this one, BDS or Guild. And usually when it comes to BDS, we just say, okay, it's BDS across the board. We're going to ask you guys in case maybe there's some shift here. We've seen Guild do it before. The possibility is there. They've swept them. They know they can do it. Are they going to do it here? I'm going to start off with you, Wave, and see if maybe you think the possibilities here.
Oh, do I think the possibilities here? Yes, small one.
Okay.
Small possibility. Do I believe in it? Yes. Do I want Guild to win? Yes. And I think I'm going to predict Guild because that's more fun. I like
fair
it a
enough.
lot, and I'm excited to see. It's not often I feel any amount of confidence predicting against BDS.
I was waiting for one of those to be a no in there, but it definitely
I know, right?
Now, the problem is the last time me and Wave were on a desk, it was Vitality versus BDS. We're like, yeah, let's do Vitality. I am not with you this time, Wave. I am not following you. I'm going BDS all the way. BDS is going to take this, go to another final.
Wave, I really love the belief, and I'm glad someone did it because I'm going to be boring. I'm going BDS on this one. I think there's no way. Maybe, again,
all right, chat, you got my back, right? Chat's got my back, right?
That's what it comes down to. Split it.
Right.
Let's go.
Hey,
better.
That's better than most, I guess.
I'll take a third vote against BDS.
Yeah.
That counts as confidence.
I would take those odds.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, get online on Twitter at RL Esports. Hashtag RLCS, guys. We find out if Guild can do it again. Can they take down BDS? Let's find out now in the Skybox.
Cheers, Leaf in the desk. We're Cole and Stumpy back at you again. And Stumpy, this is our first taste of the European Championship. Guild have been confirmed to be making it. Will that inspire them? Please say yes.
I truly, genuinely, absolutely do think that Guild have a fantastic chance of winning here. And I don't normally say that. I don't normally back Guild. I don't normally back any team to beat BDS. So the fact that those two are lining up all in one beautiful series of Rocket League we're about to witness, I feel really good about their chances, but you cannot typically go against the statistical anomaly of the gods that are BDS.
They make the whole thing weird. The number of points they have, the number of wins they have, the percentages of how often they clean sweep, how often they reverse sweep, how often game 5s game 7s today just belong to them. It's ridiculous. It's insane. And Guild have to put up with that. And if they are to put up with that, I think they're going to rely on the man who's currently at that back post over there, Nolly. He has been playing so well over the last couple of days.
Yeah, Nolly has looked unbelievable. The way that he has had ball control in very adverse situations too, where he's had not quite the perfect takeoff, where he's been bumped in the air even, or his flip reset doesn't quite land. His ability to just work his way out of and create any situation, it's the best we've ever seen him.
I need to keep up that form today, but Diva's getting in the way, and Nolly is there. He's got reflexes, he's got reads, and he's given Guild a lead.
It was extra, just being a touch slow on the back line, rotates back out. Didn't expect Nolly to be in his complete blind spot, and can't blame Extra there too much in fairness, because Nolly was in a very strange position. Takes full advantage of that, and out of nowhere, Nolly with the goal.
Yeah, we're talking up Guild's chances here, but we have to remember that Team BDS have won 7 of the 10 available championships so far. All the regionals, all the majors, they've literally won 70% of those tournaments. So for anybody tuning in right now who's new to this, wondering why we're all saying this team is so unbeatable, that is why. And over the course of the best of 7, BDS will be favourites, but they've started here a lot slower. Devo is just waiting to see if he can turn around that ball there and tap it home. Almost another one for Guild.
Also, if you are new to the RLCSX, welcome. Secondly, what an amazing series you've decided to tune in at. This is BDS trying to just make it to the grand finals against a team that has looked like in their best form of their lives coming into this Regional 3.
Yeah, this is already joint furthest that Guild have ever got. They reached the top 4 in the Winter Major. Other than that, it's been an up-and-down season for them. So they're trying to complete the task of getting to a final for the first time. A team that was put together to do just that. And their start in this series is looking pretty good. Diva onto the backboard. Could have another chance for a second goal. Monkey moves up nice and quickly. Bo's going to be coming in. He needs to make sure he doesn't get too chasey. That was a good play from him. And Nolly can complete the squeeze. Guild looking a lot better in this first one.
Yeah, Guild looking really confident. The attack has been mostly on their side, racking up 4 shots in total so far. Team BDS with 4 shots as well. However, I've not remembered quite as many of them. Nolly with an unbelievable pre-jump there. Leaves Tho at the back to clear up, does manage to, and sends it back to their spearhead.
Monkey is doing a lot of work in defense right now, not so much on the other side of the field where he's normally more revered. Extra can't quite reach that one. Tho tried to get the read, but wasn't quite able to do it. And now Devo fakes out Monkey Moon, then gets it past Mark by 8. This is getting interesting, this game.
So on that left wall, we'll be getting a touch, but it just falls away from him, leaves it to Monkey Moon. Somehow managing to be the best player on BDS, not by a long margin by any means, but certainly being the standout player. As Mark has that shooting ability that can get a goal from pretty much anywhere. Can't say that about too many players. Though with an awkward double tap will leave the ball falling down to Mark. And with Devo taking the shot, the seconds tick down and Guild continue with the lead.
Monkeyman's been seen as BDS's best player for a long time, but I'd say the man who had the ball a second ago, Extra, is in the finer form right now. When they beat Vitality, he was just the bane of Vitality's existence time and time again, and that is why. Look at the setup, look at the touch. He's following it all the way. BDS don't even need a chance to score. They just need the ball.
He had his eyes trained on the net that entire time too. Look at that. Manages to sneak it in the back post after getting an awkward touch around one attacker, and then back flipping it around Nolly. Really great vision to see that otherwise if he gets it past 2, suddenly the net's open.
Even though Guild are playing a little bit faster, you can just tell that Team BDS are a roster that's used to winning. Never looked like they were panicking even when they were being outpaced to the ball, and now they have their equalizer and they can go for more. Monkey Moon slows it down in the air. Extra gets bypassed. Nolly with a chance for a decent challenge against Mark by 8, and it reaches Tho. Now Devo needs to be coming in until Monkey Moon sends it long actually for the other side. It's BDS who are coming. Monkey Moon in the corner. End-to-end stuff right now. Neither team able to complete a foothold.
BDS is such an incredibly strong and fast team as well, where Guild really seems to be taking it to them. Look, Tho, with a couple of very good touches, can get it almost into the back of the net. Nolly to center it. Tho will he get involved, does try to force his Monkey Moon to get that touch, and so Devo can receive really nice interrupting play from Tho. 45 seconds left, that's what you want to be seeing.
Monkey Moon series got Mark by 8 to his right. Perhaps he should have gone for the pass instead of, I think it was a flip reset. My camera was quite far away. Mark by 8 does eventually get the ball, but he's blocked by Tho. BDS in the last 30 seconds trying to do some damage. Here, this one that goes to the corner. It's a good doink away from Devo, and that will just relieve so much pressure on Guild.
It would then mean that Devo could go into the opposite corner and pick up 100 boosts and then start this dribble. All from that one touch onto the ceiling. Can he get that flip? Does manage to. Blocks it. Finds the corner and also finds Extra, who cannot get the dunk. Monkey Moon forced to clear it away on his own side. Extra not able to stay up, unfortunately. Nearly the touch back from Nolly as well. Overtime in game 1 looking very likely.
This is a match between two teams, one of which normally sweeps the other one. BDS will normally get a 3-0 or a 4-0 against Guild. No evidence of that so far as Nolly catches that one. I'm talking as if we're going into the overtime, but we're still yet to have that happen. The ball yet to drop. Guild have got some defending to do. Mark Bay, you end it here off the back wall. Oh my goodness, that was such a chance. We do go to overtime eventually.
You mentioned about the sweep stat. In the last 9 times these teams have played, it has been 50-50 whether Guild have been swept by BDS or not. That's ridiculous. That's unbelievable. I can't even understand that stat.
And Guild's only win was in the group stage when they won 3-0, and Team BDS had already guaranteed top 2, so bad omens as they go into this overtime to Guild. Monkey Moon is hovering underneath that one. Tho needs to get some distance just to make it not easy for Monkey Moon. Actually, Monkey Moon misses it. Nolly's coming in on the side. Tho's there waiting, desperate for that ball to go over his opposition goal. Then he gets the pinch towards the goal. Extra sends it out wide when Monkey Moon was just waiting underneath. So Guild starting the overtime well. I was worried that they wouldn't.
Whiff? Monkey Moon with a very, very uncharacteristic whiff there. Does manage to find Extra, which is exceptionally well timed by him, because otherwise that is a great opportunity for Guild to continue piling on their pressure. Tho to send long, but Extra to catch and find the left-hand wall. Devo to be the first man to it, pinches it beautifully. Yeah, this ball is rocketing every which way around this pitch.
Yeah, normally we fall asleep a little bit during Boomer Ball, but the connections that these players are making are so clean. Every time these long clearances are coming in, they are putting genuine pressure on their opponents, as opposed to just giving the ball back. But that one is going to be a chance for Extra coming in. It was blocked by Tho and Nolly as well, I think, coming forward. Devo's got some work to do in defense. The pass is just over the top of Extra. He tries to flick it up. And then Tho misses. This could be really dangerous again. So a combination of big booms, odd misses, and the ball goes safe.
Devo with the 50 alongside Extra. Pinches to that right wall. Though not even challenging Mark by 8. So doesn't fancy himself on that race. Instead, we'll go for the block a little bit later on. Right. But look at the BDS just finding each other with every single vital touch. Can he get another one, Mark by 8? Yes, he does. And Extra, of course, sinks it in the back of the net. Game 1 going the way of BDS.
BDS's current fashionable clutch man is Extra. And there he was, Mark by 8 did some pirouettes as he fell to set up the Frenchman. And it was the 1 minute and 45-second winner for Team BDS, who do take game 1. Now, if you are Guild Stumpy, don't lose heart, because that's as good a game 1 as they've got against Team BDS, other than that sweep, for as long as I can remember.
Monkey Moon has got his head in his hands. I'm not too sure why. I think he is looking stressed. This has been a very quick game where there's been so much pressure on the BDS net. In the end, the shots managed to be 11 in favor of Guild, 13 for BDS, however. So there was more pressure from BDS over towards that Guild side, and yet Guild looked relatively stoic. Monkey Moon is showing that emotion where typically when they literally win majors, win regionals, they've got videos that come out on Twitter where they stop, they type GGs, they stand up, they shake hands, and then they immediately go to bed. That's just what BDS do.
The mechanics come and they get a drill and they whir away the screws that combine Team BDS so they can go into rest mode until the next regional comes along. But yeah, this is familiar territory for Team BDS, less so for Guild, and that will definitely play in Team BDS's favor. But I am liking what I'm seeing from Guild so far. They've got a really good balance. Tho and Nolly, they are always the key men for Guild, in my opinion. How will they play around each other? Are they getting each other's way, or are they supporting each other? From what we saw from that game 1, they were completely supporting each other, and Devo's third man positioning was exactly right. He was there for the BDS booms without being so far back that his team had no pressure.
The thing is, this is such a far cry from the quarterfinals that BDS had versus Atlantide Wave. They're not used to being stressed this much, and Monkey Moon is trying to show Guild that they should not be taking it quite as hard.
Yeah, that's not quite as good from Guild there. Tho's clearance just puts Nolly into a corner. He reverses, does his best to do something with it, but Monkey Moon is always going to be sniffing around for opportunities like that. And 7 seconds into game 2, Team BDS have a lead.
And it was a very unfortunate touch from Tho. Unfortunate, you could say that, or actually it was just a bad touch from Tho because he needed to be doing a lot more with it. We'll find the center again. Mark by 8 sends it onto that ramp and Extra to follow up. It is becoming clockwork for the Machine Men.
I think that they're warming up right now, Team BDS, which is scary for Guild.
Nolly missed.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep a close eye on their comms. Will they stop talking? They will have Gregan in their ears constantly. They could go 10-0 down. It does, to be fair, unless you're winning in the end. They could go 10-0 down, and Gregan will still be keeping their spirits up, saying, come on, boys, we can do this. So this start is just one they have to see away, maybe try and tread water for 30 seconds or so, and then at least get themselves in this second game before it gets too ugly.
It is BDS, though. Look at how well every single attacking player is going against that Guild defense. Devo trying to get that ground pinch. Will fake out Mark by 8, but Monkey Moon will be there to fend the ball off. Try to find Extra, but Tho will be getting that clear away. And Monkey Moon, the very gentle touch. Every now and then, it does just seem like Guild start to work their way back onto the half of BDS, but it never lasts long. Look at that passing play out of defense. Extra even fakes it, finds Mark by 8, who will nearly find that top corner. Monkey Moon is there in the end, and that is absolutely perfect.
It was lovely, but did you see how much space they had for that first pass? Yes. The through ball went, I'm pretty sure, past the halfway line, and still all 3 Guild players were behind the ball. No one out there to reach it. I mean, Guild, they've turtled a little bit in this game. It seems that we're already in damage limitation mode. But Team BDS, when they are given that space, they can thread the needle unlike anyone, arguably, in the world.
It's 3-0 in just over 1 minute? Oh my god, how did I not work that one out?
You need to do some, like, quick maths or something.
Good lord, how did I not understand what a minute was? I'm going to give up on that sentence. Cool, Cole, Rocket League's happening.
Yeah, it's Tho with an air dribble, trying to go over the top of Mark by 8. He's got at least got some territory for his lads. 1 minute and 37 seconds. I tried to show off there and it almost backfired into this second game. Mark by 8's up. He tries to keep it going, and then Tho can spray it outside, and now my caster is going to talk for me instead. Yeah.
I've rebooted. Nolly onto that flip reset. We'll find Monkey Moon in the air with amazing pre-jump as well. Extra to clear, Monkey Moon to receive. Tho on the backside, has to tip it to the corner. But now BDS are finding each other with every single passing play. Even when the ball isn't in a great position for them to find, they're still going for it. Monkey Moon didn't need to find the ball because he finds Tho.
Yeah, now Mark by A gets involved as well. Devo's clearance just fell to Mark by A. His teammates weren't quick enough there. Oh, and there was a bump as well on Tho. Oh, no, that's so cruel, Monkey Moon. You don't need to be doing that when you're already 4 goals up. This one's going to get ugly. I can't see this game being one where suddenly Guild get a goal and then they look really good. I think this is inevitably going to turn into a 5 or 6-0 for Team BDS. The question is, can Guild deal with that going forward?
Yeah, I mean, Guild at this point, you look at game 3, genuinely. Not many teams that you'd be thinking, few goals down, okay, maybe we'll look forward with half the game left. You maybe get a confidence goal or 2. That's truly all you can bank on. When it's BDS looking in this form, it's so hard to work back against it. But Tho, with 1 touch, a nollie to secure one of their couple with 2 minutes 20 left. Maybe we're being a little bit too generous to BDS.
I think we are after that goal. No, I don't think we're being generous to BDS. I think we're being disingenuous towards Guild. At 4-0, it did seem very much over, but they do get a goal, and suddenly the question is asked, can they build some momentum? There's more time left in this second game than I thought there would be before they scored. 3 goals, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. It can happen if they get lucky or if they have a wonder play. Get themselves back in it. Interesting things could occur, but not if they can see down the other end, as Nolly puts that one outside towards Tho, who just sends it long. Guild are still being boost-starved. You know, all the problems that were there before aren't magically fixed with that goal, but at least they've got something.
It's also relying somewhat on a BDS error. And look at Extra there, chasing down Devo in defense, because he knew that if he can rush Devo, then that means that it's going to be an awkward touch, a bad touch, quite frankly, and then his attacking friend can come in to go for a decent shot on there. There's so much forethought from every single touch and every single movement off the ball plays from BDS that in every avenue, Guild are struggling. It is absolutely dazzling to watch them move around the pitch.
It's incredible to watch the way they find each other. They always seem to have so much time on the pitch. They always seem to have boost as well, the Team BDS. You're thinking that this attack's got to end at some point. There's no way they can still go for an air dribble. The camera cuts to Monkey Moon. He's on 60. It's like, when did he get that? I thought he was using everything. You know, all these pros, they go over pads. All their boost management is stupendous. But yet Team BDS just have that 10% more at any one time. When they're playing like this, it's beautiful clockwork, Rocket League.
Extra again, just going from the ceiling, finds his way back down. We continue challenging off this. He does and gets that 12 boost. Monkey Moon did not get the memo, however. So everybody splits up on the side of BDS. Good demo in the net for Mark by A. He retains so much speed, can get rid of one player on the pitch. We'll open up that net, but now Guild have had a time to reform. Can they get another confidence goal? Mark by A. He has just got an absolute... He's just got the red mist has descended, and it's a couple of players on Guild with a death wish.
It's not even the red mist. It's just pure confidence and possession and
just Monkey Moon parked
dominance over their opponents right now. Only in this game, it has to be said. I'm by no means thinking this is how the rest of the series is going to look, but BDS in this one, all we can really do is just sit back and admire. This is Rocket League at its very best. Guild are a good team. Guild have reached the semi-finals of the 3rd regional. They've beaten good teams to get here. I mean,
in the form of their lives as well.
They are in the form of their lives, yeah. They 3-0'd BDS, no less, a couple of days ago. And BDS are toying with them. Absolutely toying with them in that second game. Guild are taking a timeout. I mean,
after 2 as well.
After 2 as well.
That's the Gregan timeout.
I think that if I'm in that, if I'm in that timeout, if I'm their coach, I'm just saying that game has gone. They're really good, aren't they? Right? How do we beat them? You know, let's just wipe that one off. Don't take anything away from it. Look at Gregan there. Look how proud of himself he is.
Earlier on, we did. Just to break the fourth wall, we did mock him in the green room a bit because he looked dead in the camera. And it's like, Greg, it's not about you. It's about your players right now. Come on, talk to your players. And he is. He's doing a great job just trying to get them back into that mindset of, look, we're against the best team in the world, guys. Like, we need to do something special to beat them again. You're not going to sweep BDS often. Nobody will. Gibbs said it earlier. No one has swept BDS this year until Guild managed to do it. If Gregan's referencing those results, that is certainly a confidence inspirer.
Yeah, it's also they're taking experience against Team BDS for the championships. That's what they have to do to play as well as they possibly can against Team BDS. They can use everything they're learning. Everything Team BDS are doing well is stuff that they can take forward into their own games when they're facing the Solaries, the Quesos, the other teams that have made it into those championships. It all starts here. This is a bit of a free shot against Team BDS, the way I see it. They have completed mission number 1 to make that top 6, and they're smiling as well. I think that's good to see as well. You can see there, Greg, with a cheeky little grin. They're not down and despondent. They have to be feeling as happy as they possibly can in this one.
I mean, they're talking through it. That's what you need to do. That's what these timeouts are for. Talk as much as possible. Make sure that you know what's wrong, your coach knows what's wrong, those issues are identified, and you move forwards with the series. It's currently BDS 2-0 up, and that second game was a soft thrashing for BDS, where it looked like at times it could have been 5-6-0. But in the end, there was a goal for Guild. It inspired a touch of confidence because that's when they held BDS back. No more goals were scored after that one. And it is now time for Guild to regroup, rejoin, and begin to dismantle the best.
I mean, if you want to hear the most positive spin of all, Guild won the second half of that match, 1-0. I said at 4-0, this one is going to turn into 5 or 6. I was wrong. You know, Guild didn't concede in the second half of that match, and they scored themselves. So if they can just hold out the first 40 seconds or so, bring themselves back into the series, make sure they're connecting with each other eventually like they were in Game 1, then they've got a chance here. But they have to stay solid at the beginning of this one.
Mark Baye will receive that pass from Monkey Moon, who catches it from the ceiling as well, back central. This is then sent along again by Nolly. But look at the positioning from BDS to catch it midfield, try and stop it as best they can, and then see if a player is there to catch it on their own team. It's absolutely fantastic to see how they rotate around each other. Extra with a lot of boost will forego going for it. Instead, Monkey Moon will be able to. Mark Baye will be whipping that one, pulling Extra onto it in a rushed way.
Yeah, they're doing a lot better now, though, Guild. The clearances are stronger and longer. And just putting Team BDS under a little bit more pressure as per that Game 1. Good bump there from Devo and Monkey Moon before all their hard work was about to be undone as Monkey Moon was getting ready to pull the trigger. And they're finding each other in defense as well. So a really good return to form for Guild. The BDS are just starting to wear into action themselves as Mark Baye goes to the backboard. Nolly has to make a read. He does towards Extra. What can Extra do here? Get beaten to the ball is the answer. And here's Nolly trying to complete the jump. And Nolly scores.
Fantastic counter-attack from Nolly. Sitting upfield, waiting to receive that pass because he sees just how well Devo is going to be beating the Extra to the ball. Gets his nose on it, catches both Monkey Moon and Mark Baye out. And with a long shot, bottom corner is found. Nolly taking the lead for Guild.
What can BDS do about that? The question is asked. Steal the boost from the kickoff is the answer, but Nolly has a chance for a solo play. Marked by 8. Does manage to steam in, uses all the boost that he picked up. Demo's coming in. It was Nolly on Monkey Moon. So it's definitely something else they're looking for as well. Another bump. Though, that time on Marked by 8. Is he going to stay forward? He leaves the play there. Interesting decision. Saw there was no chance of scoring from it. Goes back, builds again.
Fantastic play by Tho there. He slowed it down so sensationally that it just meant that Extra, when he went for that bump, couldn't make any contact. Tho got double touch, really well played out, and looking a lot more confident in this game. Straight off the ceiling, Devo to receive. Tho to get on the end of it for 1, but not for 2. Mark by 8 intercepts.
So far, so good after the tactical timeout, but Mark by 8 can undo that. It's hitting the post. Devo tries to get the save. He can't do it. Extra equalizes.
How does he squeak it by 2 of those defenders as well? Because Devo managed to defend, Demo 1, and then Tho bumped Devo away from the ball when he went to defend it. Not a great communication, and BDS draw at level.
Yeah, well, as soon as that touch was made by, I think it was Mark by 8, there was a little bit of desperation in the Guild ranks. You can understand why, but Extra still has the intelligence to make the most of that, to get that finish. It wasn't an easy one with the players there. Mark by 8 is to jump early to avoid being bumped. Tho goes for the man and not the ball as well. Guild definitely turning on the aggression. It's working for them to an extent. Team BDS will find a way to deal with it. Of course they will. But for now, it's equal. It's an even third game.
I really like the fact that we are seeing Guild going for these demos, going for the bumps, because right now BDS look comfortable. They look confident and just solid in the back line, quite frankly. But if you could disrupt that and bring a couple of players out of the play, get rid of them for 3 seconds, then you have opened up the net for a scoring opportunity, when the shot can frankly be unremarkable because remarkable play has happened elsewhere.
Here's Devo. Great pre-flip onto the backboard he goes. Nolly's arriving. Can't quite get the shot away. It was Monkey Moon. 2 of them went up BDS players. The second one managed to get it, and now Monkey Moon down the other end does have a flip reset, but he's reached in the air. Though not giving him any time at all to do anything with it. Wait for this one to land. He passes. It's not the best decision, and Guild come forward now.
Monkey Moon goes for a low catch. Not much ground game been played so far. Flicks over one extra to receive 50s with Nolly, and so the possession falls to Guild with Devo and 100 boost. Anything can happen, but Mark by 8 leads up for extra, utterly uncontested. Everybody boostless. BDS, though, had no idea, and they just kept punting it high.
I don't know why they didn't just shoot. You're right. They probably didn't realize how boosted up their opponents were. Maybe Bullcam not showing them where the orange players were lingering, which was very much in the goal, quaking in their boots. But they're restocked now, and they're knocking on BDS's door. Mark by 8 is going to have to slow it down. He's got 6 boosts himself, not very much at all. Devo's all the way back, so's Nolly, so extra can nip in. This is dangerous for Guild and good for BDS. Nolly on the backboard, though, with his pre-flip, sends it long. 1 minute left, and we're still even.
Just absolutely surreal to watch those rotations and the play that can come out from BDS. As the possession falls back to them, Mark by 8 hits onto the corner so Tho can receive it. Devo, nice touch in the center actually, but Nolly with not enough boost to be able to have any convincing play back on.
Yeah, it was a nice idea, but it didn't quite work out. But Extra's touch.
I like the theory.
Yeah, exactly. A great shout that came to nothing, but they're still trying some stuff. Showing they got tricks up their sleeves of Guild. Though maybe could have turned for that one and gone for the redirect. I think that's what Devo wanted. But Nolly's got a really clean hit just to put some pressure on Team BDS. And he'll get this dunk here as well into the center. Devo up against Extra. Next goal could very much win this one. And it's Guild that are going for it. Down the line it goes. Extra takes a touch. It's going to be blocked by Nolly into the center. And no one's there. And now Mark by 8 has a chance.
It was yet again a theory play, and Mark by 8 wants it to become practice. Extra with the 50. Bounces down low. Devo from the backboard. We'll be having Monkey Moon touch it to the floor, and echoes of game 1 in game number 3 now. 1-1 overtime. BDS taking the first one.
Yeah, completely identical with Guild scoring the first goal as well. Last time, BDS took 1 minute and 45 seconds to get the winner and really put a dagger in Guild's heart. Well, they repeat that trick. Devo's underneath this one with no boost. He needs to rotate out as soon as possible. He does so in the end, but he could still be a little bit boost-starved here, and he's bumped too, so it's tough for Devo. As Extra goes up, and eventually Devo does get a clean hit. He goes long. No runners for him, so Monkey Moon's touch is the only one available. He gets another one as well. Extra does have a chance. He's been teed up. He's been bumped as well. He also turns that into a flip. Clever play from Extra, but good defending.
Tho to Devo will only find Mark by 8, however, and Extra has to go for a very awkward touch. Does manage to. Tho sees Nolly in the middle, but goes high with it. Devo there to receive. And as Nolly takes his time, very clever move to work his way back.
It's scary to say, but a few times now, Guild have had a chance where a slightly further forward third man would have been there for a finish, and he's not been.
Great send long from Tho, but will only find Extra. Sends it high, Devo to match it. From the ceiling, still has his flip, will not use it to get closer to the ball, and so Nolly, the backboard again. It's just BDS trying to hit Guild until they crack. That's their main thing. They can continue pressure as long as you like. Very rarely can teams actually hold out against it. Extra again sending it high. Sees Tho in a terribly awkward position. Backboard for the 15th time in a row. Extra tries to find the top corner. Tho to clear. Monkey Moon sees Extra central, but Extra turns away.
Yeah, Monkey Moon got himself a bit of time on the ball, and he did everything that he could have possibly done with it, but not quite enough. We're seeing so many touches for Team BDS. Guild can't get a word in edgeways. Is that it? Is that the transition they needed? It was, but Nolly's touch, not really the one he needed. He could have taken that one into the corner, bought some time. However, it's worked out in the end. Tho towards the backboard. Now Nolly has some defending to do again.
That's such a nice turn from Extra. Goes for one round on it because he didn't expect the half rotation to come in. So caught completely off guard. Monkey Moon finds Extra. So finds Mark by 8 in the center. Extra waiting a little bit further back. With a pinch off the side wall, Devo will have to stay clutch and clear it.
And he takes this dribble as well. Monkey Moon's backward and awkward, so Devo will win this 50-50. Extra just following up on this one. Though he's going to put it into the center. That's going to fall to Devo. How much boost does he have? It's plenty. Not quite as good a first touch as he needed, though, to do anything with it. So Monkey Moon can clear long. End-to-end boomable right now. Question is who blinks first? That one's almost going in, but not quite.
Tantalizingly close as well for Guild as BDS work their way back up the pitch. Extra chance to find Mark by 8 central. Does manage to do so, but with a little bit too much pace on it. No convincing shot. Monkey Moon finding Marpe again, but just no decent shot coming out from the middleman.
We've seen Mark by 8 sink those time and time again, but he couldn't quite generate the angle that he needed. And this tug of war continues to be a stalemate now. Foe's double touch is good for Devo. Devo's picked up some boost as well. He's going to go for a double tap off the ceiling. Monkey Moon out wide. Foe's coming in though. Gil definitely looking forward when they get the chance with the bull. Their third man a little bit more aggressive than it was earlier, and it's leading to pressure for them.
It's very much back and forth. As soon as Guild get a hold of BDS for a while, which is hard, another chance for Monkey Moon. It does then mean that Guild have a couple of attempts themselves. We've seen teams deal with the BDS pressure a lot worse than we are right now, and not even a chance to end it all. Doesn't manage to. Monkey Moon with a very aggressive half rotation, but Diva with a soft shot on net relinquishes pressure.
Still though, Foe does beat the BDS player to the bull. These small victories are what Guild are relying on right now. Can they get one too many for BDS to be able to hold down? Not with extra on the ball, even though he's got no boost, he still gets it past one of them. Nolly's coming in, he's got a pass. It's Foe, he tries to go high, scoop it onto the path of Nolly, but Monkey Moon read it.
Well, they can be taking the touch here because extra was high, nearly gets the dunk as well. From the ceiling, then Nolly ends up going low, but Monkey Moon catches it with the tip of his car to keep it away. Nolly, Diva with a shot, but just goes wide, and extra with no boost can work his way down the pitch. Completely fakes Nolly out as well.
Yeah, I don't know why Nolly didn't go for it. We had the boost deal, but here is Foe! Foe coming in clutch! The one time the backboard is open, and Foe gets it!
That's an absolutely filthy angle too. Doesn't even touch the floor, and Tho in 4.5 minutes can win their first game for Guild versus a relatively unstoppable looking BDS.
Well, that is how you use a tactical timeout. The players there that got their heads together with their coach Gregan, and they thought, what wasn't working? What can work? Why did we seem so much worse in game 2? Whatever it was they settled upon, they fixed it, because that is the Guild that we've been seeing this tournament.
And Guild have looked amazing this tournament too. I have been shocked at how happy I have been with Guild, because there's normally, if we're being a bit harsh, a lot of holes in Guild. Like they rarely look like they are on the same page. But this tournament, this regional, they're looking like the team that they've always had visions of being.
Yeah, and that double tap there from Tho. I mean, you're not going to get too many chances against Team BDS. When you have it and you actually have boost, and there's actually not somehow 3 of them back, even though they were just swarming your goal a second ago, and you've actually not been bumped out the air, you've got to take those rare chances. So full credit to Tho. He had 8 shots, I've just seen. He had 8 shots, and the one he gets is the one that really matters in that overtime. And it sets this series up nicely, doesn't it, Stumpy? BDS will still be favorites from here, but Guild have got something to say about it.
I didn't see if Monkey Moon had his head in his hands again, because he did after all win. And honestly, that is quite big. Having Monkey Moon really show that emotion and get him into a headspace where he's like, I don't know how long I can deal with this for, because that was another game on top near enough. That was still 4.5 minutes extra of gameplay, and Guild end up winning. That is mentally rough. I expect BDS to shrug it off and in the end, but if you have enough, if you chip them enough, they're sure to break at some point.
Well, it's been a long old season, Stumpy, and BDS have been at the top since the beginning. Since full regional #1, BDS have been the team to beat. Months and months and months where everybody's been trying to take them down. And barring a period of pretty poor form around winter in 1 or 2 other tournaments, BDS have just remained at that summit. It is so exhausting, and continually they just fight. Even when they're down and need a bracket reset BDS fight, even when their opponents play better than they ever have before, BDS continue to scrap on. It's incredible.
In regional and major events, they are near unbeaten, and it's Guild attempting to do that now. If there's any team that can do it right now as well, I back Guild to be that team. We've said they're in form. They are in the form of their lives. Extra though, faking out though in the center. Lets that ball roll over his shoulder and can get it central round Monkey Moon. Marbella has to tap it up to Monkey Moon. And again, that play out of defense is world class.
Yeah, and they're continuing the passes as well. Mark Bayet and Monkey Moon combining again. Extra, can he put this one away? Almost. Nolly in from the side, sets Guild up for something. Devo into the corner. Who's going to win this race for the boost? It's going to be Monkey Moon there, who now has 100 and bips it past his opponent. Though tried to just cushion that one towards somebody, but The demo and bump didn't come in. It's the tough read now for Devo. So again, we're seeing end-to-end stuff, but proper end-to-end stuff, where every time there's a touch, it's a solid long clearance that puts the opponent under pressure.
Devo absolutely out-muscling the attacker there as well, and yeah, bumps it into nearly an own goal. Won't quite manage it, however, and we're 2 minutes gone in this game. We still sit at 0-0. Quite a lot of pressure going on both sides too. BDS with a couple more shots. I don't know who's going to break this stalemate first.
That's a great way to make it happen. They're going for these bumps. I feel like BDS are often being caught unaware by them. Perhaps they don't see Guild as the team that go for the bumps. They're just not keeping an eye out for them. The amount of times the camera will cut to one of the BDS players just traveling, staring at the ball quite happily, and then sideswiped by someone on Guild. It's really turning into a bit of, and I don't say this lightly, Stumpy, a thing.
It really is. And Nolly, bear in mind, with the first goal that Guild got, swept across BDS too. He got in the way, he completely got extra by surprise, and being in that blind spot is a fantastic place to be, because it suddenly means that your opponents, they have no idea where you are. Like, you can do so much from an unseen position. And Monkey Moon leaving that one very late, does manage to clear it away. With a very long shot too, Tho has to go at full extension to get it back. But from Monkey Moon to extra, still no goal. Monkey Moon fakes it low, but Tho to swipe in.
The defending from the side from Guild has been heroic at times, where again, the man on the line just looks absolutely stranded, and then last second, up pops one of his teammates to save the day. That was the case there again. Guild's going to need that to happen time and time again in the rest of this game if they're going to win it. There's this one going. It's the corner where Devo is just waiting for the ball to land. Markway accidentally pushes the ball backwards. And now Nolly up to the sky. He's got Devo to his left. If he can force a flip reset here, not quite able to, with Monkey Moon reaching in that quickly. Tho daggers downwards. And extra goes high as well. Every time BDS are getting the ball, they're trying to slow it down in the air and take control. Guild going long instead.
Yeah, Guild are making sure that they don't have that control nice and close to their chest, whereas BDS seem to be doing very well with that pressure and actively hoping that they get that kind of pressure. Whereas solo play comes off, they go for a 50, and then one of their teammates is in an opportune position to score.
Oh, that backball is looking very vulnerable indeed. Tho hasn't got much boost to deal with this one either, but he forces the 50-50 out wide. Markway can get a pinch, but that will be BDS's only reward. A chance goes begging for the boys in blue. Haven't scored in a while now. It'll be on their minds that Guild's just starting to get on top here. They have lost to this team, of course, in recent times. That sweep, we underplay it, but it was still something that Guild can take.
This is so much attack now, again, for BDS, where they're just trying to make a couple of chips appear in their vase. And Guild, they have stayed so solid and so strong defensively. Devo with another pass central, but no players on Guild reading his fantastic chances. Nolly going for the 50, the ground pitch saved by Mark.
So impressive right now from the Guild players. Every time they're queuing up, they're making something happen with the ball. The solo players are working for all of them. Any other defense but BDS's would have been breached. But that's what happens when you're up against the best. Nolly has another chance. He has to beat Markway first. Actually, has Markway got a flip reset here? I don't know if that lands on all four wheels.
It went off the side of his car.
I see. It could have been dangerous. 10 seconds left. Are we going into the third overtime of this series?
Potentially a 0-0 one as well, because Devo gets his central. Can he get that double tap? Doesn't quite manage to. Monkey Moon to the corner. Devo will let it touch down. Third overtime.
One each on overtimes as well. 2-1 overall to BDS in the series. And it's BDS that have started better from the kickoff. Monkey Moon trying to close down Tho, flips his way out of it. Nolly's helping him out. Tho dogs it along. Is there someone there for the finish? Nolly! It's Devo, but he's lost all of his momentum, and then Monkey Moon sends it out wide. Somehow BDS survived the early doors, but here comes Devo, and Guild do have it. 19 seconds was all it took, and Guild have equalised the series.
It took a few chances though, Tho with a final perfect pinch across the net. That is so unbelievably placed from one of the relatively random actions in Rocket League, and it was put in the back by Devo. Guild draw it level. Monkey Moon, he's downing some water. He knows he's in for a long one.
Yeah, this is turning into one of those long series. This is what we all wanted. Late in Spring Regional 3. A series potentially looking like it's got every chance of going to all 7 games. And Team BDS, they had their chances there. They are not playing badly at all. But Guild's defense is unlike anything we've ever seen from them.
It's incredible. I'm so impressed with how well Guild are holding up to the just meteoric attack of BDS, where it is rocket shots coming in as well. It's not just this close play where you need to have a clutch save, try and hope that it pinches to the corner. It's then Monkey Moon sending it down long, forcing a midfield player to launch backwards, tap the ball over the top, and then clear it away from that position again. BDS are hammering the point home as best they can, but Guild are staying so sturdy, and they deserve so much credit for that.
We have seen this happen before, though, Stumpy Goblin, where Team BDS race away at the start of the series. Their opponents, often Vitality in this situation, come back, and then suddenly BDS find 15th gear. Could that happen here? I think that the start of this game is going to be a massive clue to how the rest of this series is going to play out.
I feel like whoever wins this game wins the series 4-2. Because it's going to have that momentum, and it's either going to be Guild thinking, oh, they are BDS, or it's going to be BDS thinking, well, we are BDS.
Nobody can disagree with that logic. BDS are indeed BDS. You heard it here first. The BDS are in danger of being beaten.
They are fallible.
Boostless. They are, indeed. They bleed. He's though trying to set up Nolly, but Monkey Moon's coming in there. He's had a pretty quiet series as well, Monkey Moon, and he can just turn it on in an instant too.
Yeah, certainly. Any of the BDS players are able to work something out of nothing, but Guild at the same time are proving they can do that too. One thing that has gone utterly underutilized though are the passes from Devo, and Mark Baye linking up with Extra prove that passes are fantastic and they do work.
When Extra first came to the fore for AS Monaco, it was his wall play that just wowed us all. The amount of control he had in situations that other players would haplessly pinch the ball. He manages to take control, and that dancing dribble was a perfect example of it. And then Monkey Moon, I accuse him of being quiet, not for long from the kickoff, 2-0 BDS.
Such an unassuming dribble as well. Look, it's slow. It's just him going onto the ball, taking a touch, but it means that Nolly, Right, it's so clever how Monkey Moon took that dribble, because Nolly had the momentum to come in for a quick save. And so Monkey Moon slows it down, forces Nolly to wake at the back post, and then goes in with the boost. That's when he goes quick with it, when Nolly is fully idle. That's incredibly intelligent play.
This is beautiful to watch yet again. This is looking a little bit more Forbidden Temple and DFH, but we'll see if that continues. Mark by 8, can he make it 3? Yes, he can. It's shooting practice for the Spaniard. He is never missing that.
3 goals already, and it's BDS realizing, oh yeah, we are BDS actually. And again, stoicism only on those cameras on the left-hand side of your screen, and potentially panic forming at Guild HQ.
They went 4-0 down in game number 2 and managed to win the second half 1-0. I think this one, I mean, yeah, hey, look, it's true. Okay, at that early stage of the series, I was prepared to say write the game off. In this one, Guild can't do that at all. They have to continue to fight. But it's not easy, because BDS you said it. You said they're BDS. You were right. They are. Look at them be BDS.
It's maybe my most poignant piece of analysis I've ever given, that BDS are in fact BDS. And Gil, of course, agree with that sentiment. It's 4 goals. It's 1 minute 40. It is utter domination from BDS in this 5th match, showing they're on top for a reason. Guild, the relative newcomers, and they are looking as if they're down and out. We need some more words of wisdom from Gregan, but Guild no longer with the timeout.
Yeah, that's really tough as well. They've already lost that ace up their sleeve, and you're right, it's 4 goals the difference. It's also looking like a foregone conclusion, but Devo changes that, and we have parallels with game 2.
That's a fantastic play from Nolly as well, slowing it down, going for the bump, forces Extra to stay grounded because Devo is nice and close in. And those passes looking like the number of game number 5, because Devo's putting so many central, and I have felt so bad for him, because me and you, Cole, we both love passing plays in Rocket League when we're playing, when we're watching. Devo was trying to facilitate that game style, and yet Tho and Nolly have not been on the same page. They've done very well in absence of that, so if Nolly and Tho get on that page of passes are king, then that may well be a fantastic avenue to explore.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Devo's been trying to spray the ball around as best he can, but you can see why Tho and Nolly are slightly further back than they normally would be, because you know the speed and venom with which BDS counter-attack. This is now a time, though, to just chuck everything in the middle of the ring if you're Guild and see what happens. Try and avoid getting dunked. It's rule number 1. They've already conceded goals from that one. That was almost another one. But just over half the game gone. 3 goals in it. It is manageable.
With Extra taking that touch and trying to work it around the wall, it's going to be ever so hard. Mark, central again. Very awkward challenge he went for, but Tho will be flicking it over the top. Extra in there, has to get the first touch there. Beats Tho by a solid 2 car lengths as well.
Devo sets himself up for something maybe, at least a read on Mark by 8's clearance. He and Nolly are both covering each angle and done well to do so, but Monkey Moon can prod it longwards. Devo's up there to reach his next touch. Extra is following up into the corner. He's got not much boost left though, has Extra. So if those clearance the clean one, Monkey Moon manages to get the ball to the corner. For once doesn't bulldoze his way through to scoring a goal. What can he do here? It's a flip reset. His teammates following it and somehow going all the way in. Is it? No, it's just past the post. But that flip reset from Monkey Moon, it was telegraphed, yet it still worked.
It was a fabulous flip reset that just meant that in the end, Extra, the only issue was he didn't get the touch. And finally, on that goal line, Extra gets a second chance, and you bet he's going to take it.
Everybody says the BDS are all about pace, but that slight slowdown, Mark by 8 turning away from the ball, they're smart as well. They're as intelligent as anyone. They can just generate space unlike anybody else. 5-1, and they're playing at their best again. It's that quick. When BDS turn it on, it's without warning.
What I like as well is that their car body language is so clear. Like Extra shies away from the ball every now and then, but it's clear that he's doing that. And yet Guild still aren't quite able to read it. Monkey Moon finds the backboard as Devo tries to find hope with the double touch.
Yeah, a goal here would be massive for Guild if they can get one, if they can get something spicy especially, or force an own goal. But it was from something spicy from Nolly.
Yes, fantastic touch from Nolly from that sidewall onto the backboard with the double. Extra couldn't get the touch too well. And Mark by 8, wrong place, wrong time. But a great chance for Guild now to get a confidence goal or two. A work back into this series, and overtime is still very far away.
Absolutely, yeah. It would be a shame if this series was to completely get away from Guild. As happy as I am that BDS continue their run of dominance, I always love having a dynasty story going on. But this series in particular, I do want to make sure that if Guild lose it, they don't get demolished in game number 6. It's a 2-1. It's a 2-3, whatever it may be. Because they've played, they deserve more than that from the way they have played. They have to rise up and reach BDS's speed here, which isn't going to be easy. Is anybody ever going to touch the ball on the next round? Oh,
no,
Devo
please don't.
There it is. Even when they miss, they score.
Deliberate fake. Ooh. From Monkey Moon. Have a little gander. Deliberate fake.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
That's a toughie, right?
I'm going to go with no. I'm going to be harsh here because it's BDS. What are you thinking?
I'm going to go yes, because it's one that I've finally seen where I don't know if he deliberately meant to fake it for the easier tap him.
Yeah, normally when I say, was that on purpose, you say no. You know fully well that was on purpose. Yeah. That was just a miss. But that one was an intriguing one. I look forward to seeing the debates on Twitter of whether that one was intentional. Perhaps the players can give us an answer themselves. But it's 6-2. It's 4 goals for Mark by 8. They are now in their full rhythm Team BDS, and they're still looking chill.
Yeah, they are. They've been here. They've been here. This is a semi-final. This is just a stepping stone to the grand finals they pretty much always appear in and have never come second in, which is just a ridiculous statistic. It is exciting to see Guild continue to fight, though, against Team BDS. 4 goals down, they managed to get 2 back. They still looked good. It was just being outplayed by BDS. And it would be a shame, as you say, if BDS did run away with this, because Guild have had so much pressure and a really good foot in the door in a lot of these opportunities. But I think what BDS is doing that's throwing Guild off their pace is by slowing that pace, where a couple of times they look like they're going to be absolutely smacking it at the backboard. It sends someone up for a pre-jump, which is what you need to do if they're smacking it at the backboard, and then they just won't. And then you've used 40 boosting to come back down to the ground, and already the goal has gone in. So BDS are fully controlling the pace of this game. Guild have got a real battle to wrestle that away from them.
Yeah, they have to make sure they're reading it when BDS do slam on the brake, let the ball roll slightly longer than Guild expect it, because as you say, completely stumpy, they are the moments where Guild are losing sight of the ball, they're losing control of it, and that's where the BDS Predator arrives to put it away. But we've seen so much from Guild, and Devo starting us off with a musty flick says they're still here to make something of this semi-final.
decent chance, I think, Cole, for Guild to have a 1-0, have a 2-0, and then feel out that game 7, because you're not going to smash BDS in many games at all. So when you get a goal lead, it's one of those rare times where you keep putting the pressure on, but your main priority is getting the ball control.
I like this as well, what I'm seeing from Guild. They're trying to slow the ball down when they have the ball in the BDS half, as BDS have been so effective at doing, and it's worked even better than I expected. Nolly, I think he had no boost for this one.
He had 18 in the end, managed to flip it there with the power, but it was Monkey Moon who helped it on its way, sends it into the top corner, where Mark by 8 had the clear save.
Yeah, Monkey Moon making it interesting. Good on you, lad. Keep it close as possible. Here's though again. Can he double up for Guild? He's taking a snapshot. Oh, Monkey Moon clears long. Nolly's going to have to be watching this one all the way. Look at the power on that clearance, though. More than even Extra anticipated. We had to hit the reverse button. Devo is getting a ceiling reset off that one, trying to bring out the flare as much as possible, but still the BDS attack is too good. Monkey Moon tries to bump Devo. Devo dodges it boostlessly and manages to get a great save.
I really love that composure from Devo. Dodges one and the ball in the same action. Absolutely spectacular.
What can he do down the other end now? He turns away from it, in fact, going to his third man position, tempting Mark by 8 to boom this one. Mark by 8 obliges, and there is Devo. No boost left, though. He's had to use it all to get that ball, but still almost manages to scoop it over the top of Monkey Moon. Guild playing with a little bit of swagger.
Yeah, Guild is certainly putting a bit more spice on these shots than they normally would, and Nolly sees the top corner begging for a ball to be smashed through it. He obliges.
Yeah, in the form that he's in, Nolly is never missing that one. But again, Foe playing in front of the ball, been doing it excellently this series. When Guild are playing well, manages to make sure that the defenders are just going to struggle to reach that top corner. So a great finish, but also good work from Foe.
The minute and a half, that's Guild now with a 2-goal lead, but Monkey Moon trying to halve that, doesn't manage to. Mark by 8 and Monkey Moon have been getting in each other's way a couple of times this game, and as we said earlier, Cole, BDS are very, very fallible indeed. Just not many teams find out the recipe that will break them.
Foe is absolutely fearless as well. The amount of times he's going for bumps and demos with absolutely no boost. It's a clear tactic that Guild must have been working on, potentially specifically for Team BDS, and so far so good in this 6th game as Devo sends that one to the floor for some reason. Well, it's worked out okay because there's the linking touch.
He's been going for like floor pinches a few times where they've not actually come off because they require so much time to do, and against 2 defenders, you're not going to get them off well.
Yeah, but it's the fact that it draws in 2 defenders. I think that's what Devo is thinking, at least. Maybe it'll backfire at one point if he tries one too many, but he's certainly trying to be as unpredictable as possible. Perhaps all of Guild are. The predictable thing to do here is to get that ball as high as possible, as quickly as possible. That's what they did do, and they've saved it again. They're surviving BDS waves of attack, and BDS is starting to get a little bit frustrated by the looks of things.
The Guild defense looking utterly first class. Mark by 8 shooting, Nolly saving. Time and time again. Well, usually BDS's idea is, well, we'll just keep hammering that net. Eventually we'll get a goal, right? Guild are not going along with that game plan. They are making sure that they are setting they're setting the stage for extraordinary saves.
And look at that from Foe as well. He knew what Extra was trying in the last couple of games. Oh my goodness, might have been going in from one end of the pitch to the other. I didn't even see how that occurred. But yeah, when Foe was defending up against Extra there, he waited for Extra's little shimmy, his little dance. He said, go on then, son. If you want to slow the ball down, you are welcome to, because I'm sitting back 5 or 6 feet further back than I normally would. That's how they defended it so well, and I think that's what's shocking BDS.
As Nolly takes his round that right wall, he will cut it central. Normally a player would go to the ceiling there, like Devo is proving absolutely perfectly. Gets it over 1. Can he get that second 50-50? That's all he's banking for. And look at Devo positioning now. Tries to go for that bomb. Forces Monkey Moon into an early jump. He will still get the save, will still get the ball past the halfway line, but time is a ticking BDS.
Mark by 8, can't see this double touch. Extra's coming in, there's 2 goalkeepers there, and still Extra finds the goal. What a strike that is.
Oh my word. 2 defenders, both poised to save it, and Extra sends it to the bottom right corner. That is pixel perfect, and it's Extra halving the lead of Guild.
To make it even more impressive as well, as they were both in the center of the goal, one of them was peeling to the left, the other one was heading right. So in theory, they had the whole goal covered. And yet Extra's finish was so good that it did not matter. But hang on, here's Nolly, wants to get the floor pinch. Monkey Moon blocks it to the side.
It's now time for Guild to maintain their calmness, stay consistent. Extra will be making this very hard for them, but Devo can clear it from that backboard with a touch on Mark by 8. And then Extra to the backboard. Monkey Moon with an equalizer.
Potentially the assist of the tournament so far. How does he take so much pace off the ball with a doink when the ball is coming at a tough angle from the side? That is a genuine touch of genius from Extra, and BDS are on the precipice now of yet another Grand Finals.
Working their way back, BDS do not quit. Though, gets demoed out of the sky. Marble attempting to go for the demo play himself. And as Devo gets this ball not too far away, Tho has to get a great touch, doesn't manage to, as Marble will help it along. The Extra to that right wall, unchallenged until Tho rears his head. 20 seconds left, Cole. Another overtime, perhaps?
Yeah, potentially it's looking likely, but what can Extra do to change that? Nothing, actually. As Tho's going to get the next touch, he's bumped slightly by Extra, which took him out for it. Now, Guild's ending it on the attack. Devo could win it here. He's got a chance for a double. And Devo has sunk the double. 5 seconds left. Devo may have just given Guild the win.
The former world champion beating out two of the best players in the world and double tapping it. That is class. That is absolutely excellent from Devo.
Yesterday, we saw a Spanish kickoff come into play. Will we see anything similar? No, we won't. Instead, it's Guild winning it. Nolly tips it over the top of the defense triumphantly. This could be it. We could be heading to game 7. Mark by 8 sends it high, though, for one more BDS chance.
It was Mark to Monkey to Extra, back to Mark by 8, but Devo saving the day. Guild find their way to Champions Field.
What on earth have we just seen? I didn't expect that from that game at all. You could probably tell in the way I was speaking, Stumpy, that I was expecting a heroic loss from Guild in that 6th game. I was expecting BDS to run away with it somewhat, but Guild to just and Guild to just not quite have enough against them. But wow, what a run that was in that game.
Time for some thinking as BDS enter timeout mode. How rare is that? To look at BDS right now, taking their time, looking to their coach, how can he help them through? Because Guild have just, at the last minute, saved their tournament lives. Game 7, Cole, is on the line. We thought the series was going to be an absolute corker. It's looking to be a worldie.
I mean, their coach Kale tweeted earlier on saying how proud he was of his team because ultimately, with the World Championships not happening, it's been tough for Team BDS to get their mentality back into the game, to remind themselves that they are champions for a reason, and there's still more money on the table to be won. There's still more triumph to be had. They're finding their way back into that champions mindset. And this is where those questions really have to be answered. This is still the semi-finals of a regional. Team BDS overwhelming favorites going into it against Guild. But they've come up against one of the hottest teams in EU. Yeah. And Guild have just continued to push them relentlessly.
It's deep breaths all round in that BDS camp where Extra just had his head back, waited a moment, cleared his thoughts, and now he puts the blinkers on. He looks at the game, all of these players do, through Monkey Moon, through Mark, over towards the Guild side, Tho, Nolly, and Evo. Everybody's chances of getting to that grand final comes down to this game 7.
Guild have never made a grand final in any of these regionals, whereas Team BDS rarely don't. There's so many different ways where the pressure goes to each team. For Team BDS, it's can we stay at the top? For Guild, it's can we get there? It's unbelievable what is happening right now and what these players are thinking. I mean, if you're Team BDS, do you change anything based on that last game?
You look like the BDS from the end of that game, in all honesty, where it's the case of there's no real opportunity for too much to go wrong, right? You need to make sure that any chance that you have got to get the any chance that you've got to score a couple of goals with very little opportunity for error, that's the way that you go forwards through it. That's the way that you make sure that your gameplay continues, you emerge through, and any goals that you can get later on in that game, that is what you aim towards, because Guild at the end, they didn't give up. It was 2-2. We were settling on an overtime. We were thinking, yet again, why not? Let's have another one. This series has been full of them so far. But Devo having that speed to hit it over the top of BDS and then sink the double is world class. It's what Guild needed. And it's how they will potentially be making the grand finals by going through the absolute demons of BDS.
And as if the pressure wasn't high enough, we're going to have to go to a very short break before we come back to this Champions Field match between Guild and Team BDS. Do not go anywhere.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are here. We apologize for that delay. We decided to play Game 7 off stream and BDS won. We're joking. I'm joking. That didn't happen. Don't worry. We held. Game 7 is still yet to occur. For anybody who is wondering how the series has gone so far, it has been a back and forth between BDS and Guild. We find ourselves in Game 7, and we find Guild on the verge of going to their first ever RLCS X Grand Finals.
And they were just so close to conceding off the kickoff straight away there, but they'll be relieved to see the ball just trickling to the side of their own goal. Guild are playing this one so well. Just to remind you all, they scored the winner after being 2 goals up in the last game, having it pegged back, and then Devo with 5 seconds left, a double tap, and that is what has led us here. I've never seen Guild perform this higher standard.
Guild have just looked so confident in pretty much every single play they've gone for. We've had one smashing in the middle of this series, but BDS are due one in every series they play. Guild are just thankful that their defense has been so stellar and it has held out against just thunderous shots ricocheting off their backboard, off their posts, and off their cars most of the time.
Yeah, and there has, of course, been that break, so we'll see which of these two teams are going to deal with that the better. Mark is found, he's backwards, he's still somehow generating more power than any of us have ever generated playing Rocket League in that octane. But it's defended well by Guild, at least for now. X tries to tee up Mark by 8 again. There was a touch away, I think it was Stowe, but he got taken out of the game as payment for it. Devo has to read this and does. So far, BDS on the ascendancy, but Guild defending it well, especially with Though coming in here just to block away Monkey Moon. He's still lingering around, wants to redirect, can't get it. Nolly dribbles away.
Defensively, Devo has looked like a brand new player. I have been enamored with how well he has been taking the ball close to him or sending it away, depending on what the situation asks for. And Though will try and find Nolly in the midfield to double commit to it. That's how Guild won the last game. Devo goes low, then he goes at Monkey Moon.
Oh my goodness, he's done the Alpha. Alpha did that to BDS of Vitality yesterday, where he rose up in a Fennec as well, backflipped, and then got the touch past the defense. Didn't quite happen for Devo, but it's good to see that he's been doing his homework against his opponents.
Somehow 2 minutes have elapsed.
Amazing.
It's still 0-0. Mark by 8 getting a honestly unfortunate touch because Monkey Moon was there. Maybe he could have faked it a little bit nice, but extra to get that ball straight away. Now Nolly on the left wing doesn't quite get bumped out by Extra, who has to rotate back to get a little bit of boost. Devo up high, though aiming for Extra in the back line. The goal now looking utterly open.
It was, and I love that from Guild as well. There was a bump off the ball, then there was Tho nipping in again where nobody from BDS expected him to be. They've definitely had the element of surprise, have Guild, throughout this whole thing, but Extra's trying to shock Guild's defense there with that fake. Falls to Mark by 8 up against Nolly. Nolly off the wall. Extra's hovering underneath that one. How far is his clearance? Not too far. Devo's in the middle, avoids the bump. Can he get the second touch? It's Tho, but it's saved by Extra.
Extra jumping for one save, doesn't need to get that one, and so repositions for the second. Nolly with a whiff will leave the ball going down towards Extra. Air dribbles it, tries to go up and over Devo, but big man Dave stands tall in the face of him. Monkey Moon shot just wide, and with Nolly and Devo going down the other end, it's a dribble chance.
Yeah, well, there had to be two Guild defenders going for that one at the same time. Extra's up from Nolly's clearance. BDS coming forward again, but here's Tho just to stop that attack before it really begins. And he can go around the side as well. Wanted to get a touch a bit more central than that. The clearance isn't too good by Monkey Moon. Mark by 8 helped his teammate out, though. And Monkey Moon's going to get a touch in the center. What can he do with it? He tries to knock it down to Mark by 8, but it's saved for now at least. Extra shoots. It's saved by Tho. Nolly arrives at the last second, and again Guild survive.
Absolute perfection on defense right there from Guild again. Devo blocking it away. Extra credited with the shot, and Devo no save. Very harsh game. As Mark8 in the midfield sends it goalwards. Nobody's home, but Devo can just about fake away the touch.
Double commit there from Monkey Moon and Mark by 8. Mark by 8 stranded somewhat. Had to get a touch towards Monkey Moon. Did well in the end. Now Extra to the corner. 32 boost and can't do anything with it because Nolly nips in there and sends it back towards Monkey Moon. Guild still sending the ball back long. 1 minute remaining. How has 4 minutes gone already? I've got no idea.
This game is fast. It is frenetic. It is absolute chaos. But every single player is playing at the top of their ability. Mark by 8 rockets a shot from the ceiling. Isn't quite able to get it on target, however. And so it leaves it open for Monkey Moon to come in. Extra touches it to the right-hand wall. No boost waiting midfield, Extra. You're going to have to do this one on the boost you had.
Great read from Tho. That ball was cannoning off the ceiling. Really hard to read. And Devo the same up against Monkey Moon. But Monkey Moon does manage to get towards Mark by 8. This could be the moment. Tho's trying to defend it. Devo avoids the own goal. That would have been disastrous. It still could be, but Nolly helps Devo out. We remain goalless. 20 seconds left.
It's BDS with a gigantic boost advantage, however, and Extra getting that touch wide and the side boost. Leaves it up for Mark by 8. Touches it central. Extra there to clear, but Tho remains vigilant.
The game seemed to go in slow motion. Still BDS can't score, and Devo saves that one on the corner. This could be yet another overtime in this series. I've lost count of the number, unless Monkey Moon comes in here and finishes it. But wait a minute, here comes Tho. He's got Nolly in front of him. Nolly can get a pass, can he, towards Tho? Oh my goodness, it's like we've just started, and somehow it's already overtime time.
Because, of course, we go to a Game 7 overtime. Guild fighting to get further than they've ever managed to previously, and BDS their only roadblock. That was Guild on defense for a solid 5 minutes, and BDS still couldn't put anything past them.
All it takes is one chance for Guild, and they knock BDS out. This could be it. Extra saves out wide. Tho's already closing it down. Happy to play in front of the ball as he has been all series. Devo wants to go solo. He's already been Guild savior once before, almost was again, but Extra read that bump.
Off the ceiling, Tho will attempt to go for the second. Extra, though, up quick as he like, needed to get that touch. Nolly sees nobody center, has to do it himself. Devo, though, there to take advantage of the bump. Touch from Nolly finds Tho, the double opportunity. It's shot to the top corner, and Tho sends Guild into the grand finals, their inaugural appearance after taking down BDS.
Unbelievable, the ball fell to Tho 47 seconds into an overtime that Guild completely and utterly dominated after defending with their hearts and their souls for 5 entire minutes. Only 2 saves for Guild according to the game stats. Not sure I believe that one. That's a bit weird, but oh my goodness. And how do they still look so calm, Stumpy? I'm reacting more than they are.
There is relief, and there is that absolute seal of tension being broken across those Guild comms. They've done it. Previously, their furthest result has been semi-finals, and now, at the final time of asking, Guild Esports have made it to those grand finals by going through Team BDS. They were not fazed by the break. That timeout working wonders for Guild. I'm excited to see how they do, Cole, because that is a team that we have wanted to see for a year now.
This is the Guild that we have always wanted, yeah, since they brought Devo in as well. They've never looked this good. Today's been a great day for Guild. Yeah. They've already set themselves up to appear in the championships, and now they have a chance to play for $30,000 today. Could this be Guild's day? You'll have to find out after the next series, because the other semifinals is coming up soon.
My heart, don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. We're in the Spring Split, and we are watching Championship Sunday of the European Regional number 3. I'm Leaf. Gibbs is here, and Jorby is too. And
I was trying to
we're a little
hold my breath. I was still holding my breath from the last match. I finally let it go. I just, I was not sure what was going to happen, and I'm still blown away that
BDS is
that match.
done.
Not only is BDS done, Guild did it again 2 times in the same tournament. We were talking about, when we get down to it at the end of the year, you're going to have to beat BDS twice in 2 best-of-7s. Well, Guild did it in a best-of-5 and a best-of-7. That's good enough for me right now. Guild out of nowhere, popping off. Devo some clutch double taps, and that demo at the end. It went down to the wire. It's like they forced BDS to call a timeout, and I thought that was good enough. But no, Guild comes out and wins it in 7. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, this was nuts, and it all came down to that final moment there too. Even you saw a backflip there, Jorby, from Monkey Moon to allow that long shot to go in, and it just seems like it was written for Guild to take another win off BDS.
That'll be so many times Guild take that for an air dribble, or they try to do one pass too many, right? But Tho just shot the ball, and see what happens? Sometimes
we were so happy in the green room. They shot it.
We were going nuts in the green room. We couldn't believe it. I mean, that was a heck of a game 7. But shout out to Shogun.
Yeah.
He predicted this forever ago. It feels like it's 10 hours ago now, and he's like, "Nope, Guild are gonna beat BDS." And then we're in the green room. He's like, "Game 7 overtime. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen," and then it did. So,
and there it is. Yeah, right. Guild moved themselves to the grand finals of this European Regional number 3 Championship Sunday bracket as they await for their competition. Speaking of, one of those is BS Plus competition, Gibbs, and Aether is that 3rd team. These are the 3 teams we have going into the finals.
Yeah, and the most important regional where there was like 10 teams that everything was on the line for, and none of them are here at this point, really. Outside of Guild, who had a lot to play for. Now it just comes down to prize money and pride, and BS Plus competition and Aether are 2 of those teams who get to see who plays Guild at the end. No matter what, we have a brand new regional winner that we have not had all year long, so it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, go ahead, Leaf.
I was gonna say, I mean, you look at North America, and it's like, okay, that's a common phrase to say, new winner here, but not in Europe. It's usually just ends up being BDS, and now with them gone, Vitality not even in this top 8, Jorby, it just that phrase is a lot odder here in the European region.
It's a different looking regional. I mean, we knew that going into today, but even more so. The funny thing is like we've seen so many new talent in Europe make waves, and like new teams that have formed and really disrupted the old flow of Europe. And so as a result, we're going to get more tumultuous results like this. Like BDS had been that sole outlier that had been consistent through a sea of inconsistency. Not to say inconsistency is a bad thing. I think that is due to how much talent there is in Europe.
Well, we got to get through the rest of the day to find out who that champion is going to be in our next match up, to find out who's going to the grand finals. It's BS Plus competition and Aether. This is, again, a matchup that is incredible. We see the Germans that never quit, and we also see Aether, the players that were rejected from their previous roster, shutting down their previous teams to get them in this spot, Gibbs.
Yes, and this is that new blood of a Chronic, and he has teammates as well with Godsmill and Freaky, but there's a lot of old guard here too, between Godsmill and Freaky, and of course the whole team of Aether, where they've been on teams before, but they got kicked because of that new blood most of the time. But no, they're still here fighting, and sometimes it just comes down to you just got to form the right team, and it looks like Aether has. But you could say that about BS Plus as well, with another top 4 finish here. So both these teams looking for their first grand final appearance. It's going to be great.
It's going to be fantastic. And Chad, I'm curious how you think it's going to go right now. Who finds himself in the grand finals? A best of 7 separates them from Guild Esports. They have to go through each other right now. Hashtag BSCO or hashtag AE to choose a team you think is going to win in the single elimination match. While you're doing that, we're going to get ours out here, and I feel like this is going to be tricky, in my opinion, if I have to say so. From my perspective, both these teams have been delivering really good Rocket League, and I think we're going to continue to get that here in this series. So I'm gonna let Jorby start us off on this one. BS competition or Aether? Which team do you have?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this, and I think I finally made my choice.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Aether, if they're going to win this match, they have to blow through that BS Plus competition defense. And I'm not sure that they can. They're going to need to either demo them, they're going to need to find a way to get them off the backboard and the back wall, excuse me. And their clears have just been so consistent all weekend. How could I not pick BS Plus competition with how they've looked so far? It's just, I don't see, like, Aether could absolutely take this match, but I think that defense is too strong, and it's going to be what puts them in the grand final.
Okay, Gibbs.
So last time BS Plus was up versus Queso, I said BS Plus, you know, they have clutch results, but they never win a tournament. And I think I cursed myself with that, but I'm doubling down. BS Plus doesn't win tournaments. Freaky doesn't win tournaments. So they lose here. Going Aether. I'm trying to help them backhandedly.
That's fine. You were like,
I'm going
I want more
here.
money yesterday, and you saw how that worked out for you, didn't
Exactly. So, hey, you know, BS Plus wants me to pick against them, so I'm going to go Aether.
His statement says he's fence sitting. He's picking Aether here, but he says it's to help out BS. So either way, he's right.
I'm just saying.
He's doing it again.
Right on
He's
a
doing
delay.
it again.
Yeah, every time, man.
I'm going to sit on the side of Aether right now because I believe these guys have something to prove right now. Not that BS competition doesn't, but I feel like getting knocked off your team, putting yourself together, and trying to say, no, look, you made a mistake. There's a lot of drive there. You know, we
Oh, wait, that's not. No,
that's close. Yeah, no, yeah.
Not thank you. Not thank you.
It's close enough. You could say thank you because it is close enough here. But yeah, no, I have to go with them because of that. Either way, regardless of my stance here on my official pick, I think there's ground to stand on for either team here. I think we have a good match coming our way, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Get on Twitter at RLCS, #RLCS. One of these teams is going on to the grand final, so let's get to the skybox and find out who exactly that's going to be.
All right, we got a semi-final match between some teams. I apologize. Chiefs is not going to be able to hear me right now, but chat, we got some crazy teams. BS competition taking on Aether to play Guild in the finals. Chiefs, this is the storyline only someone as big-brained as Shogun could predict.
it's the real chaos energy. We're back here in Europe, and I'm excited to get to see this one play out. Normally, I have a somewhat well-reasoned idea about what I think is going to happen here, but today in this semifinal, it feels like all bets are off for me. I'd believe anything.
We'll see how things go here as we get game number 1 underway. A best of 7 to play in the finals. Freaky, airborne, Yukio over the top of the front line of Chronic's got a dive from the corner and gets it out to Tox into an open net, though. That'll be goal number 1. Freak Zone Company.
Oh, well played, Tox. This is a pretty clean start. It's really just a Chronic needs a clear, and to be honest, he gets it. It's just right to Tox. That was really his only touch. He didn't really do anything wrong there. Just midfield well defended. Easy start.
Aether will start on top. Godsmill now out to the side, and then flicks it back into midfield. Yukio down the middle line. Ixo to the backboard now, trying to dab it out to a teammate. Only Tox in the midfield, picking up control. Now Chronic. Down the length of the field into the corner, and Ixo takes his time getting the bearings on this ball. He'll dodge one demo and find a second block, but Chronic now going to try and gain control out of this corner, taken away by Yukio to be freaky in the midfield. Just shoots dead center. Ixo dives off the backboard, makes the save. Yukio will clear it to midfield. A Chronic looking for the pass, but Ixo intercepted into an empty backfield again. 2-0 Aether.
Yeah, don't try and force that one through Ixo. He really did have that one read all the way through. He saw that ball head out to a Chronic, and he just knew. He was like, nope, I've got 2 people behind me. It's more likely he passes one left, and he read that one like a book.
In the first minute, we've seen Aether score 2. The Chronic over the top of 1 and into the goal. No, Yukio dives across the box and makes a save.
Slow start here for BS Plus. They've been trying to press, but really hasn't amounted to much as Yukio, chance to double tap, comes up empty, follow-up shot by Ixo, and Godsmilla one-on-one. Look at Tox close the gap instantly just to keep the pressure going.
They try to find the backflip in the midfield. Hold on to control, but here comes the counterattack from Godsmilla and Freaky. Put it onto the backboard, the clear from Ixo is good to midfield, but a Chronic counters it. Back in front of the box, Godsmilla for the shot, misses. Tox trying to gain control, and an empty backfield for the 3rd goal in a row. What is happening with BS?
Well, Freaky believed that Godsmiller was getting a touch here, and then that's why he starts moving forward. He doesn't even think for a second that Tox is ever going to have a touch, so Freaky really just caught expecting something else to happen.
3:15 left to go in game number 1. It has been all Aether, and all of their goals coming on an open net. Well, that one sort of halfway counts as Godsmiller wasn't quite able to dive across. 4-0 as they run away with this game.
You ever seen a worse start to a semifinal for a team? I'm not sure I have. This one's bad. I mean, that first goal, like, okay, that one's understandable, right? They get the strong clear, it goes all the way out to the midfield line. It's just right to somebody. All right, fine. Sometimes that happens. But then you've got three more goals that just, your third man's just getting beat, and you can't do anything about it because you're just making the wrong choices. Got to find the time to settle down and figure out how you want to approach this midfield line, because right now, BS Plus, it's not looking pretty.
It's not just the 4-0 scoreline. It's how those goals went in. It's where BS Competition was when the goals happened. And I love the aggression from the team. I love that they're like just committing and believing in each other. The problem is when the whiffs happen and Ixo turns it another one. And when Ixo's been as on fire as he has been today, you're gonna have your hands full.
Yeah, Ixo's always been a fantastic goal scorer, and Yukio put that one in a great spot for him. It's choosing, making that defender choose, right? If Yukio puts that on target, great. If the defender saves it, that's fine, but Ixo's there just in case another option is possible, and way to go and get it.
Touches from BS, put it into the box. Freaky looks for the pass to Godsmiller. And then in front of the box, Eco's going to try and dive for this one. It's still safe, it's still shootable there, but it will go high. 2:15 left to go, half the game, but a 5-goal deficit. At this point, this competition just trying to gain a little bit of control back in the series. And this one well placed. The goalie not going to be able to dive for that one. An unsavable shot from Acronic.
One you definitely needed. Freaky able to sneak it through 2 people over on Aether's side and Tox. I mean, yeah. You can be good, but that one, you weren't saving that, to put it lightly.
2:07 on the clock now. CPS Competition finally on the board. On a blistering infield pass. Ixo on the outside with Yukio. Behind him, he gets the shot himself. Godsmiller makes the save. Tox was diving for it to try and secure it, but no, he'll actually miss, and now Yukio trying to set up Ixo once more. Godsmiller flips for it, but he's got the ball all to himself. Gets bumped off the ball by the retreating offense, and Tox will take control from the backfield. Acronic now trapping it in front of the goal, and then trying to challenge Tox off the ball. Freaky will get the pass up to Acronic. He reaches for it, and he did not get his flip reset. It looked like he might have. 1:30 left to go. This competition just trying to get a little bit more of a foothold in the series and slow down the bleed from Aether.
And they seem to be doing that in fairly fine fashion. But you really, another one. You got to give a lot of credit to that man right there, Tox. He's been a stable defensive unit here in this game. And he's been put in some one-on-one scenarios in transition, and here he is in a one-on-2, and look at him just cut it down. He's going to take a pot shot at an open net. No, it takes a wrong skip for him.
It does roll high. They won't get one more for the road. But yes, BS Competition seem to have at least hunkered down a little bit more, widened out their rotations so they're not getting scored on open nets, and I believe Game 2 will be a very different story. But that being said, Ixo, how do you stop this man? When he's already, the few goals that weren't open nets were wonderful shots from the corner. Ixo making a name for himself in this series, or on this day, in this event. As Aether is trying to play in the grand finals.
Really everything from Aether having an awesome game 1, no doubt. 3 assists for Yukio, 2 goals for Tox and Ixo apiece, and a boatload of shots for him. A smattering of saves, and like you said, it's kind of the product of multiple things, right? BS Competition giving them some freebies, right, that you know should not be happening, and that's why we expect Game 2 to be different. But at the same time, like you said, you got to give a lot of credit to some of the shots that Aether were able to pull off there in Game 1. This is an ugly start if you're Freaky and company, and you know you need to change some things. And I think they had a decent amount of time in a couple of situations to turn in some transition goals. It's just like I said, I think Tox was being a real strong third man there. I think he played a great game as a back roll there.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we got Aether having to put up 7 saves in this series on the 9 shots we saw from BS Competition. So not a lack of productivity from BS Competition here. They'll have to find a way through that back line a bit more often in the future series. But I do think that when we see them keep this rotation established well, not leaving that third role so open, and maybe a little bit, this is gonna sound weird, a little bit less trust in your opponent and your teammates there, not assuming the pass is gonna happen and being like, let's in the event the pass doesn't happen, let's make sure we don't have a completely open backfield. I think once they hunker down with that, we'll be just fine.
You got to give yourselves a little bit of extra room to operate. Yes, you're not wrong to be thinking aggressively in those situations and really trying to, outpace the opposition, but it's just some of those situations were just so awkward. Caution was a little more warranted than it seemed that they were willing to think of.
Well, they have a fresh slate here in game 2. Chronic out of his goal will miss, and Godsmilla will push the issue forward. Takes it slowly as Yukio challenges him onto the wall. Flicks to the midfield, no more boost, he'll leave it for Ixo. Sends it to the goal, Freaky moving out of the corner. It's the save, and Godsmilla will find the transition to midfield. Ball was to Tox, though, and now Ixo and Tox trying to work together. Freaky just bounces off of his hood and towards his box. Yukio puts it in front, Tox is there, well read by Godsmilla to keep it in midfield.
Great job from both teams, I think, on that challenge, but the problem for BS in Competition is that, never mind, Chronic's just broken him out and put him in a one-on-one. He's going to turn it into a goal. It was going to be a problem until he won the challenge right there. I think that quick recovery as well to beat Yukio pays dividends, and Tox, he actually covered that up very nicely, but can't cover everything, and Chronic, I mean, you can't doubt that guy at this point, right? He's hit some nutty goals this regional alone, and he picks apart a defense there.
In the first minute of game number 1, BS Competition was losing by 2. Here in game 2, they're now up by 1, so already much better start as they figure out the rotation thing, and they'll make it 2! Oh my goodness, shooting behind the goalie's well-placed shot. Freaky makes it a 2-goal lead.
It's because this approach from Godsmilla is so weird. He just backflips it because he's trying to delay his car arriving with the ball so he can maybe potentially get a dunk. And I'm pretty sure everyone on Aether on that goal line was thinking they were going to have to just straight muscle a ball right through Godsmilla, and they just did not get a strong touch with that extra space Godsmilla gave them. So that follow through came a lot harder than they would have liked.
BS Competition sorting out their issues quickly here as Tox looks for the mega read. Doesn't find it. Ixo also going to get beaten by a Chronic. This one dropping number 90. Yukio's got to make the save. Here comes Godsmilla. Shoots to the other side. Yukio dives across and makes another stop. What a defensive performance after losing the front line. And now here come Aether on the offense. Tox into the corner with Godsmilla challenging him. He'll pinch high. We'll slow down for a moment as Yukio comes in for the follow-up.
Ooh, those double touches missed from Freaky as well. Going to make this dicey. Godsmilla in the race against Tox, and this ball is jammed in this corner. And relieving the pressure, finally, Freaky.
Freaky with control. Ixo demolished, but not forgetting to stop a Chronic with a pass back down to Godsmilla. Intercepted, though, with the point of contact, and he's got to go for a back pass now. Freaky somehow winning that challenge. Ixo's touch also goes towards the goal. Yukio will have space to stop it, but Aether will slow down. They trip over themselves a little bit. They'll tie their shoes and move forward.
Ooh, and a nasty hop. Way to knock it down. Ixo, he wants a second touch. He's got the support of Yukio, too. Real risky here. Again, Toxin 2-on-1 and lifted long. Like to see that transition develop, have a little more time to develop, I should say.
Oh, demolitions in the backfield. Oh, it could have been there, but Godsmilla's not going to block Ixo. He'll get through one, but Tox is coming in for the follow-up. He gets the block again. Godsmilla by himself stands strong in BS Competition. Keep their neck clean.
Big miscommunication, though. Ixo and Tox both jumped up for that floater from Yukio, and now they have to play defense from a strange position, but able to get the clear and fight for possession of the midfield line. Forget that. Ripped off the crossbar. A Chronic, one of the gentlest of taps. And everyone's going to take a moment to breathe there.
Freaky into the corner now with Ixo waiting for the ball. They'll flick it over him. Chronic comes in, and Ixo wins 2 challenges in a row. That'll put it into the back blue. Yukio challenging Godsmilla. Both players demolished. Tox will have some space with this ball. Moves to the midfield, but now looking for goalies, and it does it! The dual threat, the fake on the control, going to give them their first goal.
What a shot through traffic here from Ixo. This is tough to read. There's a lot of people coming up to get this ball, and I don't even know how he decides to go back post there. What a shot.
It might have been the only shot he had. Seeing the diving save moving across, he's afraid he's going to catch the back bumper of a Chronic, so shooting back post the only play, but well done by Tox also, catching all the attention, getting the players to jump for him, and then they have to quickly adjust for the shot. Instead, we'll see the first goal for Aether, now only trailing by 1. Minute and 18 left to go in game 2. He's dropped to midfield. Godsmill. Oh my goodness. Tox falling. Makes a save and then gets the demolition onto a Chronic. 3v1. Godsmill will get the save.
Big challenge there for Ixo to slow down that transition, and that only leaves a Chronica a middling difficulty shot at best for the defense, and gotta love the delay approach in the midfield when you know you have to buy time and you're on a tight time schedule. Like right here from Tox, you need some type of touch to buy extra time. Again, they get the job done.
Yukio through one. Freaky trying to pass across to Godsmill. He actually just takes the shot himself, and it's blocked by Yukio. 30 seconds remaining. Aether trying to bring it back in game 2. For winning game 1, they'd love to have the 2-game lead, but Freaky sends a shot clanger to the top bar. Ixo gets the save, and now carries him to the midfield. He's got it past 1. A Chronicle slow things down with a block and looking for a second one. Wins the challenge, flying across the sky. How about it? Freaky now with 10 seconds left, trying to clear it out of his corner, but Ixo and Yukio advancing. 1 player in the box looking for goalies. 4 seconds left, and Ixo's backwards. 3 players out for BS though, and Ixo can't gain control. Off of his wall. Off the wall again, and the Tox is gonna try and keep it up. Pinch it to an empty corner though, and it'll take, it takes what a roll. Tox is up for this, but into the ground. Okay, they got 1 lucky touch, but couldn't capitalize on it. BS tied the series.
Well done. Early start here, and they never gave the lead back despite all of Aether's best efforts. Gotta love the rally there from BS Competition. We just said, all right, calm down, stop being so aggressive, and it seems to have paid off quite nicely for them there in game 2. And now, going forward, really, it just becomes a matter of, okay, this looks to be a classic, so to speak, a freaky game where it's just, okay, it's all about consistency here, and if you make one bad challenge, you're going to be in a terrible spot. And so this one really is going to boil down to the execution and the decision-making, I think.
You have the players, you have your Ixos out there who think, can I do this? Yeah, probably. Let's go for it. And they pull it off. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have your Turbo Pulses, your Marky Doodas, your Freakies, the players who are, I just need to be in the right place at the right time, always make the right shot, not to take anything away from how good of a player Freaky is, but the slow, clean, vanilla play is the sort of thing that keeps a player like Freaky constantly in the meta, and also makes people like casters go, Freaky's washed up at this point. Freaky's not that interesting. Like, he's not flashy, but he's very consistent. That's what's kept him in RLCS for so long.
He's going to put you away if you give him the chance, as both teams have, I think, a very similar lineup, right? You've got a Chronic and Ixo who match up quite nicely. You got probably Freaky and probably Yukio who match up roughly equally, and then Godzilla and Tox really the flex players wherever you need to put them. It's a very similar matchup.
It's shown so far, tied up 1 game apiece. This one lofted for Godsmill to try and reach this. He's got enough boost to maybe get back to it, but Ixo's going to take it away from him before he gets the chance. Yukio with the demolition on the Freaky in the midfield will pave the way for them to advance here. Freaky on the respawn gets the clear, and now looks for a Chronic in the mid. Cross 1. Back down in Tox, taking control, flicking one. A Chronic's up for it, finds a clear. Yukio now airborne down to Ixo. Well placed. No, just too high. Yukio on the follow-up will put it in. And just after the first minute, we've got Aether back on top.
Great shooting, Yukio. And how about the pass? Tough chance for Ixo, but he doesn't hit it too high. He keeps it just above frame. If that goes off the backboard, it might take a bit of a different skip and be a lot harder for Yukio to actually have that follow-up chance on. So great transition and a nice passing play to turn it in.
So off the ground, Freaky will get up for the block here, but it's just a little bit of a temporary block. Is this there for Yukio? Up for 90, well placed, Aether up by 2.
And you can see Yukio's approach here. He knew this ball needed to go right side because he saw a Chronic coming. And so he just made sure to get all the way around the backside of that ball and really square it up. So Good follow through again from Yukio. The guy's locked in right now.
I don't understand. He's driving right and then turns back left and shoots right. Like, just such car control from Yukio there.
Yeah.
And then a demolition to pave the way. They're going to get 3. Godsmill's not going to get there off the respawn. Aether starting to run away with game 3.
It's the bump on Freaky in the midfield. There's that demo off screen, and then right as Tox is coming down off that wall, there's a bump on Freaky as he's rotating back, and that means he is not going to be anywhere near in time, and you just hope that Godsmilla respawns with enough space and time to get back to save that shot.
3:35. This competition looked to have sorted out their issues from game number 1, and while it's been a very different story here in game 3, the scoreline is starting to shape up the same way. New issues arising as Aether really is just cranking up the heat, shooting well, finding ways to dismantle the back line now that it's not dismantling itself. It did work.
Some
team finishes in the semifinal. How about it?
I'd believe it. A Chronic one-on-one straight at Tox and maybe high in the net, but still no problem for him.
Oh, Freaky maybe trying to connect with Godsmilla here if he can just get it to him on the backboard. The defenders will get up and block the shot. Now a Chronic onto the wall. Not going to get a second touch, and Ixo will clear to Tox. Now into the blue corner. Freaky over 1. Godsmill in the midfield looking for a Chronic blocked by Yukio, and a Chronic hung in the back instead of moving up for the pass. Big brain plays. Give them an opportunity to push. The ball spending so much time in the middle of the field as these teams evenly matched in the clear game. Godsmilla will get a touch, but actually has space to move up on this one, but can't gain control of his car in time. Ixo now picking with Yukio. Oh, just barely going to miss the goal here is Freaky off to the side. Chronic down the midfield has to challenge Tox.
So strange. BSCO right there in their own half. They had the chance to break the pressure from Aether, but they just were maybe out of position, wanted to approach it from a different spot, but now it's costing them a bunch of time just to try and get out here, and Yukio another chance to put one away.
As Yukio took the shot, Ixo with the follow. Freaky try to dribble this one out, and Godsmilla commits with him. That's a 2v1, and Chronic's got to stop this, and he does. They won't get a breakaway goal. BS competition, no goals here in game 3. Demolition from Freaky. Help open the door for a Chronic, and he puts it on the backboard again. Tox gets enough of a stop to keep it out of the box, but isn't it up?
Wow!
No! The touch from Godsmilla sets it up for Freaky, and they've got one.
A Chronic, I mean, how about the speed to come off that wall and force Tox to make a weird touch, and Freaky just willing. That's some very far forward play from BSCO in an uncertain scenario, but Godsmilla's little touch on the ball to get it back in frame. Ooh, gotta love the willingness to be aggressive. You know you gotta score 3. They give themselves some good amount of time to do it.
Yes, they have. We saw in game number 1, this team has no hesitation to just send all gas, no brakes, everybody forward, and the shot goes up for 90 just wide. And now in a situation where it's needed, with 1 minute and 30 left to go, as you pointed out, they were down by 3, needed to commit like that, and big props to Godsmill on the pass to somehow flip that one back to Freaky. Freaky's just, again, right place, right time. He's built a career on it. Tox gets a stop, and Chronic will dive back in to clear it away before they can put in a 4th goal here, but Aether just not going away.
Gotta love the challenge game from Aether at this midfield line all throughout game 3 here. They really, if they could have somebody in position, they were getting a piece of that ball and really forcing Freaky, Chronic, and Godsmilla to work quite hard to get the ball out of their own half, and that's really what you love to see.
Ooh, off the wall. Freaky with the follow-up, doesn't make contact, and Ixo cleared away. That goal could have really opened up this end game. Trailing by 2 in the final 30 is going to be really difficult. Chronic gets demoed here. Godsmilla's got to get the ball. He does! It's open for Freaky! 20 seconds left. They've got a chance.
Now finally they miss a challenge here in the midfield. Ixo gets played by Godsmilla. I think he was expecting more on that flip reset. And Ixo just got dusted. And how about the follow through to get the bump, and Freaky, nice, clean, easy dribble into the net. 21 seconds, 1 goal. I mean, at this point, I'd absolutely believe it. I've seen Freaky's team do this so many times, and there's the bump in the corner. All they need is the pass, and thankfully getting a piece of it.
Chronic nearly got the double bump. Final 10 seconds on an empty backboard, looking for the tap. Yukio covers up the first shot. Here's the follow from Freaky. The pass to Godsmilla. Soft over the top of one. 3 seconds left, but no. The defense sorts itself out, and the ball will hit the ground. Aether able to sneak away with game 3.
Take a breath. They knew they could have had that. There was some opportunity there, but just too little time to really get set after that kickoff and feel like they had a solid rotation going, and Aether were able to hold on for the win. That one was dicey, though. You got to be scared because it doesn't take much for them to break through that midfield line and really start putting the pressure on you. That's the thing. That's your one problem if you're on Aether. You've been being very aggressive with that third man. You've made a lot of great challenges and got yourself a nice early lead, but if one time you don't get a piece of that ball in the midfield, you find yourself in trouble very fast.
No, and the very end there, pixels away Freaky was from getting a pass on the Godsmell's nose that would have given him the ability to shoot at the entire net. The defense of Aether very much floating and loose, not able to really dive for anything. So just millimeters away from sending us to overtime, but Aether is just strong enough. BS just not accurate enough. We'll go to game 4 with Aether up by 1 in the series. Just see Freaky off the wall. Godsmell to try.
I want to know how fast that would have been if that went straight into the corner of the net. Oh, man.
Been wild as Godsmell puts it onto the backboard. So handles it fine. Can't reach it for the second one, but Yukio in the midfield's got a lot of space, and he'll just blast it to the back third. Chronic trying to wrap it on the wall. Tox will block one. He doesn't have any help, though, in enemy territory, and a Chronic with a miss on the side should give the ball to Ixo. Freaky now trying to push it through another one. Chronic dumping in midfield for Godsmilla. Well passed. Defense stands too much in the way. He won't find a shot. It's Ixo and Tox to try to cross the box. Freaky gets it through 2, and Yukio was able to win that challenge in just a small window where Freaky had lost control.
He's really just trying to shove hard there at the midfield. Oh, they get caught. What, Yukio?
Oh. No. Pass too far. Too far in front for the first time. We'll get through the first 61 seconds without a goal. Ixo onto the backboard. Nobody's home. He has a whole net to tap it at. And puts it off the backboard a second time, though, and that gives the defense enough to get up and block it. It significantly limits the shots he has with how closely he chased that ball. Now a counterattack going from BS. Oh, they miss on the backboard. He drops it in. A Chronicle score goal 1.
Man, he was committed. I mean, yeah, that pass from Godsmilla comes out and he gets the touch, but how many people decide, yep, sticking with that one, redirect from your own half and just be like, 50 boost in the tank? Sure. If they miss, why not?
I think he knows it's so fast, and Ixo does have to get up out of his goal, dodge the crossbar, and make the save. So I can maybe understand it. And props to him, too. Believed in it, called the bluff, and got paid. Godsmill now with the back pass to a Chronic. I'll send it to the sky. Oh, what the redirect back to a Chronic. The pass play is beautiful, and BS is up by 2.
Ooh, Freaky. Talk about a takeaway touch here. Floater from a Chronic, and yeah, let's just drop it back down. Bye-bye. We'll see you later.
3 passes there. BS holds the ball the whole time. Aether doesn't get to touch it. They're up by 2. Looking to tie the series. A back and forth affair. It's crazy because the games have felt kind of lopsided. Like it's felt like when Aether's got control, they've got control, and when BS Competition's got control, they are absolutely the better team on the pitch, and it's changing with every game.
It's quite a joy to watch to see the level of execution required to pull off some of these shots. Chronic here, a little bit of a lazy one, but a double commit. Freaky, put that one way up on the backboard.
Tox here, out of the corner. Oh, pass 2. Chronic's up onto the backboard again. This time Tox is present there to receive the ball. Godsmill will try to challenge it. Gets through 1. Ixo takes control, but Godsmill now looking for the back pass, and a Chronic will just try to stall things in the midfield. Yukio takes control from him, challenging Godsmill and Freaky now. Back line. Finds the bump on Freaky, and Godsmill is struggling to gain control of this. So Chronic's going to have to move in to help him out, and they'll end up sort of double committing as Godsmill at the very last moment found control. Freaky finds a front box block, which was absolutely needed to keep Aether off the board. Their positioning was deadly.
Yeah, I would love to go back and see that challenge from Freaky's perspective just to understand how he was reading the play. Chance to double tap, turned aside by Aether, and Tox just trying to work his way out, and they actually still have a lot of time here.
You have a lot of time left in the clock. Chronic just driving straight past that ball on the ground, though, and now taking the pass into Freaky. They set it up and shoot to the near post. 3-0 BS Competition.
This is just great understanding. Acronic not picking up that boost, and Freaky knowing that Acronic really can't do much, and sees that positioning from Acronic, and since he doesn't immediately pop that ball up into an air dribble to try and tap it into the top of the net, it's just that mutual understanding of balls getting tapped to the left. I'm going to be right there for it.
Trying to challenge players in front of the box, but Tonks can't fully dunk defense. Right now out of goal. Freaky and Acronic both commit. Godsmill is going to be alone to try and get this one around Ixo, and Ixo's shot is just wide. Now on the ground, Godsmill handled it just fine. Clears it now a long way down the field. Tox and Yukio off the back. Freaky not going to make contact, and Acronic will try and pick this one up, pinch it off the ceiling onto the backboard, and Tox somehow reads that.
I feel like after watching Acronic get bumped up into the ceiling and find a dunk a couple of days ago, I feel like any time he decides he's going to commit to it, he can get scored. As Freaky here, going to put game, 4 well out of reach.
Man, so back and forth here. As Ixo maybe getting zoned a little bit by the front line pass from BS Competition that went through, got it off the corner, and then went through the box, but still Ixo. Maybe in most situations, I feel like I would expect him to be able to block Freaky there. And it's little moments like that that make you go, oh, well, just BS Competition. Better team on the pitch right now. But then you look at the scoreboards across the last few games, and you go, well, are they? They lost game 1, 5-1. They lost game 2, 3-2 with just that last-minute push, and Aether, the valiant stand on the goal line, kept that one away.
And it's so interesting. It's interesting because the thing that you, or at least that I really enjoyed about Aether in the previous game, was their ability to really get a piece and stop a lot of those transitions from BS Competition and really delay a lot of the attacks coming their way and keep the pressure going. And it's just completely absent here in Game 4. It's like, it's not like it's even in the process of getting evened out. It's like it's just gone.
Maybe this is two different teams that both play better when ahead. The lack of pressure, making them feel comfortable. Hey, we can just go for our plays. And once we have that early lead, and it has been the team that scores first wins in all 4 games so far. We'll go into game 5. No closer to knowing who's winning the series. Both teams at 2 games.
No one knows what to expect, and I believe Aether are going to be taking a timeout. And I would absolutely take a timeout after this game as well. Just considering that you felt like you've been feeling pretty good in your ability to at least generate some form of pressure and, push your opposition back into their half and earn a little bit of space for yourself. And this one just got crushed. Only 4 shots registered for Aether, and nobody really able to get much of the ball in a lot of different situations. So taking the time out to talk it over with each other and figure out where you think you need to make adjustments at this point is a good choice, I think.
Yeah, I think that the teams are starting to move the meta towards, especially in the best of 7s, take the timeout before the match point. You don't want to take the timeout and only have 1 game to make the adjustments you talk about, or have that mental pressure of, we have to win this next game. We're stopping. We're going to talk about it, right? The thing that can kill you so quickly is I have to win this. That pressure will just make you make mistakes. So take the time out where you're going to talk about overall context and talk about strategy. And you have more time to think about those sorts of situations. Before the game, you have to win. So I like the choice here from Snasky as well. Hopefully he's got a lot of good things to say to his players here. He's turned off his license since the last time they took a timeout. Oh. Is he more in the zone now?
It's really trying to focus in on just the screen.
That's right. Nothing. These white walls are distractions. Won't have it here.
But I think you made a good point, though. You need to give yourself the time. Like you said, you don't want to take that time out before the match point, right? You need to decide, okay, what do we think we need to fix? Go into that game 6. However game 6 plays out, then you have that opportunity of looking at the results and thinking, okay, is what we initially surmised correct, or do we need to make some changes elsewhere? And that's the important, extra time that some people need. So good spot to do it. And I think that, we'll see how things play out here in game 6.
Yeah, the timeout can be a nice mental reset as well. And if you're taking the timeout when your team's on match point, it's difficult for that to function correctly. Coming off of a 4-0 game where you didn't even get 1 goal, just check in with your players' mental. Going to be a key role for the coaches. And we'll We'll see how that pause, or how that timeout changed things for Aether. Start off with a bit of an offensive double commit. And now Chronic and Godsmill trying to advance here.
And you got to wonder if you're going to get more of that short-range passing from BSCO that we got in their previous match. Was really enjoying their ability to just beat defenders in some of those races and pass the ball in some tough situations.
Chronic versus Yukio. Ixo will come down as well. Freaky respecting Tox's positioning, doesn't crash in and take the shot. And all of BSCO right now in enemy territory, and I think maybe still a little bit conscious after game number 1 of how much they got punished by fully committing all 3 players. Playing slightly safer while still being willing to commit immense amount of pressure.
Gotta be wary of Ixo though. He just initially in that first minute feels a little dive-ease jumping at things with his teammates and not necessarily sure if it's him per se or if it's just him who happens to be in that position at the moment, but something to keep your eye on.
Chronic gets massive power behind this shot to put it into the corner. A minute and a half here without a goal being scored. An outfield pass barely doesn't connect. Chronic couldn't put a bumper onto it. Godsmill will chase it into the corner. Ixo off the wall. Clears out. Freaky tries to move forward. There's Yukio. On the side, holding on to control over the top of Freaky, and Godsmilla will jump for it. No challenger. Checks with Freaky, but ball just goes to the back third. No one from BSCO able to advance.
Ooh. Pumped over Godsmilla. Look at that free space, and that's why you need that third man a little deeper back when you see those clears off the walls coming your way.
Oh, and the shot from midfield. Chronic bops up. He's able to get the aerial very quick, get high in the air quickly, and get the block onto his own backboard. And now the ball on the other end of the field. Ixo taking his time getting to this one as it bounces twice in box. We'll see Yukio with a long clear down the field. And BSCO has really widened these rotations as Freaky gets absolutely mauled out of net. And Chronic's able to cover it up. These rotations looking better and better game after game.
Ooh, and looking for Yukio, tough one. Oh, they went for the pass back. It's never going to happen, though. And so I think he might have caught a piece of that, and he gets a flip back off of Freaky in his own corner to earn his own boost.
Pass to cross halftime with no goals scored easily. The most defensive game of the series. Game that has been averaging 17 divided by 4. That's like 4 goals a game. Godsmill into this corner. Try to put it over 1. There's Yuki off the ceiling. Nearly got a second block there, which would have really opened the door despite both of his teammates being in their back third. Would have been alone in the enemy territory.
And you gotta like the position for BSCO. Yes, it's further back, but they are making sure that they don't give up anything for free, and it's letting them launch a counterattack even if they have to play the dump and chase.
Big block from Freaky, and then Yukio has to push it to his own corner. Chronic's going to try here against Ixo, but it goes neutral to the side, and then Ixo fakes out Godsmill on the wall, but then pass to Godsmill and now the cherry pick, and Chronic's going to be out of position. Freaky's got to make control of this one. He just takes the shot. Ixo makes the block on the goal line. What a play from Freaky. Ballsy play, forced the goalie to see the shot coming when both of his teammates right in front of him with no boost. Instead of playing safe, he just put the pressure on net. An excellent block from Ixo again. Here comes round 2 from Freaky onto the backboard, and Ixo will get the block, or Yukio rather gets the block out of his goal. Godsmill on the backboard, and Ixo will clear to the edge. Tox just rotating around his teammates as we go to the final minute. Neither team on the scoreboard.
I believe 0-0 at this point. I don't know if anyone's got enough to break through without a miscue or a demo. It's a hot shot from a Chronic, stopped by Yukio, and real slow follow through from both teams. Yukio with no boost, and Godsmilla having to cross the length of the pitch.
Here's Ixo, flick on 1. 1 can't control the ball. Godsmilla has been fast to the sky in this game. And he'll get a demolition onto Tox as well. Freaky now out of this backfield. He's got it straight down the middle of the field. Yukio to the outside. 30 seconds remaining. Godsmilla to the outside, and the Chronic hangs in the back as Ixo dumps it to the back third. What a clear from a Chronic, though, all the way down the field. Tox not able to beat as a Chronic chased down his own challenge. 10 seconds left. Overtime starting to glimmer on the horizon. First time in the series, there was a demolition. A Chronic's going to open net to shoot at and miss. Godsmill will get a chance too! And he put it in! How do they have this much space? 2 seconds left and BSCO's on top.
Well, because Acronic jumping in that ball freezes Tox. I mean, Tox is committed to defending Acronic's touch, so he's playing it from the backboard, and as soon as Acronic missed, Tox has to try and get himself in a more stable position on the floor, and so he's a little slow to jump back up and get in the face of Godzilla. And wow, how often do you see a whiff make the difference at 2 seconds?
Yeah, they have to respect Acronic's shot there, but both of them, it's interesting. The demolition also really widening the space, and well done to Godsmill to find the backboard, or to find the back of the goal, back of the net there. A 1 goal, all it mattered, and now we've got BSCO on match point against Aether, 1 game away from challenging Guild for the finals.
That was a wild one. I was worried about Ixo initially getting a little too double committee there in that game, and then that really smoothed out for Aether pretty much as soon as I said it. I don't think that happened the rest of the game hardly ever. And beyond that, it really just became, okay, we're going to counterattack. Okay, we're going to counterattack. Okay, we're going to counterattack. And then it's just seeing who messed up first. And you can see right there, Tox stuck on the wall with Acronic coming in and tries to dismount, can't reach it. Godsmilla, a well-placed ball. You earn the win there.
Man, and BS competition coming to life. No overtimes in this series. They have settled it in regulation. We've had a lot of very lopsided games, but that one so close. And I agree with you. It was all about just the counter clears, just back and forth, looking for who makes the first mistake. They find, weirdly, the first mistake.
The first mistake is the offense, and they score.
Yeah. How crazy is that? Like find a way to, like, hey, it was a positional mistake at that point. The Tox is in a position where he has to wait for Acronic there. And Acronic recognizing, hey, if I don't touch this, we get a much better look. So, into game 6. Freaky and company, BS competition. On match point, 1 away from the finals. Ixo, after such a crazy performance, Aether having a day to remember here. They do not want it to end here. Talks lots of space out of his goal. Just pass 1.
That's the problem. You make that first touch, but the inability to recover to that ball and beat or at least contest the second man is really what makes the difference in your ability to transition and hold on to possession. As Yukio, he's not even going to think about it. He's just going to say, someone else go get it.
Ixo over 1 off the backboard. Here comes Yukio with a lot of space, but taken away from him from underneath by Acronic. Well challenged. And Acronic gets another save here. A savior medal already for Acronic in the first minute of game 6. BSCO are really locking down that back line.
Really showing you the quality of touch is what makes the difference. He never got tied up and going for boosting. Oh my gosh, Godzilla. Almost just dunked Acronic into his own net.
Oh, and Freaky getting it past Ixo. He's not able to quite put it in. A moment ago, we saw Aether with a great opportunity to score in the shot. Slow and bouncing off the ground gave Acronic his 4th save. Here's another opportunity. Into the box. Can't push it through Freaky. Acronic's got control as they tried to absolutely blast it through him, and he just built the diamond wall. Another demolition on the back line. BSCO playing well and looking like the stronger team despite nobody having scored here in game 6.
Huge clears back and forth now, and this is where the pace of play can really pick up on you quite fast if you're not in position with boost to be up and immediately challenge something.
Godsmill will put it onto the wall. He doesn't have enough boost to chase this down, but will use his flip to get to it anyways. And a double demolition gave us a momentary 2v2. BSCO take advantage, push into enemy territory, and then get countered. Ixo and Tox able to clear it into the blue. Acronic to the sky. Off the ceiling, he's got a flip reset, uses it immediately, had no more boost either. Now just trying to rotate out, he'll steal the corner. Tox alone here as Acronic pressures him. Eekson off the wall, and Acronic takes it away from him, gives it to Godsmilla, up against Yukio, up against 2. Got it through them both, but the ball's off to the side, just enough of a block from Yukio. BSCO really putting the pressure on. Still no goals. We've crossed halftime. Acronic nearly puts it in, but doesn't get his bumper onto it.
He's going for some wizardry, and Godsmilla is putting the pressure on with some great challenges to keep this ball in the orange half. Freaky able to get through 1, but not 2, and pinch back into the middle as Tox, Yukio, and Ixo desperately need something that is going to generate some space for them.
They are suffocated right now, absolutely trapped in their own half as Ixo tries but runs into the BSCO defense. Front line, finally a challenge will get it into the blue and then take it to the backboard. It's off of one. Acronic to the MC. Sachi Godsmill committed as well. Freaky's got to make stops. There's one, and Acronic's got a lot of space. I think Aether was able to collect boost in enemy territory. They had to back off, but neither did BSCO, so they're still sitting on the back line here. Zukio puts it to his own corner, or puts it to the blue corner.
Good touch from Aether to get that one in position, but trying to do one thing too many there in the corner. Probably better just to recover and find a different avenue forward, and instead Acronic has been a masterpiece on defense. So how about just remove him from the equation? 2 demos now, and Tox just hoping that it's in time. It's not.
Just too wide on the ball control. The respawn's able to get in and block the shot. Approaching the final minute. In game 5, same situation, 0-0 till 2 seconds when Godsmilla was able to put in a shot. Here in game 6, still nobody on the board.
No.
3-1 onto the backboard. Yukio gets it away. Godsmilla will try to adjust on this, but doesn't find a midfield boost, so he's got to rotate all the way back. Argue with a stop on 1, and Yukio into Tox on the open net to put it in. 40 seconds left, and they might send us to game 7.
Who was that got beat on the line? Is it Godsmilla? Yeah, he's camped back here, and he was thinking that they were going to continue that dribble up the wall, so he starts heading out that way to challenge him, and he realized too late that, wait a second, I have just given up the net, and then he got beat. Gotta give credit to Tox, though. That was a quick backboard lead, and Acronic's gonna tie it up on the kickoff.
Well done, Acronic goes on the kickoff. Freaky gives him the pass. He picks up the midfield boost. 3 touches from kickoff to goal, and we're right back to where we were.
Oh, so frustrating. I mean, it looked like they were just about to turn Acronic to smoke right there, and he just got off the demo.
Oh, he's looking for another one. Doesn't get as solid of a touch this time around. 27 seconds left. Do we finally go to an overtime? It's Tox out of the corner. Blocked by Freaky, no, but he bumps him off the ball, and Acronic will clear from his own half. Tries to challenge another one, and Freaky's got to back out of here as Godsmill takes control. Acronic looking for the redirect. Yukio doesn't respect it at all, just dives over the top of him. Freaky takes a shot, but it bounces off the ground, and Tox clears. Now looking for a counterattack of their own. 5 seconds left.
Bounce.
As it bounces the midfield, Yukio versus Ixo trying to move forward. They won't find anything. Overtime in game 6. If BSCO score, they're in the finals.
Oh my gosh, Acronic 612 score, 5 saves, 1 goal. Second place, Godsmilla, 248.
Jeez. That has been the Acronic show. He gets it through another one, tries to dive out for this one, and somehow keeps that in the back third. Ixo off the wall. Godsmill through 2, and Freaky onto the backboard. Godsmill looking for the goal. He doesn't find anything. Ixo onto the edge. Godsmill is there, dumps it to Acronic, who immediately 180 turn on this one and takes to the sky. Yukio will read him and put it back to midfield. But he's out of boost. He leaves it for Ixo. Ixo versus Acronic. The matchup to watch as they get the demolition, and Acronic can't block him. Tox scores. We go to game 7.
That's twice that Tox has been able to get up in front and just jam one in right above the net. Ixo very familiar with the get the ball out of the corner. That's definitely a strat I remember seeing a lot over on Galaxy Racer. Executed to perfection there, and gotta love Tox getting up there and winning that fight for the ball right above the net. What a dunk.
Brilliant plays. Both sides. Aether rally back to send us to game 7, and we will have a timeout from BSCO. They try to just take that moment to reset here.
I'm wondering what they're talking about.
Me too.
Because it doesn't feel like they really did anything wrong, right? I mean, obviously, I think that, Acronic was playing a nutty game, right? It felt like he could do no wrong if he got the ball or was in charge of having to save something. So he was obviously playing well. So I'm curious to see what Freaky and Godsmilla feel like they need to do in game 7.
And what's interesting is you have to alert the referees. I'm gonna get a little bit meta here. You have to alert the referees pretty quickly after the game if you want to take the pause or if you want to take a timeout here. And given that game was in overtime, and if they had won, they were going to have won the whole series. This would be over. My guess is BSCO just said, hey, if this happens, we're taking a timeout after the end of this game if we lose this game, no matter what. They made that decision prior. and this is just, hey, we're just doing this. This is just the flow we're in.
Maybe.
Let's take the time to talk. If we're gonna go to Game 7, let's just take a moment to recollect ourselves beforehand. I feel like this couldn't be a reactive timeout.
Yeah, maybe not. You make a good argument there, but without that information, we will never know.
Yeah, we'll never know.
But one way or the other, it seemed to be a fairly intense conversation. You can see Freaky, he was really a driving force behind whatever the discussion seemed to be about, but that should not be a surprise to very many people.
No. Freaky's an intense guy, and there are few people I know who want to win more than that guy does. So he is going to be pushing Godsmill and Acronic if he can give them any of his own motivation, he will. As all of them. Now on to Champions Field. 5 minutes of Rocket League separating one of these teams from a match against Guild in the grand finals of the 3rd regional. Tox off the wall, nice backboard play, and Freaky will get the clear before Ixo could finish it off. Now Acronic, Freaky with a pass, well set up, but Acronic doesn't have any boost to chase this. He can only look for goalies or bail, and he chooses the latter.
It's just a sequence of fantastic reads from everybody on the pitch right there, and we just find ourselves stuck in the challenge game. Freaky with speed. Is that really what they wanted to do? Just get as aggressive as they can in the midfield with that second player and leave the 3rd man deep?
So they're trying to combine the aggression of game number 1 with the cleanness of the last few games, but no, Yukio on a just small whiff in the goal will get goal number 1.
Acronic was initially playing a different play from Tox, and that's what takes him up the backboard there. But as soon as Tox kind of gets that up into the ceiling, Acronic is trying to dismount, and he's just got such an awkward recovery, and he really is not the best place to try and get a good touch. He comes up empty.
And I don't think that this really speaks too much to any ongoing strategy or dynamic between these teams, given how genuinely different so many of the games have been, but in every game so far, the team that has scored first has won. Nather have scored first in Game 7. Godsmill and company will have to break the trend. Acronic pass 1. Rotating onto this. Pass to Godsmill. Shoots well. Oh, behind the rotating in defense. We're tied up.
Could you ever doubt it? As soon as you saw this pass come out of the corner, look at Acronic get back to this one straight into the middle of the pitch. And every time that is delivered for BSCO, it has gone into the net regardless of how many people have been on that goal line. They have some excellent accuracy in this series.
It is so important that when you're getting clears out of your half, you keep that ball, either you separate the ball from the other players or you keep the ball near your bumper. In this situation, Aether they kept the ball on the ground and weren't able to stay near it themselves, giving Acronic so much space. They'll tie up the game immediately, but they have to find a way to break the trend. Take the lead.
Very smart trap from Yukio there, recognizing there was a little bit of extra space, but the recovery from Godsmill is so fast. Freaky able to dodge the demo, make 2 blocks, and Cox pulls off because he did not want to give up an open net back the other way. It's going to pan out well for them in the form of maybe 1 extra look, but everyone should reset here.
Man, how good of a defender are you that you make 2 crazy saves and the 3rd man coming in just pulls off because he knows you've got the 3rd one as well. Freaky built a wall in front of his box, and now Yukio on the challenge, though. This one just a bit high, and Acronic cleared to the edge. Godsmill up on the sky. Ixo will beat him to the ball, and it's up to Freaky in the back line again. Now past 1. Godsmill high, puts it over the top of him, and Freaky's challenging Tox. He's got Acronic's pass to. Oh, he just lets the ball go past, and Acronic tries to move in to take control, but this drive kind of falling apart for BSCO.
That was the chance for BSCO to really try and force the issue there. Tox was stuck in his net with 30 boost. I was wondering why he wasn't up and challenging, and just a miss from Freaky. Free approach here for Tox, and let's hope that one goes in. Double commit, no difference there.
They both land cleanly. Godsmilla takes out of his half. Yukio advancing as Ixo gets the demolition on the goalie. It's going to cross the box. Is anyone airborne for it? Tox tries, but Godsmilla covers him up. Now Ixo sends it to the goal. Freaky's got the save, and Acronic on the counterattack. Gonna tap it onto the backboard. Yukio's already there, though. He'll clear it to the midfield.
Second goal. Man, there's some strange reads to be made when those balls get in the corner in this series. Up and around the top of the pitch and still having to curve around, and there's a lot that can go wrong very quickly.
Oh, we got 2 goalies. But again, no follow-up pressure from the rest of Aether. Freaky sends it down. There is these double commit openings that BSCO keep on giving Aether, but they're just not in position to take advantage of them. As Freaky tries. Godsmill now through another. It's Tox on the goal line. He's going to reach for this one. They might get a double commit out of Aether here.
Little awkward. They're definitely having to be wary of their boost game. They're getting a little low.
Oh, wow. I can't believe that the shot went through off the ceiling. But the defense stands up strong, and Aether able to keep us tied to 1 apiece as we go to the final minute of Game 7. A Chronic in the corner just trying to create chaos. Freaky will put it onto the backboard. That demolition onto Tox will open up some space. Freaky down to Godsmilla. He gets it past the front line, but he has to go to the corner. And now the back pass to a Chronic. Up against Ixo, shoots the far post. They pull the defense left, right, create the opening and take the lead.
They kept getting their boost stolen. They were trying to just drive back and forth and pick up all the pads. Ixo isn't even thinking about the play right there. He's just trying to drive out across his net and hope that that 12 pad spawns just on the outside. And then the ball kicks back into the middle, and he doesn't even have time to get back. Dimwin's support player, and they need something here.
42 seconds left. Aether's got to find a way to tie this back up, and they are challenging aggressively in the midfield. Here's Yukio, wins this one. Tox has to go all the way back for his own boost, though, and Freaky will have this ball for free in the midfield. Onto the edge. Ixo and Yukio double commit on offense, leaving the backfield wide open, and a Chronic into the corner. He's going to have to find the retreating defense. Can they sort themselves out? Tox will take control. They space out. Okay, they give themselves an opportunity, but with 18 seconds left, they've got to be productive. They can't afford to lose the challenge. Yukio through 1. Looking for the bumps on the Chronic. Tox puts it off the wall. Ixo's got an open net. Up for 90. Tie game.
Oh my goodness. How does Yukio win that ball through Godsmilla? Godsmilla didn't even get a piece of him. I thought that was the end right there, and a Chronic obviously has to dive at that shot from Tox. I mean, you can't take the chance that that's wide. He cannot know that. And Ixo, a bullet into the top right corner.
Wow. 8 seconds left. How about some overtime? Oh, they might finish it off here. Godsmill to the outside. Yukio trying to get it to Ixo. It's still up. Can Tox? No, Tox is too far back. They'll put it into the ground. We're going to overtime in Game 7. Next goal plays in the grand finals.
Oh, what a wild ride this one's been. Who knows what's going to happen here?
Anybody does. Nobody does. Watch and find out. Yukio up against Godsmilla. A Chronic up against Ixo. Ixo now trying to challenge Freaky into his corner. He gets it past him. He looks for the bump on the Chronic, but he's airborne before Ixo could even think about it. Tox and Yukio in the midfield. Godsmilla backflips to stop that one and buy Freaky some time, and he'll play it to an empty corner. VSCO will breathe for a moment.
Gotta be careful if you're Aether again. You do not want to let what was happening during regulation get started again. It was really, like you said, pulling them left and right and stealing all their boost. Floater towards the right side of the net. Godsmilla in time, and a Chronic with a little space comes up big. Empty Ixo the Tox. Right side down in. Aether are gonna go to the grand finals.
Aether find a way through in overtime. What a pass play. Heading in to try and find it and forcing an own goal out of him, too. What a way to do it. It's going to be Aether versus Guild in the grand finals.
He's got the head in his hands. Oh, he knows he missed that ball. Oh, man, that one's crushing. Oh, I mean, it wasn't easy, but it's definitely one that he's got a hold of plenty of times before, right? And that ball just skipped right off the wall, and he just whiffed it, and they just swarmed through that gap, passed it into the middle, and I mean, that's the classic trying to fix your own mistake, and you get in the way of your own teammate, and who knows if they would have cleared that if a Chronic didn't dive at it. You'd have to take another look.
And the heartbreak on the other side of things there, you could see how much these players want this. They have fought so hard to have the opportunity. It's that you don't dare to dream of playing in the grand finals, and then it's one goal away multiple times for you, and you barely can't clutch it out there. Aether gonna be celebrating, but have to get through it very quickly and get ready for an intense grand finals against a hotter than ever Guild. Chiefs, I can't wait for this. This is going to be crazy. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the grand finals of European Regional number 3 are going to be right here on the RLCS.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, Season X. We're in the spring split. I almost said winter. We're way ahead of that. We've had a lot of games since then. European Regional number 3.
It's April,
champion. Yeah, I've lost track of time over the past week, I'm not going to lie. We are Championship Sunday, and we are getting closer and closer to crowning a champion. 2 teams left, but we got to talk about stuff before we get that. I'm Leaf. Gibbs and Wave Punker joined me to discuss exactly that. Wave, we've had quite the bracket unfold across the day, and we have BS Competition and Aether. We're fighting for that final spot.
Yo, yeah, when you show people the bracket where you've got Guild over BDS and you've got Aether and BS Competition in a semifinal, you go, that seems pretty crazy. And it was. This match we just watched had such great Rocket League down to Game 7 overtime. Back and forth. Both teams absolutely had each other's number in various games over the course of it. And what a performance and what a heartbreaker also for BSCO.
Absolutely, but the best thing is the webcams for both these teams. Both these teams wanted this so bad. After every goal, both teams were popping off like crazy. Such clutch moments happening like in that Game 7 from both teams. Both these teams, they deserve to be in the finals, but at the end of the day, only one can win. And Aether, out of... I don't even know. They're here. They made it to the finals. It's a brand new team, 4 spring split, and it's all worked out for them.
You mentioned the webcams, and you saw the devastation like on Chronic's face there. You saw how into it Freaky was getting. It was the emotions were
I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. And I just
I bet.
I'm emotionally drained from watching that back and forth, and I'm not even playing. I'm not even gonna be in the grand finals. Like I can't imagine what it's like to get that close, especially for BSCO. 2 overtimes, 1 goal away, miss it both times.
Well, speaking of that bracket we're talking about, let's take a look at it, because during the pre-show, all the folks there on that pre-show put together a community bracket. They all took turns guessing, and they're on par to be perfect. And I'm kind of surprised, Gibbs, that all of that guessing is coming true.
It's just crazy because we were talking, and a lot of people were saying, like, Clown Fiesta Regional for Europe. But it doesn't matter because I will take these every single day of the week. We got 4 Game 7s, 2 Game 7 overtimes. It's so much entertainment right now. We have an amazing bracket. I don't care who's playing at the end because every single match is just delivering right now.
I don't know if I'm like impressed or upset because it's pretty rare, super rare for us casters to make a perfect prediction bracket ever. When normal things are happening, we usually don't, we don't get the bracket perfectly right. So they're like, you know what? Screw it. Let's just meme it up here. And then it's like, wait, that's been the answer this whole time. Are you kidding me? I'm pissed.
I'm a little mad too that it's those guys that are going to get credit for it as well too. But looking at this bracket now, we have 2 teams left, Guild and Aether. These are the 2 fighting now in the grand finals of the European Regional number 3. Guild has been stepping up. They took down BDS to get to this point, and Aether, rejected from their other teams, have formed together to get themselves into this magnificent spot. Wave, both these teams have crazy stories along this bracket to get to this point.
They do both have crazy stories. And I know I'm usually the person who's sitting here like giving the story of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go with my heart. I'm gonna go with this story. I believe in this team and stuff like that. And I feel like Aether is that team in this situation because they are so last year's was so back and forth. They were clobbering BS one game, they were getting clobbered the next game. So it felt very roller coastery. Meanwhile, Guild just beat BDS. Guild just beat BDS in Game 7, and they've now beat Guild. They beat BDS twice in a row. Like the BDS has not lost 2 tournaments consecutively until now when Guild got heated up. So as much as I would love to be like, oh, let's go with this Aether storyline of them knocking off all the teams that they previously got beat from and they're gonna win this run. No, no, bro, Guild. Holy crap.
Yeah, it's true. But you know, it's as we've had a lot of stuff in Gibbs, you're showing people we know who's going to the championships, we know the majors, a lot of stuff's locked in. So a lot of stuff that's on the line here that was on the line before is gone now, but they're still fighting for some of that bank. Of course, this is a very important matchup to make sure you can keep lining those pockets because there's a big difference between that first and second place spot.
And if your Aether's not an org right now, they walk away $5,000 extra for each of their members if they win this final. You know they're going to want it. But as well as Guild, they haven't won any of these regionals. They want to be looking hot when they go into the spring major. Both these teams desperately want this. We already knew that going in. Points don't matter as much nowadays. Who cares? Throw it all out. It's all about the pride and prize money right now. Let's do it. Guild versus Aether.
That is true, but chat, we need your help one last time here. The fan vote is going up. You need to get those hashtags in chat. Who is winning regional number 3? Who is winning this grand finals? Is it going to be Aether or is it going to be Guild? We need your help. We're going to tally those up in a few moments. Before that, we're going to get our predictions out here. We know what the pre-show did. What are we following through? Do we think the boys are going to be right? I believe they had Guild going through in final in this one. So do we stand behind them? Or do we think Aether has that possibility? Gibbs, I'm going to let you start us off.
For 2 reasons, I'm picking Aether. The underdog story, I love it. Okay. These 3 guys coming together. And because we can't let the pre-show guys be right. We cannot let that happen. So I'm going Aether all the way.
Man. Okay, well, Gibbs, you're gonna be. I'm sorry that you're wrong. Okay, like Guild is just the better team right now. As much as I love all those storylines, I think I love my dear casting soulmate Gregan a little bit more too. I think Guild's got this one locked up. Leaf.
I appreciate why and the reasoning, Gibbs, behind what you're doing, because I can get behind that. At the same time here, I want to see this chaotic bracket pull through, and I have to have Guild on this. I want to see just, hey, let's just screw it and make whatever bracket.
Wait, which is more chaotic? Which is more chaotic? Them predicting the bracket correctly or them predicting everything right except for the finals where Aether beats Guild?
True. I don't know. I don't have the answers for this, and neither does chat. We're
wow, that's even.
Right down the middle here. 55, slight favor for Guild. I guess they want to see this bracket come true, and the rest do not. But ladies and gentlemen, one final time, get online on Twitter at RLCS Esports, hashtag RLCS. We're about to head to the Skyblock, where we're going to crown a champion of the grand finals here in the regional number 3. But better yet, we're going to find out if these guys got their bracket right.
I'm just going to soak this in for a moment, Johnny. Feels good. Feels good to have got it all correct to this point. All right. Had my moment. We're going to get ourselves into our grand finals. Both teams have really had to fight their way through. And I think many people out there, when we got to the very start of this, if you asked them who's going to make it to the grand finals, you would have got one of these right. You'd got both of them wrong at the end of the day. But a lot on the line here for both teams. And Aether especially, this is a team that we never expected to reach this point.
Yeah, and like the desk were saying, for Aether, this is a chance to really prove themselves. They're a team who have just come together in the last split. They don't have an org, and they want to prove themselves so much. Guild have already qualified for the major. They've already qualified for the championships. Of course, they can improve their seeding if they pick up the points that are available here. And oh my goodness, what's going on? Okay. You know,
that's the championship nerves. Oh my goodness, Nolly's in.
Oh my goodness, this should be a goal. Surely, no, it's off the goal again, but they're really having to hold on here. And, you know, the first clear there didn't look like it was going to be that difficult, but it really stayed on the goal line for a long time.
Ipso also whiffing over on the wall. Very difficult start so far from Aether, but they've not been scored on. Maybe Guild will look back at that in a few minutes' time and think, wow, that really was the chance to set the stage. Both these teams so much on the line, especially more historically than anything else. Guild, up to this point, they've not won any regional. They've not won a grid. Yeah, they find themselves in this position to take this regional down as we get deep off the backboard. As for on the side of Aether, Johnny, you know, history chance to be made over for Tox.
Yeah, Tox trying to become the first German player to ever win an RLCS event. Not just an RLCS X event, but since the beginning of RLCS, there has never been a German winner of an event. You know, there's been grand finals from Pashi, but Nolly not ready to give Tox that W. Not yet. I mean, Tox already lost it once this season when he's played for Giants against BDS. Somehow I feel like this one's not going to be any easier, Shogun.
Absolutely not. I mean, Germany's been waiting so long for their event winner. They've come close. Been multiple grand finals. Freaky, that we just saw, has even managed to reach some European finals back in season 5.
Yeah.
But the last time we saw a German win what we'd consider to be a major event at this sort of caliber was back at the RLC Pro League. That's pre-RLCS. Gibbs played in that, made it through to top 3, scored 6 goals in one game. That's how long it's been for Germany. They'll want this so much. First, they've got to try and take this offense. Tox can't quite get under control. Ixo has a bit of a better chance. That third man did not want to come forward, and this is why he can get caught on the 2v1.
Yeah, Guild look good already, and they're the team coming in here with that extra long break. Aether just played. There's a ton of debate online, which is the advantage there, and historically there doesn't seem to be one. Whether you can just come in warp or have a break and run around free play, there doesn't really seem to be much of a difference. And Guild they're the faster team at the moment. They're definitely the cleaner team. You do wonder, can Aether dig deep and come back? Yes, they can! Ixo collects a beautiful infield pass, and that's a tight game.
We have not seen much of Aether on the offense. But when they got a chance, they made it clean. Foe. No, you can jump and hope there, buddy, but you never really stood much of a chance.
Yeah, that was great passing play. Aether are definitely not afraid of getting all three of their players involved in offensive plays. We've seen Team Queso have a ton of success with that strategy recently. BDS have been doing it all season. And, everybody's just taking notes. These are the teams who have had success. And how much boost has still got? Not enough. Ixo's made it 2-1.
Well, that's what is affectionately known as a Guild goal to concede. Unfortunately, Johnny, I've seen a few of those over the past year or so. And despite the great start that they had, that is such an easy one just to give up. You can't be doing that at this level. You do also know that Guild of all teams are hot or cold, and it will change depending on how the series is going. Already managed to come back and defeat BDS earlier on today. Foe just over the top. It's only game 7 today in general. Quick reminder as well, both teams will have access to timeouts. So if they are feeling like the series isn't quite going the way they imagined it, get one timeout each. Last regional, we saw both teams, really not wanting to use it. Almost became a point of pride between Queso and Sorry. Yeah, this one, the nerves will be a little bit more there.
Yeah, with, coaches behind these teams who are very much a part of this. They want to really get the most out of their players. There'll definitely be timeouts used here if any team is struggling. But what a turnaround here. Guild were in full control, and then all of a sudden Aether's passing. Got an equalizer, and then a misplay from Guild as Devo whiffed a misread. Ended up putting Aether in front, and full credit to Aether. They take it. They're limited chances. Since then, Guild have started to swarm them. It's Nolly trying to get the ball into the middle. Ixo blocks it. And I'm liking what I'm seeing from Aether at the moment. Not committing too far. They're communicating well in defense, but that's dropped down. Ixo almost centers it. Luckily, Tox was there to get goal side of the ball.
It's just been a couple of wobbles so far from Aether in that defense. Overall, they look okay, but one mistake has been leading to another. Very little crisis control. As for Guild, time's starting to run out. They need to start being a little bit more direct with their plays. Foe tried to set up. It wasn't the best first touch. Needed that on top of the hood of the car. Otherwise, he's very much against it when it comes to trying to find the flick. Foe back down, double commit. Really delays where this offensive rotation is going, Johnny. But Guild still pushing.
Guild needing a bit more height on these sensors. It's just too easy for Aether to sweep clear without having any problems. Seeing if there are threats coming their way. High ball would really be a better option in a lot of these situations. Just get it over the goalie's head, get him panicking. Aether remain calm at the moment. Now that is over Tox's head, but he does well. Expertly done as he catches it on that back wall where the ball remains to this point. No time left on the clock.
Nolly with Foe up in support. Can't get it to him. Ixo delays so well. And now it's right back to the midfield for Guild. Over to Nolly. Tries to find Foe. He's only got 18 boost, and that shot will not test them. Game 1 for Aether.
That is a huge win for Aether. They started off sluggish and disorganized, struggling to clear their lines, but they've come out with a win in a match where they were very pressured at the start and end of the game. Now, when you've only got the middle of the game as yours, it's a very nerve-wracking game. You've had to make a comeback and you've had to hold on at the end. I'm sure that's not what Aether are interested in after the roller coaster of emotions that they've just been through in the semi-final.
Yeah. I really get the feeling here, Johnny, that this is not going to be one of the most mechanical series we've seen. For both of these teams, expect them to turtle up just a little bit at the start of the series, really start to find their way around this series. And then maybe we'll see, you know, players like Ixo, players like Nolly really start to step it up in the mid part. But this is not going to be at a brawling pace straight from the off. And I wouldn't, you know, as a coach, you wouldn't want either of these two teams to. You want them to settle in.
Yeah, that's what they've tried to do. Guild, they were doing the job, and they had the game going exactly the way they wanted at the start of this one. Just a couple of mistakes allowed Aether back into it. So Guild are going to be trying to just remove those mistakes from the game plan. I think that they're very capable of doing that, given their track record this weekend. Oh, look at this. Yukio's just going to pick up another freebie, and this was just another situation where it's a bit chaotic. Devo and Nolly both commit, and Ixo's 50-50 was enough to send the ball away from them.
Yeah, for Yukio, that is easy as you like. Just make sure you've got it on target. We've talked across the field about how many different players want some redemption. Yukio definitely top of that list for many different reasons. Moved on from Dignitas. A lot of people writing him off as, all right, well, that was your best chance to collect some trophies. Get that prize money to your name, and Yukio right back into a regional final. Gonna go down. That's dangerous. Nobody around. And I am wondering, when is that switch going to be flipped for Guild? When are they going to start sending that second player?
Ooh, lovely fake there by Tho. He's done extremely well with not a lot of boost. In fact, no boost to play with. Now Nolly looking for the infield. Devo denied by Ixo's pre-jump save. That's better from Guild, a bit more lively, and it all started with a zero boost play from Tho. Managing to transition the ball. Just with a little bit of trickery along the way.
No boost in the midfield for Tho to take. Still hooks back around. So into the mid. Nolly blocked by Tox. Tox choosing not to stay around as Nolly wipes out one player. Midfield from Tox is so big. It actually unleashes Ixo just a little bit. Double commit. Requires just a teeny tiny little bit of health there from Devo. Minute and a half. Yet again, we have got a lead over on the side of Aether. And right now, Guild being told that, you know, you're not just going to get freebie goals here. Maybe in the first game, that was possible, but this defense is locked down.
Well, you know, if the game plan for Guild coming into game 2 was, okay, let's just not make any mistakes. We made a couple of mistakes last game, and that's how Aether scored. So let's just play solid defense, and we should be fine. Well, it went wrong straight away. They double committed and they got scored on. So that game plan has to go out the window here. They need more aggression. They need to start, you know, switching it up a little bit, because Aether are fast. Aether, you know, they're not a perfect team. They still have plenty of things to iron out. Speed is not one of them, but here comes Nolly. And that is exactly the change of pace that Guild have been lacking. Fakes the shot, fakes the player, scores the goal.
Well, it's a dummy from Nolly, and he's made Ixo look like one as well. 1-1. That is what they wanted to see. He has been their talisman this weekend. I need a little bit more from him. One each. In comes Ixo. Wants to try and put some of the blushes behind him, try and get himself an opportunity. Instead, it's boomed back to his side of the field. Go back down. Jumping challenge from Ixo. Doesn't quite win it, but it pops over to Yukio. Back to Ixo one more time! That was a furious shot!
Absolutely brilliant pass from Yukio. Just really gave Ixo very little that he had to do there. He's hardly moved in the setup for this. Just waits for the ball to come to him and then dodges right through it to get that lead back. And Aether they're picking up their chances extremely well, Shogun. That wasn't an easy one to spot. Just, you know, to realize Yukio's recovered in there, just send the ball flying at him. I mean, these guys have got some faith in each other.
I think Ixo was just really mad about the last goal. Don't upset Ixo is basically what we're learning. Ball back down. Yukio off the backboard. It's not going to go in first time, but Devo's whiffed.
Wow.
And Nolly has to get there in time. Bit of luck there for Guild that Nolly wasn't quite past that point of rotation. On the far side, Devo hooks himself around. Two players move. Nolly thinks about the half rotation. Tox is just reading the game so well at the moment. Just getting these little tap-on hits. Delaying that rotation. Drop down from Devo. Just trying to boost at the last possible moment.
It's hard to find a way through Aether at the moment. Hard hits are being denied at that halfway line. Guild are going to just keep going at it, though. They're testing them over and over again. And we've seen this from Guild many times throughout the season. Now here comes Though. He manages to send the ball center. Now a bit of a team bump has actually occurred. And I don't think Guild's offense is going to last a lot longer on this play as a result, unless Nolly can do even more heavy lifting for them today. They've been over-reliant on him up until now. Though with another mind game. Flip reset fake, and now the dunk from Though. Oh my goodness. The mind games from Guild are doing work.
It's like they just go as simple as you can for 95% of the game. Keep blasting into the other side of the field. When we get chances like this, they'll never expect it. What a play from Though.
Well, these changes of pace have really not been a part of Guild's season. They've been all about this lumping it forward.
I don't think I've ever seen Though fake a hit.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be the first to tell anyone. You casted Guild in the grid for 2 splits, and they were all about the power shots, the power clears, the fast passing plays. They tried to just win with exactly the strategy you're always talking about, Shogun, just hit the ball hard. But now nobody's expecting these mind games, especially from Though.
Oh, Tox tries to follow, not too far away. 2 each. Game is very much open, so's the net!
Devo runs ahead, leaves it open, and he committed to this one early. He got the call, going for Ixo, and he even jumps into the net ahead of Ixo's in and out save, making it even more difficult for his countrymen to make the save. Guild looking to tie up the series. That'll save their timeout for later.
That pop over the top. Great kickoff for Guild. That's going to waste so much time. And like it was in the first game, it is now on the other foot. No chance for Aether. They couldn't get a 0-second play going. We are tied at 1 each.
Phenomenal stuff from Guild. It's the mind games that have done it. Nolly scored in the mind game, faking an early shot, which really Ixo couldn't do much about. He had to dive in the way of it. It was a convincing fake. And then the same thing from Though. He had the flip reset, didn't even need it because the ball was bouncing so freely. And then he faked out one player and dunks in the last one. It's a straight up 1v3 play. And you have to wonder, could Aether's first challenger have just gone into the ball? That's always the question. When you get mind game multiple times, you've got to just start going at the ball, because if they go over the top of you, at least you forced a touch. At least you forced the player for a second to lose control. You give your defense behind you. Would have given Yukio in that play a much better chance at winning the race to the ball that would have ensued.
And I am looking forward to seeing what Aether have got on sort of an adjustment in between games, because Plan A has come on board for Guild. Plan A has always been, as much as we've seen of Nolly this week, Plan A has always been Though, attack, go for the ball, steal the boost, bump the player, give some space for the rest of the team. And, well, he's still around for this one. He's not going to be deterred by much of anything.
It's just so ridiculous. You say bump the player and Nolly drives into Though. I mean, how has that happened? But yeah,
I believe we call that experience with the team, as Nolly's still trying to hunt for the goal line player.
It's Though in go mode right now, but at some point he does have to change the pace, and he's done so already this series a few times. Those mind games, those slow dribbles, make him a lot harder to read, and it makes him a lot harder to play against. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. As for Aether, I mean, how do you counter the mind games? Well, you ball chase, you drive into the ball, you stop reading the play. Just look at where the ball is and make a fast track towards it. So it's a pretty simple counter play. Unfortunately for them, Guild will have an equally simple counter play, and that is stop going for mind games, because it's it is as simple as that. It's a rock paper scissors that we're about to see.
Yeah, the chess game has begun. Devo loitering around, didn't want to fully commit. Off the backboard, Nolly realizing that Ixo will cover it. It's a slow build up here, and Devo, incredibly late on the rotation, did actually give up territory. Those opportunities to now start moving in. Once the reset, can't go low. Very good positioning that time from Yukio. Make sure you've got both angles covered.
He knew it. He's seen enough, of those mind games from Though especially, but from Guild overall, that he knew, okay, I've got to at least catch a piece of this ball, because going straight over the top of it and reading the play is not allowed after you've been faked as many times as they have in game 2.
Nolly leaves it. Devo has his shot blasted straight into Tox. That's a very scary moment for Aether. Nolly back to Devo. Roger's going to try and put off the backboard to see if that mistake is around. So far, it hasn't been from Aether. Always worth testing it. Now Devo going to make sure that backboard is much more scary. Drop down and Tox somehow gets back in time. And less saves it, more scoops it out of the net.
Yeah, brilliantly done by Tox. He was completely alone, and he's saved his team and kept this scoreless for now. And you know, these guys, their season's not over regardless of this result. They have made it into the major, which ironically is something that the 3 teams that Yukio, Tox, and Ixo have left behind have not been able to do. So their season's gone on longer than all the teams who've gone on without them. Guild continue on to the championships as well. They've got it all.
Boom and clear from Ixo for Tox. Couldn't quite get on the right side of that ball. I'm going to try an infield pass. Nobody around either this time. Aether still taking a defense-first approach. Want to make sure that those rotations are always in point. Don't double commit. Don't give anything up for free. Make sure you can follow just as quickly as Ixo did. Now he's managed to pop the ball up. In comes Tox. Not quite able to win that race, and now Yukio one-on-one up against Nolly. Nolly has to play this quick, and he ricochets the ball off the crossbar.
Well, that flick was definitely good enough in the power department. Unfortunately for Nolly, he has lost the 1v1 with a crossbar. Now he's got a reset, but he flips past it. Ixo wasn't interested, just goes right for the ball. And I'm liking these ball-first challenges. They're being prioritized by Aether's defense in this game. Credit to them. They've figured out what they did wrong in the last game, and they're not making the same mistakes in this one.
We'll see whether or not Guild will now start posturing themselves for a 50-50 challenge rather than trying to just go for the outplay. It'll be up to them. Pass across field, but it's only to Yukio. Wants Ixo again. That is the target. They're getting closer and closer. Just need the situation to develop for them. Devo wants the angle. Nolly has an easier one. And that is a crucial goal.
Oh my goodness, Devo with a monstrous read and then the pre-flip to center the ball. And thank goodness Nolly had a back post approach. If he's coming in right behind Devo there, like most of your guys' ranked teammates would, he's never catching that one, but he knew better. Comes in from a better angle and scores it in the final minute. Guild on a hot streak.
And now it's time to see what Aether have got. Really up against the time here. First things first, they've got to get control of the pace of the rotation. Ixo with Tox trying to support. Can he get it over to him? It's a thunderous challenge there from Nolly. Can't quite get past that midfield line. And beyond that, they've got to actually try and get something into the net. Guild just don't want to see anything at the moment. They want to see their final thirds. And we'll stick that ball right there, send one player in, take the challenge, rinse and repeat for the rest of the game.
You know, despite the close scoreline, this has been by far Guild's best game. They have not made any defensive mistakes. They've given Aether absolutely nothing. And Aether have struggled to get the ball out of their half. Never mind great chances. That is going to stay up, though, just barely. So they've got a chance on 0, and Ixo will surely be able to get this to the sidewall. Extremely well done by Ixo. Tox will look for the back wall. Nolly's actually out of boost, so it's going to drop down. Again, Devo pre-jumps in, but Tox keeps it alive. Should be over, surely. Though knocks it into the corner, and that will be the end of the game. Oh, well played there, Ixo. And, you know, the full Aether lineup making something out of nothing, almost equalizing. Best chance of the game when the game was already over.
I don't know what I'm more impressed by there. Ixo somehow getting there for the shot. Very rare have we ever seen the forward flip used to actually hit with the backside of the car. Or the save to somehow keep it out. That is incredible. I don't know how that is a 1-0 game.
Well, you know, for the entirety of the game, Guild just didn't really give Aether anything. I think they had mistakes in game 1.
I think that was both their 2 shots that game.
Well, yeah, I think they had one. I think Ixo had 1 shot running into that last offensive play, but, you know, I wouldn't have put it past them, being the only 2. Guild just really ironed out those defensive mistakes, and They also had the brilliancy of Devo. I mean, that pre-jump on the wall bounce was disgusting. He got up so early for that, and it didn't affect his recovery at all. He was already right back on the ball. Pre-flips to beat out the last defender. I mean, we're just perfect by Devo. And then the pre-jump save on 0 seconds as well. He's done Guild a favor in this one.
Yeah, it's time now if you're an Aether fan to keep an eye on that Ixo rotation. He was held downfield so much in the last game. They wanted to use him as a target. Get the same sort of goal they got back in game 2.
Oh my goodness.
It's up top corner and Tox saves what was a little bit of a calamitous display from both sides.
Yeah, thank goodness someone in this play was able to hit the ball well, and not just well, but perfectly. That is an amazing strike by Tox as it hits the crossbar and the post on the way in. But before that, we had, I think, 3 complete misses on the ball. So we've given Guild all the credit for not making any mistakes like that in the last game. Now they've made 2 in the first few seconds.
Again, it is Aether up by a goal. We're very, very early in the game. Might even be another one if Yukio can get his own way. We're doing what his job is on this team. Does turn around. He's harassing Yukio. He's finding the set. That's what they want from him. Devo drops.
Devo.
And he almost got the same goal he got in Season 5 LAN.
Wow. I can't believe how similar that was to a Season 5 wonder
against
goal.
Envy, I think that he scored that one.
That's unreal.
I know he was on Envy. My goodness, I knew there was a team there that was reminding me.
Was it? Yeah, it's a good question. Who was that against?
He was on Envy against NRG. There you go. There's your Shogun history for today.
So
but that's how I remember these things.
A beauty. I mean, if anybody wants to see what that goal would have looked like, just go check out the Season 5 highlight. Devo scored it himself. So I love that he went for the exact same setup as well. It would have been amazing to see. But the defense had it covered this time.
That is officially a Devo sort of masterclass, really. He knows how to play it. Now off the backboard, keeper is gone. Foe comes in, 2 keepers, bump.
Wow.
Nobody left.
And just a rampage from Guild. Devo takes Ixo away from the ball, and then just a little tap onto Tox before he gets flattered by Dolly. They are just leaving nothing up to chance in that play. Brutal. Absolutely brutal from Guild off the ball.
1 each. Still reminder that both these teams have got their timeouts. Can't imagine, though, that Aether would use theirs if they lose this one.
Oh, 100%.
Tox.
I don't think Guild would, though. Guild will wait for...
Guild would wait, because they've had a lot of momentum shifts coming out of theirs. They might as well just hold it now for if Game 7 does happen. The way they're playing, might not get to that point. Off the crossbar, Devo keeps it over. You're just taking it in turns at the moment to be the hot player. Seen it from Foe, we've seen it from Nolly. This game has been Devo's.
Yeah, Devo's been on a great run this tournament. It's amazing to see the world champion from Season 3 produce these kind of results. Of course, in that Season 3, he was teammates with Turbo Pulsar. Some of you guys might have heard of him. Oh my goodness! Oh!
Guild moment number 2!
Oh my goodness, it's the moment that everybody watching can relate to. We've all done that, but it's happened at the worst possible time. He was looking for the goalkeeper, not the ball.
It's part of the risk you have to accept for that play style. It looks ridiculous. There's a goalkeeper gone, and on the other side of the field, Aether have taken advantage.
Wow. Ixo managed to demo one and bump another through the smoke screen, and it left it open for Yukio. I don't believe it. I mean, should have been 2-1. Now it is, but for the other team.
This has been brilliant. Say what you want about the gameplay we have had this weekend. I don't care. I'm fully on board with the desk. This has been my favorite European regional so far. It has been so much fun. Now off the backboard, Ixo can't find the angle. However, if you are Guild, that is not something that you will expect to happen all too often. Don't give him the space for that.
Well, are you telling me that you don't think that Guild saving their own shots could beat Space Station Gaming?
Come back.
I'm sure a lot of people want to weigh in on that one.
I think that's a tweet that needs to go out, surely.
I mean, they got to worry about Aether right now, who are set to tie the series. Tox makes it 3. And, you know, you talk about turning points in Rocket League history. That own save has to be one of the biggest ones we've seen, because since then it's been all Aether.
Aether just seem unleashed. It's definitely partly to do with that. And it's also the other side of Aether are now willing to put more than 2 players on the halfway line. And it's been great. Because usually it's just been, we've seen Ixo downfield to receive cross-field passes. That's been nice and all, but that's not really committing. Committing is letting a player move forward. Once they lose the ball, go taking out goalkeepers and nets. We've got ourselves the other side. These corners are just gold mines for both teams to create from.
I mean, that's just, again, it's brilliant by Devo. This side flip to the left with a fast recovery because the wall is there. It just makes it so hard for the second challenge to come in time. And again, Devo has got the ball past everybody, and it's wide open for his teammate at the back post. Just fantastic stuff. Before that, you know, you got to think how much of Aether's strategy was just a copy kind of situation. I mean, we all know the scene. You're getting demoed over and over again in Rocket League, so you start going for demos yourself. I mean, that's what Guild were doing to them early in this game, and then Ixo managed to get a double on the second goal there.
The difference is, Johnny, is whenever you or I do it, we get annoyed at being demoed, we try and go out, and we just put ourselves out of position entirely and get scored on even more. These guys are making it work, and they're almost finding wonders. How on earth have they managed to hit the crossbar?
I'll tell you what, that drop-down pass was amazing, but the follow-up shot needed to be so precise that it's gone wide of the target. But Aether don't need that. They've just got to keep calm here. If they send 2 players at 1 ball in offense, I'll be so sad to see, because they've got that goal lead intact. And it was Guild who scored last. Yeah, Tox is not sure where Guild are on that play.
He was very much an unwilling participant. Wow! Nolly!
What's that?
I don't get this anymore, Johnny. This is just great fun.
And he saw the backboard wide open, and how early he took that as well. Just perfect read as the ball comes down. And he slams it in the top corner off his own pass. But that was a brilliant idea to go high there, because the back ball was completely wide open. And not only that, Aether didn't even have a player beside the goal. They were both inside, so it's a very hard save to make.
So 3 each. And a game that looked like it was Aether's. They had the 3-1 lead. Now they desperately need this next goal. It is the difference between a tied series and triple match point for Guild. Maybe get on the 0 seconds, and Foe happy to see that one go directly at him.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy to see that being saved. If that had been a goal, it would have maybe even been more ridiculous than Foe's own save, because it was straight at him, luckily. Oh, no, Devo's going for a big challenge. He's getting dunked on, but he does deflect it wide. Tox nearly had him read there. Well, to be honest, he did have him read. He just didn't have the pace, and now Ixo likewise dunks the ball wide into the target. It's Yukio there to collect it. Look at the spread in the offense by Aether as they get on both sides of Guild, trying to box them in.
That touch, though, does mean that Foe can move on in. Was only temporary. Yukio's second touch to Tox. Wanted to go underneath Devo on the challenge. Guild finally have their 3rd man back. And a little bit of a 2v3 happening for a while there. Tox. Has he got any options in field? Realizes he hasn't, and well, the lack of boost also makes any play very difficult. Just pops over to the side. Devo off the corner. Not really much to create over there for Guild.
And somehow this game has calmed down. At some point it's going to come to life again, and that's the move right there. But Yukio's first to the loose ball in the middle. However, Ixo's clear is really not much of a clear at all. A bit more in the pass category. And now he's got a reset. Reads the bounce off the ceiling.
They have a whole corner, but Devo's there. They have 2 boosts.
They're keeping 1 man in reserve. They're in huge trouble here, but the communication is coming in clutch for Aether. They're nolly double reset, but it's saved by Tox.
The only one boost right now is this one here, Yukio. Cannot believe it. They had 2 across all 3 players, and they survived it. That is ridiculous. Yukio still making himself seen. That's a bit of an awkward bounce, and it's open! Foe has put Guild on triple match point.
Well, Tox is looking for a demo. Yukio's playing for the boost steal, and Ixo's not at home. At one moment, the entire Aether lineup have vacated the defensive wall that they built and were maintaining just moments ago. They were doing so well, like you said, with no boost, and then you give them the boost. They got too excited, I think. They were like, finally, we can accelerate. Right, let's all drive away from the goal. They get immediately scored on. And as expected, Shogun, we do get that timeout from Aether. This is a chance for them to make something happen here.
All right, Snasky, what you got?
Well, right now he's just rubbing his chin and thinking, so it doesn't look like they've got a lot.
No, that's where you gotta be most scared. I've seen Snasky, the evil mastermind that he can be back in his heyday. I think Snasky's got something for them here, and if he hasn't, what's he been planning for?
Ixa's nodding.
Yeah, that's what you want, though. You want Ixo leading this one. I understand Tox and Yukio, they've got their parts. Obviously, Tox, a couple of weird plays that we have seen. Yukio's going to see the majority of this ball. So if you can get him on board with the plan, absolutely.
I think it was good to see there as well. You know, Tox is weighing in. I think the players are giving their, own perspectives on this, because it definitely looks like the synergy's dropped off since the semi-final. Aether struggling to get on the same page defensively, and they'll really need to get on the same page here, because what we're seeing from Guild is good enough. I think it's not the best. I mean, Tho literally saved one of his teammates' shots that game, so it's hard to give them too much praise on that one. But, they've done the job. That's 3 straight wins for them. And, if you look at their record this whole weekend, they've beaten BDS twice. They've, beaten everybody they come up against, apart from Giants, who are no longer in this competition. So they've had the best track record. They were the favorites coming into this, and they're making us look smart, Shogun, for our ridiculous predictions on the pre-show.
Oh, we'll get into that later on, mate. Absolutely, but that's if Guild can keep this up. And right now, Guild have got to sort of sit through what is a game that they just want to get to immediately. They want to see Wasteland. They want to get themselves into this game and give themselves that chance for a regional victory. As for Aether, here's the setting right now. They've got to find something that works. I think this open gameplay style has been a little bit chaotic from both sides, so it can go their way. But not if they've got to win the next 2, they will very likely then have to sit and stew for 2 and a bit minutes before heading into the biggest game of their careers.
Yeah, like we said before, it's not the last time we'll see them. Not the last time we'll see either of these teams this season, as Aether have qualified for the final EU major of the year, even though they'll miss the championships. It's just such a crazy thing to me that Giants, Tox former team, Galaxy Racer, Ixo's former team, and Dignitas, Yukio's former team, none of them have, none of them have made it there, and that's exactly where Aether are headed. So they've outlasted them. They've got chances to prove themselves, but this is their current chance to prove themselves to any orgs that might be on the hunt for a Rocket League team.
Oh, Nolly taking it away from the incoming player for his corner. I'll claim he just didn't want the triple coming out on the other side of the field. Went for the ones play. Still, we'll see what Snasky has devised for this game. More bumps. Seems to be very much in tone of what we've already seen, but hey, it was working for him. Keep that going. Ixo can follow. Devo realizes it. Ended up just staying away from the challenge for a long time. That opens up Tox. And Devo manages 2 players by himself pretty neatly as Nolly tries to find a way past.
It's all about that communication for Aether. They're doing well right now, but Gildor is so consistent right now. They are just so constant. As soon as that miss comes through, Gildor there. 1-0 already. And that was off Yukio's miss. It's a tough one to go for, but he needed to make contact. He's fully committed to the play, and he's missed it.
Proving that it is always worth just keep going back to that. In game 2, looked like Aether had it sorted. As this series goes through, those nerves will start to rack up, and the mistakes that you wouldn't expect to see from them will start to show a little bit more. So 3.5 minutes away, potentially from Guild from a regional championship, but it might come down to this bit of offense. Foe turns. Didn't even expect him on the rotation. Him and Nolly trying to vie for who gets the chance. And Foe outmuscles his teammate and outshoots the opponents.
What a play by Tho. That was a blind pop over one challenge, and then a perfect catch into a perfect top corner flick. Just a brilliant play. Finding the space was hard enough, but then executing on the play, difficult as well, as we've seen with many crossbar flicks recently. Tho stepping up exactly when it matters, and this could be Guild's win right here. Tho into the bar. Devo thinking about moving in on it, but decides not to.
All over the place.
Aether just can't read each other. No, Devo off the post. And when Aether can't read each other, and Guild can read them, think that might be a recipe for disaster.
Oh, not a great clear either. Yukio off that backboard. Very difficult shot for Ixo. He needs the third man. But that player is not on the field anymore. Off the demo. Running out of time, and Ixo in the perfect spot. Not too sure he knew too much about it, but they'll be very happy to not see that trickle into their net.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing to play against right now. Guild are so structured. They're so much more organized than Aether. You know, it's in a game where full rotation is established. You've got to take the team who have got the experience playing together. They, you know, for Aether, they have to turn this into some kind of Team Queso sort of series where it's impossible for anybody to read what's happening, and then the mechanics can decide who wins. But at the moment, it's too organized. Guild are just in the full flow, and time is ticking away. It's hard to see another chance for Aether in this one unless Guild give it to them.
Here's Tho to make it free off the backboard. Yukio not going to make a mistake this time. Tox out to Yukio. Two players heading for it. Tox going to have to do well here. You don't even tell that Guild know that the space they've got. And even the fact that Guild didn't create something of that is not necessarily the main story there. It's the fact that this is a good 15 seconds wasted away. And that'll be before Aether even get a chance to control this ball again.
Yeah, I think we've got to just, you know, continue to sing Guild's praises for adding that to their game. They've played a whole season hitting the ball as hard as they can. Now today they're keeping control when it makes sense to do so, and they look a lot harder to play against. They look like they're starving Aether of opportunities, and it is going to be Guild at this rate who climb out of the pile of teams who have struggled this regional. You know, a lot of people think it's been a tough regional playing for a lot of these top teams who have not made it far at all. But Guild have found motivation, and they have actually improved while all their rivals have seemingly declined.
They have spotted an opportunity, and they have taken it thus far. 50 seconds. Tho will chase. Tox can't get to it. Steve off the backboard. Another double commit. Aether just can't get on the same page.
Wow.
And Nolly moves in to potentially secure the regional.
Too good as double commits come in left, right, and center for Aether. Guild are as organized as ever. And, you know, Aether just don't know what to do. They have got nothing against this. And despite starting strong in this series, off a couple of Guild mistakes, in the absence of those Guild mistakes, Aether have looked second best. And it looks almost impossible here. Just over 30 seconds left. And they've only created 2 shots this whole game up until now.
It's like game one where both teams were trying to find their feet. Guild have looked like the stronger of the two. Ollie back down once again, and for a team that has had so many ups and downs this season, have been forced to trust the process, to take losses. Nolly wanted to add the exclamation mark. Devo sets it up. Tho won't quite be there, showing some patience. But the process has worked. Guild Esports are regional champions, and they finally, after being so disciplined, let themselves know about it.
A professional performance from Guild. The organization will be proud of their lads who have stepped it up massively. They've seen an opportunity here. Teams who are going to be their direct competition in the major and then in the championships at the end of the RLCS season have hit a bit of a road bump, and Guild have just accelerated. They are the team who have taken, you know, the weakness that other teams are displaying and just absorbed all of it. You know, they've taken all of the absence of energy from these teams as their own, and, you know, full credit to them. A deserved win here, and somehow giving us a perfect bracket as well, Shogun, to just make it
oh, of course, I didn't want to mention it, Johnny. By all means, it would be wrong of us to mention that during the pre-show, all 4 of us came together to get 7 out of 7 correct, even predicting BDS to lose in the semi-finals.
Okay, so defending champions.
Who would we be to say that? Absolutely, thank you, Stumpy. You know, but we'll celebrate in our own time. The fact of the matter is, Guild are the team that need to be celebrated here.
Amazing.
They have shown us foundational Rocket League still has a place at this level, and they have managed to take themselves a regional championship. To break it all down is Leaf and the desk.
Thank you, Shogun. Again, I'm I'm glad they're off because they were just going to keep bragging probably, to be honest, for the next like 30 minutes if they didn't come over to us sooner. Yeah, no, I'm just appalled that somehow everything came together. I'm not surprised by the guild winning here, but I'm appalled by all of it here. What a final match here. What a way to end it. Wavepunk, this was an interesting day, but an exciting one for sure.
Man, this is a good day to believe in Guild, and particularly to believe in Nolly. That guy popped off every time I looked over, like, oh, goals are happening and stuff like, it's Nolly. It's Nolly again. MVP in the final game as well. This was a standout. One of probably the best day of his career so far.
Yes, and he almost had an incredible shot when they already won it, too. They were up at the end, and he hits his flip reset nutty shot. It was a good save by Aether, but at the end of the day, Guild, man, while all other teams around them have collapsed throughout Spring Split, we look back at the beginning of Spring Split, and if you ask me who's going to collapse, I probably would have said Guild. But no, that is not the case. Guild come out, regional champs. They're going to the major now on a high right now. So we'll see what they can do there. And then anything's on the table because they beat BDS twice in this tournament alone, and they take the title. It's great.
That is true. It's a phenomenal story for sure. I'm still honestly stuck on the fact that the meme bracket made it all the way through the truth here. Phenomenal. And there's a lot leading up to that too, to allow this to happen. So let's just kind of go over what we saw this weekend. This was the last European regional in Season X. The regionals are done. The only thing going forward, of course, is the major and then championships afterward for this region. So let's recap what we saw this week. And we started off with a group stage. This is where everything got started. We had tons of matches across the board, everywhere. Wave, it was just a lot of stuff. We start with groups A and D, and there are two more after this, where we saw Guild again sit at the top of their group over BDS even.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff there. The fact that Guild and BDS were in the same group and then faced off in the semifinals, and Guild manages to win the whole thing. Pretty crazy stuff. Quite the group that you had here is Atlantide Wave also coming out of that group. But man, yeah, Gibbs, groups of death be damned. Every team here in Europe is getting better.
Yeah, groups of death, but Galaxy Racer is the only team that made it to the final day. But as we look at groups B and C, these are the groups that people thought were a little bit easier. But you see BS Plus competition, they come out with a big win there, and then they finish in the final four. We got Aether as well. They were just in this final, so the two winners of those groups really, they proved their worth throughout this entire weekend, so hats off to them.
Yeah, overall, again, across the board, that Group D looked like a group of death. I'd say C as well. Of course, you have Dignitas in there. White Demons have been stepping up a lot recently, Wave. I think we're just seeing in the region, these group stages are allowing a lot of teams to shine and show what they can do to the audience.
That's what I'm saying is I don't think they're really you can try and label some group as the group of death, but honestly they all look strong. We saw BS competition, Wolves and Queso all play today. So on day 3, I think Europe is getting stronger. He's getting wider, and it really is fun to watch, to come into an event and be like, I don't know who's gonna win. Definitely wasn't predicting what 4 other people did predict and get correctly. Guild versus Aether in the finals. What a day.
And then, of course, we have to take a look at the knockout gauntlet. That happened on our day 2 of broadcasting, day 3 of the competition overall. But this is where things got a little hairy for the bottom half. Up here, though, these teams had 2 lives. And, of course, Guild made it through nice and easy on that first day, taking down Galaxy Racer 3-1. And that's where we saw the start of the weirdness that would end up being our final bracket here. As, again, BS competition taking down Solary as well, Wave. So we started off just with a bit of like, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah. Well, and the fact that like we see Vitality losing to BDS here, and then as you look at the other side of the bracket, Vitality getting knocked out in day 2. How often does that happen? Vitality not making it to day 3. I think it's been forever since KDOP didn't make it to a day 3, but as you see there in that final match, losing 3-2 to Queso, as Queso would advance to our playoffs.
And there was a lot of teams where that was it for them for the whole year based on this knockout gauntlet.
Yeah.
We look at Dignitas, where they fell apart throughout spring, so they got knocked out. We look at Vodafone Giants, who fell to Top Lokes as well, 3-1, so that was a big loss for them, and they're out as well. So a lot of teams who had everything going for them through winter fell apart here in spring.
Yeah, and then, of course, we had our top 8 teams that made it to today. That's what you guys just watched all day today was some magnificence happen here. that somehow the pre-show had predicted entirely right. I guess they forgot to share the script with us, as even BDS being picked to be knocked out by Guild on their journey to winning this regional.
It's insane because when we look back at this bracket, probably the one team out of all these teams that I was like, they should not be here is probably Wolves. And they beat Guild 3 games in a row, who wound up winning this entire thing after beating Wolves after that. That's how insane this bracket was, that actually happened. BDS, obviously, they still make a top 4 finish. They're consistent, but Guild beat them twice in this tournament. BS Plus competition put up a fight. Game 7 overtime as well versus Aether, which is fun to watch. Who Aether with Ixo taking out his old team in Galaxy Racer to knock them out of their season. So it was just so much fun to watch all around.
Man, all the way around there. Guild going nearly the entire length. There was only 2 games more they could have possibly played today.
That's for sure. And to talk now about their victory, European regional champs for the 3rd regional here, Devo is joining us. Congratulations, Devo.
Yeah, thank you, Leaf.
You know, it's been a bit since we chatted here, so we got to pick your brains about a few things. First off, you know, this was quite the run, mostly in my opinion, because you had to go through some good teams like BDS to get here, and you've done it before. So are you guys doing anything specifically different against that team, or is it just your playstyle happens to work against BDS?
I wouldn't say we're doing everything different. We've played them a lot in scrims, and we kind of know how they play, so we basically just adapt like into our own play style of like how we can beat them, and yeah, it just works out.
Fair enough.
So you began this day like 8 hours ago, and you were down 3-0 to Wolves. How did you guys turn that one around?
I mean, against Wolves wasn't looking too good. We've obviously managed to bring it back. We swept them, or reverse swept them, sorry. Yeah, like that was just an insane like experience. Like I was so tired after that series, but yeah, we managed to keep going throughout the whole day and yeah, get the win.
Man, Devo, if it's looking at your team overall, including Greg in there in the top role, like what would you say is your team's greatest strength?
I'd say honestly, it's our ability to adapt like mid game. And obviously that's helpful from Gregan as well, because, you know, like after each game, like after a game where we lose and we're not, you know, doing too good, like Gregan can step in and tell us like how we can change our play style, you know, to be better. And obviously, yeah, it works. So
it did.
Yeah.
it very clearly did. Now, I love doing champion interviews because I don't have to think of a last question. I just get to let you have the stage and tell people, thank people, give some shout outs. The stage is yours for whatever you want to say to the world now, Devo.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, big shout out to all our fans. You know, it basically drives me every day to keep playing the game. You know, feel, you know, all the support from all my fans, everyone from Guild as well, my teammates. Big shout out to Greg and Grant as well. Yeah, like a big thank you to all the audience watching today as well. And yeah, just overwhelmed right now.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna let you go process this whole thing. Devo, congratulations on winning the regional.
All right, thank you, Leaf. Thanks, guys.
And there's Devo. Yeah, you could tell he is exhausted. This is the mental work to go into today, to come out with, as he said, even with that reverse sweep, and then to go through BDS, and then to win the whole thing against a strong team like Aether.
They adapted versus all 3 of these teams. They were down in their series. Versus Wolves, they lost 3 games, then they battled back. Versus BDS, they were down 2 games, they battled back, and that's BDS. And then versus Aether, they lost game 1 again, and they battled back. So that series was a little bit more clean from them, but in every single one, they were down for a little bit, but they found a way.
That is true. Now let's see what all these regionals has wrapped up to here. Let's take a look at the spring points as we head again onwards. I said, Gibbs, we only have 2 events left for this, the majors coming up, and then of course champions after that.
And the majors, the spring major, very hard to qualify for. Top 9 and the German Amigos, the grid wildcard. That was so much fun to watch what they did there. But these guys will make it. Only 10 teams go, and that's why we get some new faces. We have basically 4 brand new teams, and then the teams we'll see later on, the top 6. So it's going to be a very interesting watch. We're going to have a group stage yet again and see all these guys battle out. It's going to be fun.
Can we just point out that there's a team within 100 points of BDS in this split? Like, wow. Good job.
Right?
This is so tight and good competition.
That is for sure. But Gibbs mentioned it. Only 6 get to make it to those European championships. And as we look at the season points, we know who those are. Of course, I remind you, it's BDS. That's the inevitability of the region. Vitality, no surprise there. And then afterwards, top blokes make into that spot. And Queso, Solary, and Guild clinched everything. I believe that was all today, Gibbs, that this has happened here as we solidified those.
So these total points will include the 300 they're guaranteed because of the Spring Major. So right now, technically, Vodafone Giants have more points, but they're not at the Spring Major. So we show that for the total points there, but they all clinched today. So much fun to watch. We know our teams now, and it's going to be fun to watch how they do the Major, like how they take this break, like how do they, because they basically have 1 month off, then another month off to prepare for a $400,000 tournament.
Jeez.
That's good word to finish that off, to be honest. There's been a lot of Rocket League, and we're getting closer and closer to them, but we are not done. That's for sure. As we said, another major here. We still have North America to go through. We still have championships to go through. Season X still has a lot more action for everyone involved. And I think Devo gave us a good perspective of how much we really appreciate everyone watching and supporting the RLCS and RL Esports, because it gives a lot of people that drive to continue to be the best, to show you what they got. And I know they still have a lot more to show you guys coming up. So let's get some final thoughts on this weekend, this last regional across all of the Season X wave. If you want to start us off, and Gibbs, finish us there.
Man, it's good to see Devo winning again. The guy won the Season 3 World Championship, and I feel like he's had maybe 1 or 2 moments of glory since then, but you know how much he wanted. We saw from all the players here that made it so much deeper in a bracket than any normal person who isn't the people on our pre-show would have put them to go, and you could see how much it meant to them. And it was beautiful to finally get to see those 3 players from Guild and how much that win made their day, made their week. And I'm excited to see how they play in the Major.
And Leif, I'm going to keep it short because my computer can't handle this anymore. It's been 9 hours of a broadcast, and I'm barely holding on right now. You guys probably can't tell, but credit to Guild. It's a long day for them. They started in the very first match, and then they played all the way through to now. So to pull off that win was an incredible feat. They should enjoy this while they can.
Well, all I can say at the end here is to let Gibbs get out of here is keep this tab open, guys. We're going to send you off, but this channel needs to stay on twitch.tv/Rocket League. There's always action happening, including tomorrow. Lots of action, like First Touch podcast. Then we got the North American Regional coming up next weekend. And then we got the majors. It is keep going on. There is nonstop Rocket League coming to your face. So don't go anywhere. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you very, very soon.